Chapter 3843. Romance Chinese Network. The Shattered Space had been created by the shocking war at the Death Cliff many years ago. Those who lived there were the descendants of the tribes that had participated in the war. Amongst them, the primordial clans and the devouring devil clan were the most powerful. These two clans were natural enemies in the origin world, but because the origin world had been created by the patriarch of the devouring devil clan, even the powerful primordial clans didn't dare act rashly. All these years, the primitive tribe had been lying low. Now they had finally made a move. Princess Huang was one of their branches. However, she had been separated from Fang Chen. As for the descendants of the primitive tribe in the shattered space, Fang Chen did not kill them. After all, no matter how thin the blood in their bodies was, they still had the blood of the primitive tribe. Strictly speaking, they were the descendants of the primitive tribe. No matter what the primitive tribe thought, Fang Chen did not want to make enemies. He vaguely felt that Supreme Master Fu Jian and the others might have a complicated relationship with the primitive tribe. Therefore, he had killed the devouring demon tribe but spared Elder Lin and the others. Whoosh! After a long time, Elder Lin and the others came to their senses. They panted heavily and the power in their bodies fluctuated. Their bodies trembled and they fell to the ground. The mountain peak had been flattened by the shocking sword. The heavens platform had been turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river and the corpses of the devouring demon tribe were piled up like mountains. A terrifying bloody aura filled the entire shattered space. Elder Lin and the others were shocked. If Fang Chen had not been afraid of the primitive tribe, they would have been killed by the heaven's sword like the young master of the thick fog tribe. "Is that the heaven's sword?" Elder Lin asked in a hoarse voice. The others nodded and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Rumor had it that the heaven's sword was left in Sword Burial Sky after the fall of a Sword Principal Almighty. Although it was powerful, no one had expected it to be so powerful. With just one sword, it had killed the young master of the thick fog tribe and the others. It's too powerful. It's unbelievable. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. If not for the fact that the thick smoke on the battlefield had not yet dissipated, they would have even suspected that they were hallucinating. After Fang Chen killed the Tiger King and the Bear King, he let Bai Qingxian and the Giant Wolf leave the Sword Burial Sky first. After all, although the Tiger King was dead, there were still many of his tribes in his territory. "Don't worry, leave it to us." The Giant Wolf patted its chest with its huge claws and promised. Fang Chen nodded. Then, with a thought, the heaven-destroying sword emitted a bright light. His body gradually faded until it completely disappeared. The next moment, Fang Chen arrived at the place where the heaven-destroying sword was. However, the dark cave abode had already changed its appearance. Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was in the middle of a vast desert. The sky was filled with yellow sand. However, it was unable to get close to Fang Chen's body. He held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and felt a scorching energy coming from the sword. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly stabbed the heaven-destroying sword into the ground. Immediately, the ground exploded and a terrifying energy gushed out. The sword chi crisscrossed and shone brightly in the desert. It was also at this moment that the densely packed sword demons rushed over. When they arrived in front of Fang Chen, they instantly stopped and knelt down. "Greetings, Master." The arrogant sword demons actually knelt down to a human martial artist. If the outside world knew about this, they would be shocked. However, Fang Chen wasn't surprised at all. This was because after he evolved the ultimate sword art and controlled the heaven-destroying sword, there was a lot of information about the sword art inheritance in his mind. This included information about the sword demons. The owner of the heaven-destroying sword was a supreme sword cultivator. His attainments in the sword art had reached an incredible level. In fact, Fang Chen even found out that the owner of the heaven-destroying sword had once fought with Supreme Master Fu Jian. As for the outcome, he didn't know. Supreme Master Xuezhu. Fang Chen softly muttered these 4 words. They represented a glorious era of the sword art. Unfortunately, they died in the war at the Cliff of Death. The heaven-destroying sword was nurtured by Supreme Master Xue Zhu's life. Its power was far beyond ordinary Holy Path weapons. At its peak, it was comparable to the legendary Supreme weapons. These sword demons were born from the sword qi in Supreme Master Xue Zhu's body and the heaven-destroying sword. Controlling the heaven-destroying sword naturally meant controlling the sword demons. Rise. Fang Chen looked calm, but there was a ripple in his heart. Every single one of the densely packed sword devils possessed a combat strength at the Saint realm. This was definitely one of his trump cards, and once he utilized it, it would definitely be able to easily obliterate numerous residences in the origin world. We swear to be loyal to Master. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you, the sword demon said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "How many people are left in your sword demon tribe?" "Master, our sword demon tribe used to have 100,000 people. However, for countless years, outsiders would occasionally break into the sword burial heaven and kill our people. The blood of our old master has completely dried up, causing our sword demon tribe to be unable to reproduce. Now there are only a little more than 10,000 people left in our tribe." Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't dare to imagine the earth-shattering scene of 100,000 sword demons attacking together. However, he couldn't help but sigh. The environment in the shattered space was really terrible. For so many sword demons to die in the endless years, it wasn't hard to imagine how many outsiders had died. "Fortunately," Fang Chen said softly, "although there were only a little more than 10,000 sword demons left, this was still a powerful combat power that couldn't be ignored. It was no exaggeration to say that if they fought in an orderly manner, their combat power could instantly kill a saint. Even if he encountered an expert of half-step chaotic supremacy, he would be able to contend with them." At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the Ghost Manor Lord. If it wasn't for him, his cultivation realm wouldn't have fallen and he wouldn't have reached this stage. The demon-devouring clan of the origin world had the 4 great sanctuaries and countless manors. The lord of each manor had strength close to that of a saint. In the past, Fang Chen couldn't compete with them. However, it was different now. With these 10,000 sword demons, Fang Chen didn't have to fear the other manors, let alone the Ghost Manor. His eyes flashed with a shocking killing intent. "Master, this first heaven is the main camp of our sword demon tribe. For so long, no outsiders have ever entered," the leader of the sword demon tribe said. Fang Chen nodded. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to be below the heaven punishment platform in the second heaven, but it was actually in the first heaven. Right now, he was in the first layer of heaven. No outsider had ever entered this place before, because this was the true headquarters of the Sword Devil tribe. Prime Xue Zhu's corpse was scattered in the first layer of heaven. Chapter 3844. Romance Chinese Network. More than 10,000 sword demons had recognized Fang Chen as their master. This was a force that could not be ignored. With this trump card, Fang Chen could move unhindered through space. He could even fight in the Cliff of Death. He still remembered that the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon was in the Cliff of Death. He came here to find the ghost weapon, but he didn't know where Princess Huang was. Did she come to the Cliff of Death as well? Fang Chen muttered to himself. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. After a while, he finished reorganizing all the sword demons. He took a step forward and came to the center of the desert. There was a stream here. "Master," the leader of the sword demons said, "Old Master's finger bone and skull fell into this stream." As Fang Chen approached the stream, he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Just as he felt danger approaching, the Sky Destroyer's sword in his hand trembled slightly. A mighty force suppressed the terrifying force in the stream. Fang Chen immediately felt his body relax. The leader of the sword demons didn't say anything. Fang Chen understood that the finger bone and skull of Supreme Shui Zhu had fallen into the stream. As long as he entered the stream, there was hope that he could bring the finger bone and skull out. That was the skeleton of a Supreme. Even if Supreme Shui Zhu had fallen many years ago, the power it contained was still not to be underestimated. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. But it was different now. He had the Sky Destroyer sword and wanted to give it a try. Master, be careful. The leader of the sword demons reminded. Supreme Shui Zhu's skeleton had fallen into the stream. Over the years, the power of the finger bone and skull had completely changed the water quality of the stream. With the current corrosive power of the stream, even a 9th-rank saint would be vaporized instantly if he entered. But Fang Chen had the Sky Destroyer sword, so they were not worried. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he took a step forward and entered the stream. Instantly, the water in the stream began to surge and surge. Fang Chen was already prepared. The heaven-destroying sword emitted a layer of sword qi that completely enveloped his body. Despite the corrosive nature of the stream, it was unable to harm Fang Chen in the slightest. So strong. Even through the halo of sword qi, Fang Chen could still feel the corrosiveness of the stream, as well as the vast waves that had been baptized by the passage of time. Gulp! Not long after, he dived to the bottom of the stream and soon saw a finger bone. Found it! The heaven-destroying sword trembled, and a strong suction force sucked the finger bone out of the soil. When the finger bone fell into Fang Chen's palm, it instantly fused with his finger. 1. His mind trembled, and at the same time, his finger began to transform. He could sense that after fusing with Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone, his finger was now filled with boundless power, as if it could rip the sky apart. Voila! He unconsciously extended his finger out of the sword energy halo. To his surprise, the terrifying corrosiveness of the stream water was ineffective against his finger. As expected, Fang Chen was overjoyed. After fusing with Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone, the hardness of his finger was comparable to that of a supreme being's body. The only pity was that this was the only finger he had. If he extended his other fingers, they would meet with misfortune. Where's the skull? The finger bone was of great help to Fang Chen. He could not wait to test it out. If he used his full strength, he would be able to deal a terrifying amount of damage. But right now, the most important thing was to find the skull. Fusing with the finger bone had already benefited him so much. What about fusing with the skull? Would it be able to protect his primordial spirit and make it immortal? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. He used the heaven-destroying sword and his finger that had fused with Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone to feel for the skull. After an hour, Fang Chen was filled with doubts. The sword devil leader had clearly told him that Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone and skull had fallen into the stream. But he had only found the finger bone and not the skull. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned and was a little puzzled. If the skull was still there, his finger and heaven-destroying sword would have sensed a familiar aura. Right now, he had searched the entire bottom of the stream but couldn't find it. He had almost dug up the soil at the bottom of the stream. Impossible. For so many years, no outsider has ever entered the first heaven, let alone come to this stream. The Sword Devil tribe is guarding this place. They couldn't have stolen it. Fang Chen analyzed. Then, the skull must be in the stream. But he hadn't found it. What was going on? The skull was extremely important to him. It was very likely that his primordial spirit would reach the path manifestation level. Just thinking about it made him excited. I must find it. Fang Chen clenched his fist and said to himself. In the barren desert, more than 10,000 sword devils surrounded the stream. The sword devil leader's eyes were shining as he waited for Fang Chen's return. Boss, can Master find the finger bone and skull left behind by the old master? This was related to whether they could leave the broken space and the cliff of death. Naturally, they were very concerned. Master is so young, but he was recognized by the heaven-destroying sword. He should be able to find the finger bone and skull. The sword devil leader pondered. In fact, he wasn't confident, but he couldn't possibly say something that would hurt his tribe's confidence. They had guarded Sword Burial Sky for countless years. This was their only hope to leave. Since things have come to this, we can only wait for Master's good news. Yeah, at least Master has brought us hope. We believe in Master. The Sword Devils said in unison. Sword Burial Sky was adjacent to the Tiger King's territory. The descendants of the primitive tribes had completely retreated from Sword Burial Sky. After Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf came out, they rushed to the Tiger King's lair. They killed all the Tiger King's tribesmen and occupied the Tiger King's territory. Whoosh! After doing all this, Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf looked at each other and smiled excitedly. I didn't expect it to work this time. The giant wolf shook his head and said. Bai Qingxian nodded. Yeah, it worked. Fang Chen's performance was beyond his expectations. At this moment, he was even more impressed. No wonder he was chosen by the group of old monsters in the chaotic realm to carry out the mission. His talent was insane. The Tiger King's territory has already been taken over by us. The devouring demons have also been annihilated by that fellow. After this battle, the descendants of the primitive tribes won't dare to go against us even if they have 100 guts, the giant wolf said. I didn't expect that we would be able to unify the shattered space. Chapter 38:45. Supreme Shui Zhu's phalanx had been fused. In terms of the strength of Fang Chen's finger, it was close to the supreme realm. However, it was only a finger. The rest of his body was still lacking in tempering. Rip. At the bottom of the stream, Fang Chen came out of the mud. His body was covered in mud, but there was a joyful smile on his face. After more than a month of hard work, he had finally found the skull. Of course, he mainly relied on the feeling of his finger to find it. Moreover, he found that the skull contained a kind of primordial spirit essence. This was the primordial spirit of an expert in the nascent soul realm. This kind of primordial spirit essence could greatly enhance the primordial spirit of a warrior. For Fang Chen, who was about to condense his Tao, it was simply too important. Buzz. With a thought, the broken skull drilled into his mind and fused with his head. At this moment, his head trembled violently and he fell into a blurry state. He felt the smell of blood raging in his mind. He also saw the countless resentful spirits on the reincarnation road fighting with others. Tragic scenes were annihilated in the long river of history. Buzz. His heart palpitated, and he hurriedly urged his primordial spirit to gradually stabilize it. He also used his finger to forcibly stabilize the skull. It took 3 days for the skull to completely fuse with his head. Phew! Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. After fusing with the phalanx, the strength of his finger was comparable to a Supreme Realm expert. Now that he had fused with Supreme Shui Zhu's skull, the strength of his head had reached the level of a half-step chaotic Supreme. Most importantly, the Supreme Being's skull was extremely protective of his primordial spirit. Furthermore, the primordial spirit essence within the skull was also slowly being absorbed by him. He looked into his mind and saw that his primordial spirit was strengthening. If he could completely absorb the primordial spirit essence in the skull, his primordial spirit would definitely be able to condense his Tao. At that time, his combat strength would soar to a terrifying level. Of course. In addition, the greatest benefit of the skull was that he could completely control the Sword Devil tribe and make them completely loyal to him. This was the greatest help for Fang Chen at this stage. This was equivalent to directly establishing a force that belonged to him. Moreover, this force was countless times stronger than the Ghost Palace and other palaces. Buzz. With a thought, he left the stream and appeared in the barren desert. More than 10,000 sword devils saw this and were overjoyed and shouted excitedly. "Master, have you found it?" the leader asked. Fang Chen nodded and flicked his finger. "Supremacy's aura." At the same time, his head. "We pledge our lives to follow Master." Fang Chen waved his hand, allowing the sword demons to stand up. Then, he took out a special Sumeru ring. "Don't resist. I will put you into the Sumeru ring and bring you out of the broken space. It. He bowed deeply to the void and finally took a step forward. He left the sword burial heaven and entered the Tiger King's territory. Buzz. Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf sensed him as soon as he entered Tiger King's territory. They appeared in front of Fang Chen in a flash. "How was it?" Giant Wolf admired Fang Chen. It was as if the water of the Yellow River flowed from the sky. He approved of Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. The latter was recognized by the Sky Destroyer's sword at such a young age. Moreover, he killed so many people in Sword Burial Heaven. Fang Chen nodded. "I've gained a lot." "That's great." Bai Qingxian clenched his fists and cried out agitatedly, "Tiger King and Bear King are already dead. You destroyed the devouring demons. Now, only the descendants of the primitive tribes are left in this shattered space. However, after the battle at Sword Burial Heaven, they won't dare to go against us even if they have 100 guts." Bai Qingxian expressed his thoughts. He was ready to join forces with Giant Wolf and use the power of the Sky Destroyer sword to unify the broken space and collect all the cultivation resources. Then, he would break the sword formation with Fang Chen and leave the broken space. "All right." Fang Chen nodded. He had no interest in unifying the broken space. He went to the messy stone forest and entered the sword formation to train himself. He left the rest to Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf. He also told the two of them to inform him if they needed anything. Just like that, the broken space began to unify. In a secluded place, the base camp of the descendants of the primitive tribes. Old Lin, Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf have taken over Tiger King's territory. They are fighting everywhere to unify the broken space. The descendants of the primitive tribes said. This was a heavy blow to them. "Perhaps this is an opportunity for us," Old Lin said casually. "What do you mean?" The others were stunned. They looked at Old Lin and waited for his explanation. Old Lin smiled. "With the strength of the descendants of the primitive tribes, can we fight against the Sky Destroyer sword?" Everyone shook their heads. It was impossible. The Sky Destroyer sword was too strong. "Then, if they insist on unifying the broken space, we won't be able to stop them. Why don't we just give in and help them unify the broken space?" Old Lin said. The others wanted to explain, but Old Lin added, "Our goal is to leave the broken space and return to our tribe. Think about it, if Bai Qingxian unifies the broken space, will he stay here forever?" The appearance of the Sky Destroyer's sword meant that the seal of the broken space would be broken. So, why don't they take this opportunity to leave? "But even if they can break the seal of the broken space, they might not take us away?" someone asked. "That's right. Back then, in the Sword Burial Heaven, that guy let us go because of the primitive races. If we provoke him again, he will definitely be angry." With the Sky Destroyer sword, Fang Chen's strength was not something they could resist. The devouring demon tribe was what happened to them. Old Lin shook his head. "I will think of a way to get in touch with him. As long as we give him enough conditions, I believe he will agree. However, I hope that during this period, the descendants of the primitive tribes will use all our strength to help Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf unify the broken space unconditionally." Seeing that Old Lin had made his decision, the others nodded. They chose to believe in Old Lin. He had a unique perspective, and they believed that he could lead them back to their tribe. Chapter 38-46. Without the devouring demon tribe led by the thick fog young master, it was almost certain that they would unify the shattered space. Even the descendants of the primitive tribes did not dare to stop them. The other factions even took the initiative to surrender. Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf worked together to suppress the entire shattered space. One day, the descendants of the primitive tribes also announced that they were willing to cooperate with Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf to unify the shattered space. In just a month, all the factions in the shattered space were recruited. After Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf accomplished this feat, they quickly came to the stone forest to inform Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin was currently comprehending the shocking sword formation in the stone forest. Logically speaking, with the heaven-destroying sword, a mere sword formation could be easily broken. However, Fang Qin did not do so. Instead, he used the power of the heaven-destroying sword to combine with the special sword mind of the sword formation to strengthen his own swordsmanship. Although the invincible sword Dao had evolved into an ultimate sword Dao, Fang Qin was still a beginner in the ultimate sword Dao. According to his memory, although Supreme Shui Zhu's attainments in sword Dao were not as good as Supreme Fu Jian's, ordinary people could not compare to him. As for himself, Fang Qin believed that he was slightly stronger than Supreme Fu Jian in the same cultivation level. However, overall, he still had a long way to go. At the very least, Supreme Shui Zhu and Supreme Fu Jian had comprehended more than one ultimate sword Dao. Whoosh! After an unknown amount of time, Fang Qin felt the sword qi in his body surging like a majestic river. It was shocking. However, the sword qi was under Fang Qin's control. It gradually spread throughout his limbs and bones before finally fusing with them. At that moment, Fang Qin's body underwent a tremendous change. There was a faint halo of sword qi on the surface of his skin. It was a sign that his sword body had materialized. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes and fired countless sword glows, causing the entire heaven-shocking sword formation to lose its brilliance. The heaven-destroying sword in his hand let out a resonant sword cry, as if it was cheering along with its master. At the same time, tiny cracks appeared on the sword array. It only lasted for a quarter of an hour before it shattered. Voila! After the heaven-shaking sword formation was shattered, the monstrous sword qi madly gathered at the center of the formation. Fang Qin used his mind and the sky-crushing sword shot out. It pierced through the center of the formation and absorbed the monstrous sword qi into the sword. Dong! Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf were stunned when they heard the deafening sound coming from the stone forest. Immediately, their faces were filled with joy. It seemed like Fang Qin had succeeded. Sure enough, just as they were looking left and right, a tall and straight figure walked out of the shattered sword formation. Above his head, there was a sword light that descended from the 9 heavens, illuminating him. At this moment, Fang Qin was like a sword god, giving people an incomparably shocking feeling. How is it? The giant wolf was the first to regain his composure. He walked to Fang Qin and asked curiously. Fang Qin nodded. I have absorbed the power of the sword formation. The seal on the sky-crushing sword has also been lifted by half. After all, the sky-crushing sword was a sovereign-level weapon. Even after the baptism of time, it was still very powerful. No one below the sovereign level could control it. This was a popular saying in the chaotic void after the end of the Dark Age. Shui Zhu seemed to have predicted this, which was why he had sealed the core power of heaven-destroying sword. That was why Fang Qin could control it so easily. However, with his current strength, if the seal on the sky-crushing sword was completely lifted, his body would not be able to withstand it. This was for his own good. Half! Bai Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a shocking light. That is enough to sweep through the shattered space. Even if he meets an invincible sage, he can still fight him. In fact, Bai Qingxian believed that with the sky-crushing sword, Fang Qin had the strength to fight against an ultimate sage. However, to be safe, he could not let Fang Qin take the risk. Fang Qin nodded. He had the heaven-destroying sword and the ultimate sword art. If he went all out, he should be able to fight against an invincible saint. However, his cultivation level had not recovered to the peak of his previous life. Therefore, he might be slightly weaker than an ultimate saint. However, Ling Xian's purpose of letting him enter the shattered space had been achieved. I wonder how Senior Ling Xian is doing. Suddenly, Ling Xian's beautiful face and her beautiful body that exuded a cold aura appeared in Fang Chen's mind. If it were not for Ling Xian, he would not have been able to enter the shattered space and recover his strength to this extent. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen collected his thoughts and asked Bai Qingxian, "How is the shattered space?" "It's already been unified. The other major and minor powers have all submitted to us. Only the descendants of the primitive races sent messengers to us. They have no intention to compete with us, and are even willing to help us unify this broken space. However, they have a request, and that is that when we leave, we can bring them with us." Fang Chen nodded. The chaotic realm and the primitive tribes were inextricably linked. Until now, he did not know the true intentions of the primitive tribes. Therefore, he would not act rashly and would not kill the descendants of the primitive tribes. Since he was going to leave the shattered space, he would just treat it as a favor. "After a month, I will personally lift the seal of the shattered space and leave." "What about the two of you?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf fell silent. Even though they were prepared, when the time came, the two of them still couldn't make a quick decision. "I want to leave," Bai Qingxian said in a deep voice. He wanted to walk the path that his father had walked and feel his father's psychological journey. If he could help Fang Chen to complete the task of the chaotic realm, his father's spirit in heaven would be gratified. As for the giant wolf, after pondering, he chose to stay in the shattered space. "I'd better stay. I'm too weak. When I reach the cliff of death, I will be killed," the giant wolf said. He was ready to gather all the resources in the shattered space to improve his strength. When he felt that his strength was enough to explore the cliff of death, he would leave on his own. "I will go out and look for you," the giant wolf said. Everyone has their own ambitions, not to mention the wolf tribe. Fang Chen did not force them. They immediately made a decision. Fang Chen went to prepare the last thing while Bai Qingxian sent someone to bring the news to the descendants of the primitive tribes. Time passed and the shattered space gradually calmed down. However, the cliff of death was still surging with undercurrents. There were even more legends about the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon. Chapter 3847. Soon, the 1-month deadline arrived. On this day, many people gathered in the Tiger King's territory. Most of them were the descendants of the primitive tribes. They had agreed to come here, hoping to leave the broken space. On the empty ground, Fang Chen exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes swept across the crowd. The martial artists who were under his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. "It's about time," Bai Qingxian said. Fang Chen nodded and said goodbye to the giant wolf. He then took a step forward and entered the burial sword sky. The giant wolf looked reluctant and said, "Be careful." "Don't worry." Bai Qingxian patted the giant wolf's shoulder and said with a smile. He then followed Fang Chen into the burial sword sky. The descendants of the primitive tribes also walked in. As for the others, they were just here to watch the show. The giant wolf opened his eyes wide and said fiercely, "Those who have nothing to do with it, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists quickly left the Tiger King's territory. The core of the shattered space was the burial sword heaven. Back then, when Blood Execution's sovereign died here, the burial sword heaven gradually took shape and gave birth to countless sword demons. When Fang Chen obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he already knew that if he wanted to leave the shattered space, he had to go through the burial sword heaven. For him now, with the Sky Destroyer sword, the broken space could not cause any hindrance to him. After entering the burial sword sky, he came to the first heaven at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The descendants of the primitive tribes were shocked. It was the first time they had come here. Is this the legendary first heaven of the burial sword sky? Someone exclaimed. Gosh, the sword aura here is too strong. Even if you are not a sword cultivator, you can comprehend the way of the sword if you cultivate here for a long time. This is simply a holy land for cultivation. Everyone was amazed. However, Fang Chun ignored them and took out the Sky Destroyer sword. Suddenly, the entire first heaven trembled slightly. Then, a black altar broke out of the ground. Fang Chun leaped onto the black altar. Then, he exerted force in his palm and stabbed the heaven-destroying sword into the center of the black altar. At this moment, the entire black altar started to shake violently. Countless black auras filled the entire sky. In just an instant, everyone felt that the seal that sealed the shattered space seemed to be shattering. Are you going out? Old Lin and the others were extremely excited. After working hard for so many years, they were finally going to leave the shattered space and return to their tribe. They were already imagining what they would experience after returning to their tribe. They stared nervously at Fang Chun, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing him as he opened the passage to leave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The heaven-destroying sword let out a resonant sword cry as its terrifying power swept through the heavens and earth. Fang Chun stood on the black altar and sensed every inch of the shattered space. No wonder. Fang Chun grinned. The heaven-destroying sword was the key to opening the passageway. Since he controlled the heaven-destroying sword, he basically controlled the method to open the passageway. Swoosh. He formed a complicated seal with his hands. Soon, a black hole appeared on the hilt of the heaven-destroying sword. From this black hole, a terrifying power emerged. The heaven-destroying sword connected the black hole and the black altar together. Gotcha! When everyone heard the last crisp sound, the thin film of the black hole shattered. It was at this moment that the humming sound from the heaven-destroying sword stopped abruptly. Fang Chun looked at the crowd and said, "The passageway has been opened. Quickly enter it." When everyone saw this, they did not hesitate. In a flash, they entered the black hole. Old Lin was the last to enter the black hole. He bowed to Fang Chun and thanked him. "Thank you." Crash. After the descendants of the primitive tribes entered the black hole, they disappeared without a trace. In the end, only Fang Chun and Bai Qingxian were left. After we go out, the black hole will probably teleport us randomly. You and I may be separated. Bai Qingxian nodded with a solemn expression. After all, the other end of the black hole was the legendary Death Horizon. It was everyone's nightmare. His father died in the Death Horizon. Be careful, Bai Qingxian said in a deep voice. After I go out, I will look for the place where my father died and look for the inheritance he left behind. After I find my father's inheritance, I will meet up with you. Be careful. Don't worry, I will be fine, Fang Chun said. Then, the two of them entered the black hole one after another. Dong. The moment the heaven-destroying sword disappeared, the black hole quickly dissipated. The entire sword burial sky was shrouded in a layer of vast power. No one could get close. Standing in the Tiger King's territory, Giant Wolf saw the scene and was shocked. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. After he became an invincible sage, he could also leave the broken space and go to the Death Horizon. Brothers, wait for me. At the Death Horizon, darkness shrouded the land and the smell of blood raged. The entire space gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. It was as if the god of death would come at any time. On a snow-covered mountain peak, two people were discussing. One of them was a woman in a black robe. There was a faint smile on her pretty face, and a sword cultivator was sitting cross-legged in front of her. Why was he a sword cultivator? Because there was a sword beside him. His body was filled with vast sword chi. It was as if he had merged with the sword. This was the legendary unity of man and sword. This was the unity of man and sword that could only be derived when one's sword principle had reached an extremely high level. Brother Lien, is what you said true? The lady in the black robe asked softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with passion. She was also a sword cultivator, but compared to Wang Lien, she was a far cry. She was very excited that Wang Lien was willing to teach her. Brother Lien, you have already derived the ultimate sword principle? The lady in the black robe was extremely shocked. The legendary ultimate sword principle could only be derived by super demon-like sword principle geniuses. Wang Lien nodded and slowly opened his eyes. Sword chi burst out from his body. Every move of his contained the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. This made the lady in the black robe even more convinced. After thousands of years of cultivation, I have finally derived the ultimate sword principle. Now, my attainments in sword principle are no weaker than a half-step chaotic supreme. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Wang Lien said calmly. Hearing this, the lady in the black robe was extremely excited. Thank you, Brother Lien. However, Wang Lien made a rather ridiculous request. He said, the ultimate sword principle is easy for male sword cultivators to comprehend. However, it is somewhat difficult for female sword cultivators. This is because the yin qi in female sword cultivators is too strong. It will disperse the ultimate sword qi. If you really want to learn, you can only use the dual cultivation technique to balance the yin qi in your body, Wang Lien said. Chapter 38-48. Yi Rou was very tempted. After all, it was the legendary ultimate sword principle. The greatest dream of sword cultivators was to comprehend the ultimate sword principle and become a sword cultivator. She knew that Wang Lien's attainments in the sword principle had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, he was the holy son of the Wang clan, one of the 4 holy lands of the demon-devouring clan. He had even comprehended a trace of the ultimate sword principle. This time, she and Wang Lien had received a mission to enter the Cliff of Death to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon. After receiving the news, they quickly sent it back to the Holy Land. Wang Lien looked at Yi Rou greedily, but she was very naive. She thought that Wang Lien really wanted to teach her. She was so excited that she didn't even know what to say. Sister Rou, the ultimate sword Dao is extraordinary. With your current cultivation level, it's extremely difficult for you to comprehend it, Wang Lien said calmly. Immediately, a look of anxiety flashed across Yi Rou's face. Wang Lien continued, take off your clothes first. I'll check your body and bones to see if they can withstand the ultimate sword qi. Yi Rou's face instantly turned red. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Brother Lien. Yi Rou was confused. Why did she have to take off her clothes? In this wilderness, a man and a woman were alone. What was Wang Lien trying to do by asking her to take off her clothes? Sister Rou, you know too little about the ultimate sword principle. I'm going to inject the ultimate sword qi into your body. Then you can use this opportunity to comprehend it. However, before that, I must ensure that your body and bones can withstand the foundation stage sword qi. Otherwise, once the ultimate sword qi explodes, you'll die instantly. Wang Lien stood with his hands behind his back. He said coldly, if you don't agree, then forget it. Brother Lien, Yi Rou wanted to say something but stopped. She was a little embarrassed. Wang Lien snorted and prepared to leave. Yi Rou nodded in a panic. Brother Lien, don't be angry. I'm just a little shy. Give me some time to overcome my psychological barrier. Wang Lien's expression softened. He was secretly delighted. Little girl, you want to fight with me? He, Wang Lien, was the holy son of the Wang family's holy land. His status was noble. In his eyes, Yi Rou was just a slightly prettier girl. It was her honor to be able to teach her. Yi Rou struggled for a long time before finally overcoming the obstacles in her heart. Her hands trembled slightly as she unbuttoned her clothes and prepared to take them off. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Then, a vast amount of sword chi swooped down and ruthlessly smashed onto the mountain peak. The entire ground was trembling. Wang Lian and Yi Ro's bodies were also swaying. Brother Lian. As she swayed, Yi Ro's body fell into Wang Lian's embrace. The latter took the opportunity to embrace her. At that moment, a figure gradually appeared from the crack in the sky, accompanied by the terrifying sword light. He approached from afar and landed on the mountain peak. Whoosh! Fang Chen looked around, then grinned and said, "We're finally out." Sword chi surged around Fang Chen. When Wang Lian saw this, his heart trembled, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He could sense that Fang Chen's cultivation level was not as high as his. "Sir," Wang Lian said, "Sister Ro and I were cultivating here, but you made such a big commotion to disturb us. What are your intentions?" The biggest taboo in martial cultivation was to be disturbed. Especially when Wang Lian was about to succeed and was disturbed by Fang Chen. This caused Yi Ro to hurriedly tidy up her clothes and take a few steps back to maintain a certain distance from him. This made Wang Lian very angry. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, he could sense the extraordinary sword chi on Fang Chen. His intuition told him that Fang Chen must have a very powerful sword technique. If he could obtain it, he might be able to truly comprehend the ultimate sword principle. He carefully searched his memories and did not recognize Fang Chen. He was also certain that Fang Chen was not from the four great holy lands. This meant that Fang Chen did not have any background. Even if he did, he could not be stronger than Wang Lian. In Wang Lian's eyes, such a person was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, he wanted to kill him. "Disturb your cultivation?" Fang Chen shrugged and looked at Wang Lian mockingly. He said, "You lusted after this lady's beauty and used the excuse of teaching her to comprehend the ultimate sword principle to seduce her step by step. You want to obtain her. Only the devouring demons clan can do such a despicable thing." Wang Lian was enraged. Although Fang Chen was right, it was embarrassing for him to say it in front of Yi Ro. Moreover, he heard the words "devouring demons clan" from Fang Chen. This proved that he was not from the devouring demons clan. "Damn you!" Wang Lian instantly exploded and attacked at lightning speed. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head and shook his wrist. The heaven-destroying sword instantly drew a strange trajectory. In the next moment, Wang Lian felt a shocking killing intent. He dodged without thinking. Crack! However, that was the heaven-destroying sword, the weapon used by Xuezhu Supreme. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the strongest weapon in the way of the sword. How could Wang Lian block it? No. No matter how Wang Lian dodged, he could not avoid it. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to have a mind of its own as it locked onto him. At this moment, Wang Lian felt a tinge of fear in his heart. He roared angrily and his body flickered continuously. He could feel that if he was hit by the heaven-destroying sword, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. "Damn you, how did you get such a powerful weapon?" At this moment, he did not have time to think too much. He only wanted to escape. At this moment, he saw Yi Ro, who was not far away. Crash! His body flashed and he appeared in front of Yi Ro at lightning speed. Before Yi Ro could say anything, he grabbed Yi Ro by the neck and threw her violently. Yi Ro's body flew out uncontrollably and collided with the heaven-destroying sword. Rip! Under the powerful attack of the heaven-destroying sword, Yi Ro died instantly. Wang Lian took advantage of this short period of time to escape at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. Sigh. Fang Chen sighed. No matter who it was, when faced with a disaster, they would choose to flee separately. Yi Ro was a pitiful person. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the demon-devouring clan. If it were not for them, the Chaos World would not have ended up like that. He would not have had to take such great risks to reincarnate into the origin world and save the people of the chaos world. Swoosh! He flicked his finger and the heaven-destroying sword shot out with invincible sword chi. In an instant, it caught up with Wang Lian and pierced through his body. No, the Wang family's sacred ground will not let you off. Wang Lian roared out his last sentence and his body fell limply to the ground. The Wang family? Fang Chen shook his head. When he transformed his perfect bloodline to the extreme and stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm, all the devouring demon clan in the origin world would be destroyed. Chapter 3849. Romance Website. Killing Wang Lian was just a small interlude. After all, he had been training in the broken space for a few years. Now that he had appeared in an unfamiliar place, he naturally had to explore it. After all, this was the cliff of death. It was full of danger. The slightest carelessness could put his life in danger. I wonder where Senior Ling Xian is? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Back then, he was lucky to have met Ling Xian. That was how he was now. He had also obtained the sky-crushing sword, which had played a decisive role in his recovery. Most importantly, he had obtained more than 10,000 sword demons, which were his ultimate trump card. Brother! At this moment, a figure hurried over from the distant desert. It did not take long for him to land on the mountain peak. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile and said, Brother, you've caused trouble. Fang Chen glanced at him coldly. The latter smiled and said, That sword cultivator was called Wang Lian. He was the holy son of the Wang clan, one of the 4 great sacred grounds of the origin world. He was the future hope of the Wang clan. The Wang clan used all the power of the entire sacred ground to produce such a genius, but you killed him. Do you think the Wang clan's sacred ground will let you off? The holy son of the sacred ground? Fang Chen snorted. If Wang Lian could only reach this level after absorbing all the resources of the Wang clan's sacred ground, then his talent was really poor. Brother, this is the cliff of death. No one will know that you killed Wang Lian, but I happened to pass by and saw it, so, after talking for so long, Fang Chen realized that this guy was actually here to blackmail him. He looked up and sized up this person seriously. He was curious. What was he thinking? Was he trying to blackmail him? He had killed Wang Lian with a single strike. Was he so confident that he was stronger than Wang Lian? Brother, I'll tell you the truth. Although I'm not as strong as Wang Lian, my ability to escape is unrivaled among the younger generation. Even a pinnacle saint may not be able to kill me. So, it's best that you don't kill me. Otherwise, once I escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as Fang Chen made a move on him, he would inform the Wang family's sacred land of the news. At that time, Fang Chen would have to suffer the wrath of the Wang family's sacred land. He believed that Fang Chen did not dare to gamble. Fast. Fang Chen said calmly. Give me that sword of yours, and this matter will end here. I didn't see anything, and you didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, I can make a martial oath, the person said seriously. His name was Wu Feng, and he was known as the Son of Wind. His speed was extremely fast, and no one below the pinnacle saint could catch up to him. This was the source of his confidence. With his super-fast speed, he had extorted others more than once. What if I don't? Fang Chen said, a trace of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Think carefully before you make a decision. I hope you don't make a mistake. The death of the holy son of the Wang family's sacred land is not a small matter. If the Wang family's sacred land knows about this, they will definitely overturn the entire death cliff to find you. Wu Feng threatened, moreover, it won't be just you. The clan behind you, and everyone who has been in contact with you will die. Fang Chen shook his head. If I kill you, the news will naturally not spread. Humph, you want to kill me? Wu Feng sneered. It seems that you don't understand the speed of the Son of Wind. In that case, I'll let you experience it. As his voice fell, Wu Feng's figure disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the distant sky. Then, a white light flashed and he returned to the mountain peak. How is it? Have you made your decision? Wu Feng raised his head arrogantly, waiting for Fang Chen to make a decision. He had just seen with his own eyes how Fang Chen used the sky-destroying sword to kill Wang Lian. That aura had shocked him. He swore that he would definitely obtain the sky-destroying sword. Fang Chen nodded. His decision had never changed. Hand over the sword. Wu Feng stretched out his hand. However, what welcomed him was a sharp sword light. With a crack, his hand was cut off by the sky-destroying sword. He screamed in pain, his anger soaring to the sky. You're dead meat. Wu Feng said viciously, no one in this world can save you. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly fight with Fang Chen. Instead, he used his strongest movement technique to escape this place. He wanted to inform the Wang family's sacred land of the news, and use the Wang family's sacred land to kill Fang Chen. Swoosh! The sky-destroying sword was fully activated, and the ultimate sword Dao erupted once again. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a god of death from hell, crushing Wu Feng with an unstoppable momentum. Wu Feng relied on his incomparably fast speed to escape quickly. However, before he could escape far, he was forced back by a sharp and domineering sword qi. He changed his direction and continued to escape. However, it was useless. No matter where he appeared, there would be sharp and domineering sword qi that forced him back. In the end, these sword qi crisscrossed and merged together, forming a void cage that trapped him within. Boom! He was a little anxious. He used all his strength to attack the void cage, but it was to no avail. At this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? He was filled with doubts. How could the speed of Fang Chen's sword light catch up to his movement technique? What was going on? He had dominated the origin world for so many years and had never failed. How did you? When he saw Fang Chen appear in the void cage with the sky-destroying sword in his hand, Wu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Fang Chen snorted and said disdainfully, "Your so-called movement technique is trash in front of me." Indeed, in his previous life, Fang Chen was known for his speed. In this life, he had obtained the sky-destroying sword and comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. With one strike, a domain appeared. In his sword Dao domain, how could Wu Feng escape? No, let me go. What I said before, can you just treat it as a fart? Wu Feng felt fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. Let you go? Fang Chen sneered. Didn't you want to tell the Wang family's sacred ground that I killed Wang Lian? Wu Feng shook his head desperately and said, No, I didn't see anything. You didn't do anything. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything. Fang Chen held the sky-destroying sword and walked step by step toward Wu Feng. Wu Feng was shocked to find that his body could not move. No, a miserable cry came from his mouth. In the next moment, the sky-destroying sword pierced through his head. His eyes widened as he fell limply to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. He would never know how a saint-level ancient martial art practitioner could actually surpass him in speed. The ultimate sword Dao formed its own domain. The so-called Son of the Wind, Wu Feng, was just a joke. He dared to blackmail Fang Chen and paid with his life in the end. He reaped what he sowed. Chapter 3850. The reason why the ultimate sword principle was called ultimate was because it was the pinnacle of a sword principle. If one wanted to go further, they would have to merge many ultimate sword principles together to form the ultimate sword principle. However, for countless eras, the ultimate sword principle had never appeared. Even Supreme Master Fu Jian and Supreme Master Xuezhu, who were sword cultivators, had never touched the threshold of the ultimate sword principle. As for Fang Chen, he was still far from it. He had comprehended the ultimate sword principle because of his invincible sword principle. It was all thanks to the heaven-destroying sword. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not have been able to form the ultimate sword principle. Although his cultivation had not fully recovered to the peak of his previous life, with the heaven-destroying sword in hand, he was basically invincible against anyone below the ultimate saint level. Even if he encountered an ultimate saint, he was confident that he could fight him. The son of the wind, Wu Feng, was at most a slightly stronger saint. How dare he blackmail Fang Qin? He was courting death. Perhaps, even until his death, he did not know just how powerful an enemy he had provoked. Unfortunately, Fang Qin would never give him the chance to know. Fang Qin was about to leave after killing the son of the wind, Wu Feng. But at that moment, he felt the ground shake as if there was a beast tide coming. A beast tide? Fang Qin frowned and looked into the distance. He suddenly realized that sand was rolling up in the barren desert. Boundless power surged toward him. His primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, immediately saw the demonic beasts in the sand. There were about 100 demonic beasts. Each of them contained a ferocious aura. Fang Qin's eyelids twitched and his body trembled. These are ferocious beasts? The legendary primordial ferocious beasts had really appeared and were right in front of him. The primordial ferocious beasts were the legendary kings of all demons. It was said that when the chaotic void was still in an unknown state, the primordial ferocious beasts were born. The difference between them and the primordial divine beasts was that the divine beasts had a divine aura. They were born to save the world. However, ancient ferocious beasts were different. They were born to destroy and kill. Their blood contained a murderous aura. They were ferocious by nature, and wherever they went, nothing would grow. They were the natural enemies of the ancient divine beasts. Something's not right. Fang Qin realized that these ancient ferocious beasts were different from the rumors. He observed them carefully and soon realized that something was amiss. Descendant of an ancient beast? That made sense. Ancient ferocious beasts were just like ancient divine beasts. They were extremely rare. It was said that there were only 9 ancient ferocious beasts in the world. As time passed, almost all of the ancient ferocious beasts died in battle during the dark turmoil. Now, more than 100 ancient ferocious beasts had appeared at the same time. Clearly, they were not the original 9 great ferocious beasts, but their descendants. Even if he was a descendant of a dire beast, it was enough to make Fang Qin take him seriously. Rumble! More than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts roared angrily and rushed toward Fang Qin. Everywhere they passed, yellow sand billowed. Seeing this, Fang Qin held the sky-destroying sword in his hand and dared not be careless. Could it be that when I killed Wu Feng, I alarmed the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts? Fang Qin could not understand why more than 100 ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. Roar! When the first ancient ferocious beast rushed toward Fang Qin, the sky-destroying sword in his hand had already finished accumulating power. He swung the sword and the terrifying sky-destroying sword directly pierced through the head of the descendant of the ancient ferocious beast. Its body exploded and instantly turned into ashes. Roar! This scene made the other descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts completely furious. They went into a frenzy and rushed over crazily. At this moment, Fang Qin vaguely saw a figure standing on the head of the last descendant of the ancient ferocious beast. That is, Fang Qin was shocked and his eyes darted around. He guessed that the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts were controlled by the figure. When he thought of this, his heart throbbed. A martial artist could actually control more than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beast. Could he be a beast tamer? Let's go. Fang Qin had no other choice. His body flashed and he immediately retreated. He was ready to escape from this place. If they were ordinary descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts, he would have a chance to fight them. However, there was a mysterious beast tamer controlling more than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts to attack him. This meant that he was in danger. Therefore, he had to escape as quickly as possible. Kill. The figure on the head of the descendant of the ancient ferocious beasts opened his mouth and softly uttered a word. Immediately, more than 100 descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts rushed toward Fang Chen in a frenzy. Swoosh! As he retreated, he activated his ultimate sword principle. The sky-crushing sword in his hand carried an indestructible sword chi as it continuously attacked the descendant of the ancient ferocious beasts. Although there was no danger for the time being, Fang Chen knew that continuously activating the ultimate sword principle at such a high intensity would consume his energy quickly. If this dragged on, he would definitely be exhausted. I can't drag this out. Fang Chenhai's mind raced. When he sensed danger approaching, the vermilion bird bloodline hidden in his body instantly erupted. This was the repelling effect that came from the natural enemy. The vermilion bird bloodline came from the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird. Although the bloodline in Fang Chen's body was extremely thin, it was still the genuine vermilion bird bloodline. Boom! The vermilion bird bloodline activated and a layer of bloody light enveloped Fang Chen's body. In an instant, an unparalleled pressure was generated. This pressure swept through the heavens and the earth like a supersonic wave that attacked the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts. Roar! Angry roars came from the mouths of the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts. The blood in their bodies was greatly restricted, causing them to be unable to fully activate their power. Moreover, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was a throbbing that came from the depths of their bloodline. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He just remembered that he had the vermilion bird bloodline. He fully immersed himself in releasing the vermilion bird bloodline, forcing the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts to stop in their track. They fell into a state of panic. The mysterious beast tamer on the head of the leader of the ancient ferocious beasts exclaimed, "The vermilion bird bloodline? This is the vermilion bird bloodline?" Obviously, even he did not expect to meet a martial artist with the vermilion bird bloodline here. Moreover, he could clearly feel that this person's vermilion bird bloodline was very concentrated. The vermilion bird bloodline he released forced the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts to not move. This was the suppression that came from the deepest part of their bloodline. From this point, it could be seen that the concentration of the vermilion bird bloodline in Fang Chen's body was much higher than that of the hundreds of descendants of the ancient ferocious beast. Otherwise, there would not be such a suppression. The mysterious beast tamer licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. The vermilion bird bloodline? Perfect for an experiment. Chapter 38:51. Although the blood concentration of the descendants of ancient beasts was thin, they were not to be underestimated. After all, it was the legendary bloodline of ancient beasts. It was comparable to the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. At this moment, Fang Chen activated the bloodline of the vermilion bird, which attracted the attention of the mysterious beast tamer. His eyes shone with a shocking light. As a beast tamer who controlled hundreds of descendants of ancient beasts, he naturally knew better than anyone how powerful the bloodline of ancient beasts was. If he could obtain the bloodline of the vermilion bird and merge the two bloodlines, it would transform into an even more terrifying bloodline. It might even give birth to the primal chaos bloodline. Of course, this was just a guess. Even he was not sure. But even if there was only a slight possibility, he still had to pursue it. Huff, huff, huff. The mysterious beast tamer took out a bamboo flute from his sleeve and placed it next to his mouth. A melodious sound came from the bamboo flute. Suddenly, over 100 ferocious beasts charged at Fang Chen as if they had gone crazy. Not good. Fang Chen knew that things were not good. He jumped and escaped. In terms of speed, almost no one in the same realm could compare. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. "Humph, you can't escape," the mysterious beast tamer sneered. He controlled hundreds of descendants of ancient beasts and chased after Fang Chen. Fang Chen's speed was getting faster and faster, constantly shuttling through the void. As time passed, he felt that the descendants of ancient beasts were getting closer and closer to him. He knew very well that once he was caught, he would definitely die. Moreover, in addition to the hundreds of ancient beasts, there was also the mysterious beast tamer. He could control so many descendants of ancient beasts. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He turned his head to take a look, only to see a black mass rushing toward him. Then, he increased his speed. After passing through a mountain range, he sensed a sinister and terrifying aura rushing toward him. In an instant, he felt that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. He shivered and his body was on the verge of collapse. But soon, his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation level emitted a weak light, waking him up. Then, he controlled his body and continued to move forward. After passing through the mountain range, he saw a river that stretched as far as the eye could see. So cold. When he approached the river, even his essence spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, felt like it was about to be frozen. He looked at the river in fear. What kind of river was this? Why was it emitting such a terrifying ice-cold force? Roar. The descendants of the ancient mythological beasts let out angry roars as they chased after him. They seemed to have also sensed the terrifying power of the river and instantly stopped in their tracks, opening up a path for him. The leader of the descendants of the murderers carried the mysterious beast tamer to the front of the river and stared at Fang Chen. "Who are you?" The mysterious beast tamer was the first to speak. His voice was extremely heavy, as if he was born with a sense of superiority. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. "And who are you?" asked Fang Chen. They had never met before, but as soon as they did, the man wanted his life. Fang Chen didn't have a good impression of him. "You're a human, but you have the bloodline of the ancient mythological beast vermilion bird, and it's very concentrated. I'm very curious as to how you did it," said the mysterious beast tamer indifferently. Fang Chen was silent as he stared at the mysterious beast tamer. The latter seemed to have seen through his thoughts and sneered, "Don't think about running away. Ever since I was born, I've never failed to get anything I've set my eyes on. I'm very interested in the vermilion bird bloodline in you. If you're willing, you can become my servant and let me strip the vermilion bird bloodline from your bloodline. This way, you can still follow me and continue to live. You should know that this is your only chance to live." The mysterious beast tamer looked coldly at Fang Chen, as if everything was under his control. "Strip my bloodline and make me your servant?" Fang Chen sneered. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the chaotic world. How could he be willing to become someone else's lackey? He seemed to feel that although the mysterious beast tamer was powerful, he seemed to be wary of the river. "You can take it as your glory," said the mysterious beast tamer. The mysterious beast tamer said, "Throughout the long years, only this mount of mine was fortunate enough to become my servant. As for you, you are the second. Even the other hundreds of descendants of the ancient beasts weren't qualified to be his servant. He only had one servant, the leader of the descendants of the ancient beasts. It was as if being his servant was a very impressive thing." "Glory?" Fang Chen looked calm. At this point, there was no use in being anxious. He could only take one step at a time. If there was no other way, he would jump into the river. He bet that the mysterious beast tamer wouldn't dare to enter. However, he felt a little bitter. It wasn't easy for him to grow up in the broken space and obtain the Sky Destroyer sword. He swept through the broken space and recovered his strength. He didn't expect to meet such a mysterious beast tamer as soon as he came out. However, looking back at his life, from his humble beginnings until now, he had never had a smooth journey. His path had always been bumpy. What kind of storm had he not seen before? Could a mere beast tamer do anything to him? He shrugged and said, "I don't want your so-called glory." Boom. The mysterious beast tamer clenched his fists and his bones cracked. The hundreds of descendants of the ancient beasts behind him roared in anger. You know nothing about my strength. In the heavy atmosphere, the mysterious beast tamer suddenly loosened his fists and said, I don't blame you. After all, you don't know how destructive a top expert can be. In this world, the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist has the last word. Since you don't want to be my servant, I will use my fist to do the talking. The mysterious beast tamer said, however, when my fist defeats you, you are no longer qualified to be my servant. He pointed at the descendants of the ancient beasts behind him and said coldly, at that time, you will lose your mind like them and become a walking corpse. I will personally extract your primordial spirit and refine it. Killing intent surged from Fang Chen's body. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Kill. The mysterious beast tamer roared furiously. Over 100 descendants of ancient ferocious beasts instantly went berserk. He personally made a move, wanting to suppress Fang Chen. However, the latter was already prepared. Facing the terrifying power that covered the sky and earth, he did not even turn his head. He directly took a step forward and jumped into the river. You are courting death. The mysterious beast tamer's face was ferocious. He didn't expect Fang Chen to really jump into the Soul River. That was the Soul River, a place that even he didn't dare to set foot in. Chapter 3852. Soul River. In the long river of time, no one dared to enter the Soul River, and no one dared to explore the Soul River. Since ancient times, countless people had died in the Soul River. As time passed, the Soul River became a taboo. Even the demon devourer race, the strongest race in the world, didn't dare to step into the Soul River. The mysterious beast tamer stood with his hands behind his back, sitting on the back of the leader of the ancient beasts. His black eyes stared at the Soul River in silence. That was the Soul River. He still wanted to live, so he didn't dare to approach it. However, Fang Chen, who had the bloodline of the vermilion bird, jumped in directly. Damn it! The mysterious beast tamer clenched his fist. He would rather die than hand over the bloodline of the vermilion bird. His plan had failed, and he was furious. After a long time, he snorted and led the army away from the Soul River. Inside the Soul River, an extremely cold energy swept through his body. The moment Fang Chen jumped in, he felt his heart trembling. The energy left in his heart by the Sky Dragon Supreme suddenly erupted and shrouded his body. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked. The water of the Soul River couldn't get close to his body. At this moment, at the bottom of the Soul River, there were two beautiful figures. After Fang Chen stabilized his body, he felt the bloodline of the vermilion bird flowing into his heart, fusing with the power of the Sky Dragon Supreme and protecting him. What is this place? Even if his Yuan spirit was close to the Tao manifestation realm, he could still feel fear. If it wasn't for the power of the Sky Dragon Supreme and the protection of the bloodline of the ancient vermilion bird, he would have exploded and died. Splash! Because of his arrival, the calm Soul River started to ripple. He was pushed to the bottom of the Soul River by the huge wave, and he saw a trace of light. Is there something shining? Fang Chen moved forward slowly. After a while, he went around the huge reef and saw a shocking scene. That was a cold figure was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the Soul River, motionless. Her eyelashes were drooping, and her eyes were closed. She wasn't even breathing. She just sat there quietly, and it was incomparably alluring. Senior Ling Xian. Fang Chen cried out in alarm. Why was Ling Xian here? He quickly flew towards Ling Xian's direction. However, the closer he got to Ling Xian, the more he was shocked to discover that there was a terrifying repulsive force preventing him from moving forward. What's going on? Fang Chen could not figure it out. However, just as he was feeling extremely anxious, he discovered that Ling Xian's fair fingers were trembling slightly. Senior Ling Xian is not dead. He sensed Ling Xian's abnormality. Although he couldn't sense any aura, as if she was a living dead, he saw Ling Xian's fingers trembling, as if she was giving him directions. At this moment, he no longer had the time to ponder why Ling Xian would be in such a terrifying place. Instead, he followed Ling Xian's finger and continued to advance in a certain direction. That is, after taking a few steps, he was stunned. A familiar face appeared before his eyes. It was Princess Phoenix who had once fought alongside him. Why is she here? Fang Chen was completely stunned. If Senior Ling Xian was here, it could be explained that she was cultivating and transforming. But what about Princess Huang? Princess Huang! Fang Chen called out loudly. Princess Huang had her eyes closed and her breathing was even, as though she didn't hear Fang Chen's call. After that, he took a large step forward and came before Princess Huang. He stretched out his hand and pushed lightly. A moment later, Princess Huang's eyelashes twitched as she opened her eyes. Who are you? Sensing the approach of a stranger, Princess Huang's expression instantly turned gloomy. The energy in her body directly erupted forth as she glared at Fang Chen in anger. You don't recognize me? Fang Chen was astonished. Could it be that Princess Huang had lost her memories? Princess Huang shook her head. Her attitude towards Fang Chen was extremely cold. She hated it when strange men got close to her. In fact, she even felt a trace of killing intent towards Fang Chen. Where is this place? Fang Chen asked. He suspected that it was this place that caused Princess Huang to temporarily lose her memories. Hence, he had to figure out where this place was before he could plan his next step. Also, he recalled that Senior Ling Xian gave him directions earlier. She clearly wanted him to find Princess Huang. What was going on exactly? Soul River. Princess Huang said coldly. What? Fang Chen's jaw almost dropped. This was actually the legendary Soul River? In his mind, before he reincarnated, at the end of the Primal Chaos World's reincarnation path, the words of the Sovereign appeared. He once said that the most dangerous place in the Origin World was the Soul River. Once he encountered it, he had to leave as far as possible. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if he got involved with the Soul River. Soul River. Fang Chen was shocked as he stared at Princess Huang. Since this was the Soul River, then how did Princess Huang survive? Could it be because of Senior Ling Xian's protection? Or was it because of the powerful methods of the primitive races? He shook his head forcefully. He felt like he was dreaming. Not only did he enter the Soul River, he even reached the bottom of the Soul River. If people in the outside world were to know about this, they would definitely think that he was crazy. Right now, Fang Chen was very glad that he actually made it through. It was all thanks to the power of the Sky Dragon Sovereign's heart and the heaven-defying bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, that he was able to come here unscathed. Who? Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the calmness in his heart. His gaze once again fell on Princess Huang. In the Soul River, Princess Huang's peerless appearance was reflected. Her fair cheeks carried some coldness. She wore a white dress that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. At the very least, Fang Chen had seen countless beautiful women in his 2 lives. Princess Huang's appearance could be ranked in the top 3. Her coldness was very special. Why did you come here? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. This was the question he was most puzzled about. Back then, he was chased by the Ghost Manor Lord and fell into a spatial storm. He almost died. By chance, he came to the Death Cliff. Then, he met Senior Ling Xian and was thrown into a shattered space to temper himself. He didn't expect that not long after he came out, he would be chased by a mysterious beast tamer. Helpless, he jumped into the Soul River. Who would have thought that Princess Huang actually came to the Soul River before him? Could it be that Princess Huang was also chased and had no choice but to jump into the Soul River? Or could it be that the primitive races had long expected that he would enter the Soul River and let Princess Huang come here first to wait for him? However, this was only his guess. He turned his head and looked at Ling Xian, who was like a living corpse. His heart was filled with doubts. First, he could confirm that Senior Ling Xian wasn't dead. Although she wasn't breathing, she was surviving in the Soul River in a special way. As for what kind of method, Fang Chen couldn't understand it. Secondly, Senior Ling Xian guided him to find Princess Huang. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 3853. Princess Huang had temporarily lost her memory, forgetting everything that happened in the past. She didn't even recognize herself. She treated herself as an enemy and her eyes were filled with vigilance. At the same time, a layer of grayish ripples surrounded her body. It was these ripples that blocked the corrosion of the Soul River. "You don't remember me?" Fang Chen asked. He was puzzled. Why was Senior Ling Xian in the Soul River and Princess Huang here? One must know. This was the Soul River. Even a half-step chaotic supreme wouldn't dare to step into this place. If he wasn't forced by the mysterious beast tamer, he wouldn't have jumped into the Soul River. Buzz. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a trace of doubt appeared on Princess Huang's calm face. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked, "Should I know you?" Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Soon after, he briefly explained the matter between him and Princess Huang. However, to his surprise, the latter didn't reveal any expression. Instead, she shook her head gently. "Gotcha." At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly heard a crisp sound. Following that, he discovered that there seemed to be a whirlpool beneath Princess Huang's feet. The terrifying whirlpool released a terrifying power. "Not good," Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. However, it was too late. Princess Huang had already been drawn into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, she was swallowed by the whirlpool. After that, the whirlpool disappeared and the Soul River returned to its calm state. "What's going on?" Fang Chen was filled with worry. Where did the whirlpool in the Soul River bring Princess Huang to? He tried his best to calm his heart and turned to look at Ling Xian. The current Ling Xian wasn't breathing, but Fang Chen could sense that she wasn't dead. She was just living in another way. Buzz. On Ling Xian's forehead, there was a dazzling radiance. Layers of ripples spread out from her forehead, passing through the Soul River and covering Fang Chen's body. The latter's body jolted. Only then did he realize that it was a layer of protection. He was touched. Even if Senior Ling Xian had become a zombie, she was still protecting him. "Senior Ling Xian, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to save you." He was now deep in the Soul River, and it was difficult to find a way out. He believed that Senior Ling Xian must have been suppressed by some kind of power in the Soul River, which was why he was acting like a living dead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an immense pressure on his body. He looked down and realized that he had reached the deepest part of the Soul River in the blink of an eye. What happened? He realized that all of this was because of the protective layer on his body. It was forcefully pulling him to a deeper place. Where is Senior Ling Xian sending me? He realized that this should be the work of Senior Ling Xian. He simply stopped struggling and allowed the protective layer on his body to pull at him. After a while, he felt as if he was passing through a realm wall. When he felt a ray of light, he suddenly opened his eyes. This was an underwater palace, and the entire palace was made of luminous pearls. The surroundings were protected by a great formation, and the mixed water couldn't get close. Senior Ling Xian sent me here. What is the meaning of this? Fang Chen was stunned. The Soul River was a place that made countless experts tremble in fear. However, there was a palace under the Soul River. What kind of palace was this? Or rather, who built this palace? Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Fang Chen's mind. Could this palace be related to the primitive tribes? Otherwise, when Princess Huang was swallowed by the whirlpool, Senior Ling Xian didn't stop her. Moreover, When Princess Huang just disappeared, Senior Ling Xian used his last bit of strength to send him here. If there was anyone in this world who wasn't afraid of the Soul River, then the primitive tribes would definitely be the first. After all, they were a tribe born from nature. Their strength was unimaginable. Building a palace under the Soul River was something that the primitive tribes could do. Phew! Fang Chen's breathing was a little hurried. If his guess was true, then the question was, why would the primitive tribes build a palace under the Soul River, and why would they send Princess Huang here? He tiptoed to the entrance of the palace. He stretched out his palm and gently pressed on the door. With a creak, the door opened automatically. This made him a little stunned. He took a step forward and stepped into the palace. The scene that entered his eyes completely stunned him. Princess Huang, who was swallowed by the whirlpool in the Soul River, was actually sitting in the center of the palace. No, to be precise, it should be a statue. The white jade statue sat perfectly in the center of the palace. Moreover, its appearance was exactly the same as Princess Huang. "What's going on?" Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Why would there be a statue of Princess Huang in the palace under the Soul River? His first reaction was that the owner of this white jade statue shouldn't be Princess Huang. It might be someone related to Princess Huang. Once, he had asked Princess Huang before. Although the latter was related to the primitive tribes, she wasn't a member of the primitive tribes. It was only because her master was a member of the primitive tribes. But now, Fang Chen was more and more certain that Princess Huang definitely had a deeper relationship with the primitive tribes. Maybe this palace under the Soul River was where the mystery of Princess Huang's origins lay. Could it be that the owner of this white jade statue is Princess Huang's mother or ancestor? Fang Chen's eyes turned as he pondered in his mind. He walked step by step towards Bai Yu's statue. Suddenly, he felt a strong resistance. The perfect bloodline in his body suddenly erupted, enveloping his entire body, resisting the terrifying repulsive force from Bai Yu's statue. At the same time, the vermilion bird bloodline was also released. It engulfed the entire palace, forcefully suppressing the powerful corrosive force in the air. Bai Yu's statue is rejecting me? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. What was going on? What was the purpose of Senior Ling Xian sending him here? Where did Princess Huang go? Was she also sent into the palace by the whirlpool? Or was she in the palace, accepting the inheritance of the primitive tribes? Hence, Bai Yu's statue stopped him, afraid that he would destroy her inheritance? Of course, all of this was his own guess. If he wanted to verify it, he had to investigate everything. And all of these doubts started from Bai Yu's statue. Buzz. He felt that the perfect bloodline had a great suppressive effect on the repulsive force of Bai Yu's statue. He borrowed the power of his bloodline and gradually approached Bai Yu's statue, wanting to find out the truth. Boom. His heart was beating faster, and all the meridians in his body were starting to stiffen. His eyes were bloodshot, as if his emotions were greatly affected. His entire body's movements became sluggish. This was Fang Chen's current state. Chapter 3854. Under the Soul River, in the center of the palace, the white jade statue stood there for a long time. The carvings were exquisite and lifelike. At that moment, Fang Chen was walking towards the white jade statue in a state that bordered on insanity. With every step he took, he felt extremely troubled. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move forward. His breathing was rapid and his heart was beating faster. The meridians in his body were extremely stiff and his eyes were red. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness and gradually lost his mind. He staggered forward like a walking corpse. Buzz. Around the white jade statue, layers of gray halos suddenly appeared. As soon as these gray halos appeared, they immediately suppressed Fang Chen's perfect bloodline and tried to absorb his vermilion bird bloodline. Dong! Fang Chen was stunned and in the next moment, he completely lost consciousness. In the next instant, Fang Chen looked around and realized that he had appeared in an empty space. His surroundings were completely sealed, and he couldn't leave at all. He attacked the seal frantically, but it was useless. The seal was too strong and he couldn't do anything. Phew! After 3 days and 3 nights of continuous bombardment, the energy in his body was finally exhausted. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat as he sat down on the ground. He raised his head and stared at the empty space. He did not understand why he was sealed here. Could it be in his body the perfect bloodline suddenly fluctuated? Fang Chen instantly understood that he had fallen into a dream. Dong! At this moment, a puppet fighter suddenly appeared in the void space. As soon as the puppet fighter appeared, it launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chen. Every attack was aimed at Fang Chen's Achilles heel. It used the most fatal force to attack Fang Chen. Bang! After a few minutes, Fang Chen was defeated. The puppet fighter glanced at him and found a place to sit down. It seemed that Fang Chen had to defeat it to leave this void space. Is this a training in a dream? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He had experienced this many times, but he couldn't understand what was hidden in the white jade statue. Why did he fall into a dream? Could it be that all of this was related to Princess Huang? His heart was filled with countless doubts. From the information he had obtained, Princess Huang's identity was very mysterious. She was definitely not as simple as she seemed on the surface. In fact, Fang Chen even suspected that Princess Phoenix was a member of one of the primordial races. The blood of the primordial races flowed through her veins. Otherwise, why would the primordial races send her to look for him and explore the location of the heavenly dragon sovereign's heart? After that, they even fought side by side, going through life and death situations, almost dying in the Ghost Manor's territory. The past was vivid in his mind, but Fang Chen shook his head forcefully. He knew that the most important thing now was to solve the problem in front of him. If he was trapped in the dream, his real body would be in danger. After all, no one knew exactly what sort of dangers existed in that palace. That was a palace under the Soul River. To be able to build a palace in such a dangerous place, one could imagine how powerful the owner of the palace was. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Fang Chen quickly adjusted his mentality, stood up again, and walked to the front of the war puppet. Boom! Seeing this, the war puppet stood up and tangled with Fang Chen again. With the previous experience, Fang Chen threw himself into the battle. Soon, he found the war puppet's fatal weakness and defeated it in one fell swoop. Boom! The war puppet exploded and dissipated into the void. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Since the war puppet had been defeated, it was time for him to go back, right? However, the next scene almost drove him crazy. This was because a new war puppet had appeared in front of him. The strength of this war puppet was much stronger than the previous one. This, Fang Chen curled his lips. He felt helpless, but there was no better way at the moment. He could only continue to fight the enemy. What he did not expect was that the war puppet seemed to be endless. After defeating one, a new war puppet would appear immediately. In this way, he had been fighting with the war puppet for more than 3 months. Bang! This was already the 10th war puppet that he had defeated. In the later stages, every new war puppet was very powerful. It was too difficult to deal with them, so his speed was greatly reduced. However, the smile on his face gradually froze. This was because a new war puppet had appeared again. When will it end? Fang Chen was confused. Was he going to be trapped in the dream realm for the rest of his life? In the core of the forbidden zone of life in the origin world, in front of a lush mountain stream, White Ape suddenly appeared. He bowed deeply to the stream, his face full of respect. How is it? A deep voice suddenly came from the empty mountain stream. White Ape was startled, and then he quickly reported, according to the information we received, Fang Chen and Phoenix seem to have entered the cliff of death. Some time ago we were still able to grasp Phoenix's specific location, but there was an accident halfway. Phoenix was being hunted down, so she had no choice but to jump into the Soul River. When White Ape heard the words, Soul River, he could clearly feel that the pressure around the mountain stream suddenly increased. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the mountain stream gradually calmed down. The deep voice came again. Phoenix entered the Soul River? There was a trace of seriousness in the voice. What about Fang Chen? Fang Chen met Leng Xian, who sent him into the shattered space to train. Not long ago, his combat strength increased and he unified the shattered space. Unfortunately, after he came out, he encountered the beast tamer, and then he fled into the Soul River. The two people that the primitive clans were concerned about had entered the Soul River. Suddenly, the atmosphere in front of the mountain stream froze. That person did not speak, and White Ape did not dare to speak either. He bowed and waited for the person's order. After a long time, the Soul River is very special. Ordinary people will definitely die if they enter, but Phoenix should be fine, and there will be a great opportunity. I just don't know if she can grasp it. If she could grasp it, then she would soar to the sky. If she could not grasp it, then only death would await her. Continue to pay attention to every movement of the Soul River and the whereabouts of the beast tamer. After that, the mountain stream calmed down again. White Ape bowed deeply, then got up and left the core of the Forbidden Zone. He had a complicated expression. That was the Soul River. How could Fang Chen resist it? Just because of the perfect bloodline in his body? Sigh, I don't know what that person is thinking. White Ape shook his head. He could not figure out what that person was thinking, nor did he dare to guess. The entire White Ape clan was a subsidiary clan of the primitive clans. If he offended the primitive clans because of him, then the White Ape clan would be completely destroyed. He would be the eternal sinner of the White Ape clan. Chapter 3855. If the 100 reincarnations that Fang Chen had experienced in the past were a kind of blissful cultivation, then being trapped in the dream realm this time was a painful memory. At this moment, Fang Chen was about to go crazy in the sealed void battlefield. It hadn't been long since he came out of the broken space, and he was already trapped in the dream. In the past, he would laugh every time he defeated a puppet fighter, but now he was numb. You would never know how many puppet fighters there were in the void battlefield. In short, Fang Chen couldn't remember clearly. He was now like a walking corpse, fighting with the puppet fighters. As time passed, the strength of the puppet fighters became stronger and stronger. In the end, Fang Chen couldn't handle it anymore. It took him more than 3 months to defeat a puppet fighter. Phew! Sitting on the ground, Fang Chen was sweating profusely. He had been trapped in the dream for 10 years. Although the battle with the puppet fighters had greatly increased his combat experience, it was too boring to be in the same place and repeat the same thing. When can I get out? Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. He seriously recalled what he had experienced before. First of all the doubts were related to Senior Leng Xian. Why did she enter the Soul River? Why did she become a living corpse? Logically speaking, there were only 2 situations when one entered the Soul River. The first was complete death. The second was to rely on a secret technique to resist the invasion of the Soul River and survive. However, Senior Leng Xian became a living corpse and guided him to Princess Huang. For some reason, the latter also entered the Soul River and lost her memory. This drove Fang Chen crazy. Who built the palace under the Soul River? Could it be a primitive tribe? Fang Chen shook his head and rejected this idea. If it was built by a primitive tribe, then what was the statue in the middle of the palace? With the status of a primitive tribe, it was impossible for them to build a white jade statue for no reason. Unless the owner of this white jade statue was a leader of the primitive tribe. However, this white jade statue looked exactly the same as Princess Huang. Moreover, Princess Huang was sucked away by the whirlpool under the Soul River. As for himself, he was also sucked into the palace. What he was sure of was that Princess Huang was definitely in the palace. Maybe the white jade statue in the center of the palace was her mother or her ancestor. She came here to accept the inheritance? Dong. At this moment, a new puppet fighter gradually took shape. Fang Chen heaved a sigh and got up to continue fighting. Again and again, his understanding of the ultimate sword Dao had reached a whole new level, and the strength of the puppet fighters had also become stronger. Time passed. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been trapped in the dream for 100 years. Of course, this amount of time was nothing more than a snap of the fingers for cultivators, but for Fang Chen, it was simply torture. In these 100 years, the Death Cliff had undergone great changes. Many members of the demon-devouring tribe had also quietly invaded, as though they were searching for something. The appearance of the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon, which had caused a huge uproar, had also quieted down. The Death Cliff was filled with endless danger. However, the Soul River was still silent. Apart from that, a great commotion had occurred in the origin world as well. According to the news from the 4 sacred grounds, the patriarch of the demon-devouring clan had reached a critical point in his seclusion. He needed all the cultivation resources in the entire origin world to help him overcome this crisis. Therefore, in these 100 years, the 4 sacred lands had issued orders for all the manors under their command to begin searching for rare treasures. Anything that could be used would be sent to the 4 sacred lands, and finally brought back by the demon-devouring tribe's patriarch's emissaries. In the Ghost Manor territory, the Ghost Manor Lord was surrounded by black mist. His face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched tightly. He was extremely angry. When the Ghost Manor was in dire straits, the 4 sacred lands did not help. After so many years, I have led the Ghost Manor to rise again. Yet, the 4 sacred lands want me to offer up all the rare treasures? Clearly, the Ghost Manor Lord was very angry. Beside him, a blue-robed middle-aged man said, "Brother, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Last time, you attacked 2 juniors and drew out the primitive tribes. If you offend the 4 sacred lands this time, you will definitely be condemned by the 4 sacred lands. At that time, the Ghost Manor will not be able to resist." The Ghost Manor Lord fell into silence, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. The Ghost Manor was different from the other manors. The other manors were absolutely loyal to the 4 sacred lands, but the Ghost Manor was an independent faction. This was because there was a path under the Ghost Manor that led to the underworld. The souls of all the dead demon-devouring tribe members would enter the underworld. As for the Ghost Mansion Master, he controlled a path that led to the underworld. This was also his escape route. If he was truly forced into a corner and started a war with the 4 great sacred lands, he would immediately enter the underworld if he was defeated. The 4 sacred lands would not dare to attack the underworld even if they had 100 times the courage. Once they destroyed the underworld, hundreds of millions of vengeful souls would appear, and the entire origin world would be completely destroyed. This was something that the demon-devouring tribe patriarch did not want to see, and the 4 sacred lands did not dare to do it. Whoosh! Suppressing the anger in his heart, the Ghost Manor Lord loosened his fists. At this time, a voice came from outside, "The emissary of the sacred lands has arrived." The Ghost Manor Lord walked out of his room and saw the arrogant emissary. He walked over with a gloomy expression. "The sacred lands have ordered the Ghost Manor Lord to receive the order." "Speak," the Ghost Manor Lord said coldly. The emissary's expression changed. "Ghost Manor Lord, what is the meaning of this?" Whoosh! The Ghost Manor Lord grabbed him by the collar and glared at him. "This is the Ghost Manor. You better not make me angry." Slap! The emissary was thrown to the ground, his heart filled with fear and anger. "I am the emissary of the sacred lands. I represent the will of the sacred lands. You dare to touch me? Are you not afraid of the sacred lands crusade?" The 4 sacred lands were the core of the demon-devouring tribe, and also the 4 top forces under the demon-devouring tribe patriarch. As the emissary of the sacred lands, and this time, he was working for the legendary demon-devouring tribe patriarch. He naturally had his own pride, and being humiliated by the Ghost Manor Lord in public made him furious. Boom! The Ghost Manor Lord stepped on the emissary's body and said coldly, "It is because you are the emissary of the sacred lands that you are able to keep your life. Otherwise, do you think you would still be able to speak?" The emissary's body trembled. Feeling the cold and terrifying gaze, he stuttered a little. The emissary was afraid. He was really afraid. He had long heard that the Ghost Manor Lord was strange and did not stick to one pattern. Today, he finally experienced it for himself. He even suspected that if he continued to act arrogantly with his identity as the emissary of the sacred lands, the Ghost Manor Lord would definitely kill him. Chapter 3856. The will of the sacred lands was equivalent to one of the highest orders of the devouring demon clan. If the devouring demon clan's patriarch did not appear, then the will of the sacred lands was the strongest. The 4 sacred lands were the claws and fangs of the devouring demon clan's patriarch, as well as his confidants. In order to pursue the legendary realm of primal chaos controller, he threw away all distracting thoughts and spent most of his time in seclusion. Therefore, the vast origin realm was under the control of the 4 sacred lands. Once any race had reached the peak of reproduction, all kinds of problems would inevitably occur. The devouring demon clan was no exception. If the devouring demon clan's patriarch was present, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. But now, the devouring demon clan's patriarch had yet to come out of seclusion. The forces under the 4 sacred lands gradually began to evolve. Each of them wanted to fight for more resources. However, no matter what, the 4 sacred lands were the targets of the various prefectures. They had to obey the orders of the sacred lands. That was why the sacred lands' envoy was so arrogant. In their eyes, a mere lord of a prefecture was nothing in front of the sacred lands. However, he encountered the Ghost Palace's lord. Although the latter was also from the devouring demon clan, he had betrayed them a long time ago. Moreover, he had obtained a trace of the underworld's inheritance and established the underworld above the underworld's passageway. He had his own plans. A mere sacred lands envoy dared to show off in front of him. He was simply courting death. Crack! He exerted force with his foot. Immediately, the envoy's chest seemed to collapse. The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The envoy screamed and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Lord!" The Ghost Palace's lord removed his foot and said coldly, "Speak." This time, the envoy had learned his lesson. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Ghost Palace's lord. After standing up, he said in a low voice, "Lord, the sacred lands sent me to the Ghost Palace territory with a mission for the Ghost Palace to complete." Then, he reported the details of the mission to the Ghost Palace's lord. The latter's expression was calm, but a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "You want me to hand over the cultivation resources the Ghost Palace has collected over the years?" he said coldly. The blue-robed middle-aged man beside him could see the Ghost Palace's lord's anger. He secretly tugged on the Ghost Palace's lord's clothes, indicating him to calm down. After all, this envoy represented the sacred land's will. If they really killed him, the Holy Land would be humiliated, and they would definitely stop at nothing to deal with the Ghost Manor. At that time, they would have no choice but to escape into the Netherworld. After all, the entire origin world belonged to the devil-devouring clan. The Ghost Manor Lord glanced at the emissary and said, "My Ghost Manor has encountered countless difficulties and sought help from the Sacred Land, but the Sacred Land turned a blind eye to it. Over the years, the Ghost Manor has finally developed under my leadership, but the Sacred Land wants me to hand over all the cultivation resources we've gathered over the years?" "Palace Lord, the 4 great Holy Lands are all doing the same thing. I'm sure you've heard some rumors." The The cultivation resources that we're collecting are not for the Holy Lands to use, but for the old ancestor. The Holy Land emissary was filled with respect when he mentioned the old ancestor. No one in the devouring demon clan would be disrespectful to the great ancestor. Patriarch? The Ghost Manor Lord's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was also afraid of the legendary ancestor. After all, he was a peak existence that had created an origin world. No one in the entire primal chaos void was a match for him. A single word from him could control the lives of hundreds of millions of clansmen. Phew! The Ghost Manor Lord took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Go back first. I'll sort out the cultivation resources and send them to the sacred land soon." "All right, then I'll take my leave first." With that, the Holy Land emissary quickly left the City Lord Manor. Bang! The Ghost Manor Lord smashed the wooden table beside him with a ferocious expression. "This is too much." The Ghost Manor's accumulation over the years was to prepare for opening the forbidden land of the underworld. If they were to hand it all over to the sacred land, his plans over the years would be completely ruined. "Don't be rash," the blue-robed middle-aged man dissuaded. "You should be aware of the old ancestor's strength. The 4 great holy lands are currently collecting cultivation resources for him. Perhaps he's reached the most critical moment of his seclusion and is making the final push. Perhaps something went wrong with his seclusion." The blue-robed middle-aged man leaned towards the second possibility. After all, at their level, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. The slightest carelessness could lead to danger. No matter what, the 4 great holy lands are collecting cultivation resources for the old ancestor. "At this juncture, you'll be condemned by everyone if you resist," the blue-robed middle-aged man said. The Ghost Manor Lord nodded. Whoosh! At this moment, a blue light flashed between his eyebrows. His expression changed as his figure flashed and disappeared into the ground. He knew that the blue light was a signal from the underworld. After passing through layers of seals, the Ghost Manor Lord arrived at a depth of 10 billion miles. Normally speaking, even a limit saint would not be able to dive so deep. However, the Ghost Manor Lord was not an ordinary saint. He had the mark of the underworld. Whoosh! The deeper he went, the more the blue light on his forehead flickered. Soon, he arrived at the boundary. Looking at the boundary, the Ghost Manor Lord became even more determined. Buzz! He opened his palm and gently pinched the blue jade pendant. His figure instantly disappeared. In the origin world, orders from the sacred lands were everywhere. All the cultivation resources of the manors were being counted and prepared to be handed over. However, the cliff of death gradually quieted down. Some guessed that the powerful existences in the cliff of death might have heard the news about the old ancestor and thus calmed down, not daring to act rashly. Some said that the powerful existences in the cliff of death had fallen into a deep sleep and were making their final push. Of course, some said that this was the rhythm of the dark storm before dawn. In short, everyone was anxious and the atmosphere in the cliff of death was unprecedentedly tense. As for Fong Chen, he was still trapped in the dreamland. He had been trapped in it for over 30 years. The speed at which the puppet fighters are condensing is slowing down. He discovered that after defeating one puppet fighter, the speed at which another puppet fighter was condensing had greatly decreased. In the past, it would condense in an instant. Now it would take more than a month to condense. Sometimes it would even take half a year or even a year to condense. He guessed that the condensing of puppet fighters would consume the energy of the void battleground. In the past 30 years, he had defeated countless puppet fighters and the void battleground's energy had been greatly depleted. This caused the speed at which the puppet fighters were condensing to greatly decrease. If the puppet fighters in the void battleground are completely consumed and I am unable to condense another puppet fighter, will I be able to leave the dream realm and return to reality? Fong Chen thought to himself. When he thought of this, a trace of excitement rose in his heart. It seemed that escaping the dream realm was no longer out of reach. Chapter 3857. Just as Fang Chun had guessed, the reason why so many puppet fighters could be condensed in the void battlefield in the Dreamland was due to a special energy. Every time a puppet collapsed, a part of the energy would be consumed. Over time, once the energy was exhausted, the seal of the void battleground would break, and Fang Chun would be able to easily leave the dream world and return to reality. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to think about how he had entered the dreamland and what the white jade statue meant. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place. Rumble! The ultimate sword Dao grew sharper and sharper. Every streak of sword light was imbued with immense power. It was as if they possessed the power to split the heavens and earth apart. They struck the war puppet viciously, leaving behind obvious sword marks. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath and stomped his foot, unleashing the power of the vermilion bird bloodline. The puppet fighter's movements slowed down significantly. At this moment, he seized the opportunity and pierced the puppet fighter's head with his sword, destroying its core. Crack! The war puppet gradually shattered and scattered with the wind. Fang Chun held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and smiled faintly. After being trapped in the dream for dozens of years, he had finally grasped the puppet fighter's fatal weakness. They were not afraid of any kind of attack, but they were repelled by the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. After countless experiments, Fang Chun understood that as long as he released the vermilion bird bloodline, he could slow down the puppet fighter's movement. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was enough for a powerhouse like him. The heaven-destroying sword could pierce through the core of a puppet fighter at the fastest speed. This way, he would be much more relaxed. 10 years later, Fang Chun's cultivation had finally recovered to the peak of his previous life. He had stepped into the great circle of the 9th stage. If he used his full strength, coupled with the heaven-destroying sword and the ultimate sword art, he could easily kill an invincible saint. He could even fight against an ultimate saint. Whoosh! He heaved a sigh of relief and gazed at the void battleground. It took him 5 years to condense a puppet fighter. Fang Chun could clearly feel that after the puppet fighter was condensed, the power in the void battleground seemed to have been drained in an instant. He realized that this puppet fighter should be the last one. As long as he defeated it, he would be able to break the seal of the void battleground and leave the dreamland. Success or failure hinged on this one move. Kill! Fang Chun bellowed. He didn't give the puppet fighter a chance to retaliate. He made the first move and performed the ultimate sword principle. The terrifying ultimate sword technique was continuously released under the sky-crushing sword. Countless sword lights crisscrossed and trapped the puppet fighter. Roar! Suddenly, the war puppet looked up to the sky and roared, as if it was about to launch a devastating attack. Having been trapped in the void battleground for decades, Fang Chun had experienced battles all the time. He was well aware of the puppet fighter's movements. Naturally, he would not let the puppet fighter attack. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist. Buzz! The vermilion bird bloodline and the perfect bloodline were released at the same time. The two powerful bloodlines crisscrossed and surrounded the puppet fighter, slowing down its movements. At this moment, Fang Chun slashed with his sword. Crack! To his surprise, the sky-crushing sword did not split the puppet fighter's head open. He cried out in surprise, but he quickly recovered. The binding power of the vermilion bird bloodline was weakening. In a few seconds, the puppet fighter would return to normal. At that time, it would be difficult for him to defeat it. Whoosh! In a flash, he made a shocking decision. He took a deep breath and controlled the vast perfect bloodline, injecting it into the puppet fighter's head. Due to the uniqueness of the perfect bloodline, the puppet fighter could not resist it. Even though the perfect bloodline could not destroy the center of its head, it could cooperate with the vermilion bird bloodline. Boom! The sky-crushing sword accumulated power and struck the puppet fighter again. The perfect bloodline instantly exploded and clashed with the vermilion bird bloodline. A powerful magnetic field formed and shattered the puppet fighter. Dong! Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the terrifying force. He fell to the ground for a long time before he recovered. His chest heaved and his face was slightly pale. Fortunately, the puppet fighter had been destroyed. His guess was right. The puppet fighter had consumed the last bit of energy in the void battleground. The void battleground became silent. No more puppet fighters were formed. This meant that Fang Chen had succeeded. Crack! A soft sound entered his ears. Fang Chen released his primordial spirit and discovered the changes in the void battleground. The seal was being lifted. Am I finally going out? An excited smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He used this period of time to recover as much energy as he could. After a while, the sound of a bell suddenly rang in his mind. Following that, a white light flashed and he returned to reality. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and found himself in front of the white jade statue. The square was silent. The white jade statue was also very quiet. There was nothing unusual. I'm finally out, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He lifted his head again and looked at the white jade statue. This lifelike beautiful woman was exactly the same as Princess Huang. He even guessed that the owner of the white jade statue might be the ancestor of Princess Huang's bloodline. Maybe she was also a member of the primitive tribe? Otherwise, which force would be able to build such a huge palace under the Soul River? 1. Just as he was thinking, the white jade statue's palm suddenly broke off and a line of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Fang Chen looked at these small words seriously. After reading them, he had a strange expression. It turned out that this so-called dream realm was just a test from the white jade statue. If he could break out of the dream realm within 100 years, he would pass. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the dream realm forever until the end of his life. Whoosh! Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. That was really dangerous. He almost couldn't get out. However, he still didn't understand why the white jade statue was testing him. 1. The white jade statue emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the entire palace. Suddenly, walls appeared around the square, sealing it completely. On the walls, countless scenes appeared. Each scene was a beautiful figure fighting. Fang Chen discovered that the beautiful figure fighting was the owner of the white jade statue. What does this mean? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. These battle scenes were shown to him. Could it be that they wanted him to comprehend the secret arts in the scenes? In the scenes, it was a weak woman at the beginning. Then, she grew up step by step. This could be seen as the growth history of the owner of the white jade statue. However, in the process of her growth, a sentence appeared on one of the walls. Good and evil can be decided with a single thought. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered this sentence. Why were there no words in the other scenes except for this one? Unknowingly, Fang Chen's eyes turned blurry as though he was immersed in it. Chapter 38:58. Good and evil were separated by a single thought. This sentence was easy to understand, but difficult to understand. It was almost incomprehensible. Because this sentence itself had a certain ambiguity. Everyone's definition of good and evil was different. How could they reach a consensus? Obviously, it was impossible. However, Fang Chen knew that since the white jade statue had sent him into the dream, he had been trapped for decades to hone his combat skills. Now that he had just come out, there had been a series of changes, showing him her previous fighting style. He thought that this sentence should be the core. In the past, he thought that good was not killing and robbing, not doing any shady business, and cultivating openly, caring for the world, and being righteous. As long as he was firm in his dream, one day the world would be unified. However, later, after he came into contact with more of the cultivation world, he found that his so-called not killing and robbing, and not doing heartless things were not good at all. Good was relative. Not killing did not mean that one was good. Not killing did not mean that one was evil. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there were Jianghu, there would be dispute. And where there were disputes, there would naturally be good and evil. For example, if you killed an evil person, you might save hundreds of lives. Would you kill him or not? If you didn't kill him, hundreds of lives would be lost because of your wrong decision. What would they do? They were innocent. Good and evil. Fang Chen was confused. Since ancient times, good and evil were incompatible, and good and evil were opposite. Throughout his life, he had started cultivating from the ancient sword continent's divine wind nation. Along the way, he had stumbled and countless cultivators had died in his hands. However, he could pat his chest proudly and say that he had never killed the innocent. The people he had killed were all heinous people. Different camps represent different good and evil, Fang Chen muttered to himself, and the line of words kept echoing in his mind. All of a sudden, he looked at the pictures on the surrounding walls. At first, he thought that it was just the growth process of the owner of the white jade statue, but now, after thinking about it, he found that each picture on the wall represented the good and evil of the owner of the white jade statue at a stage. For example, on the first wall, she pursued martial arts wholeheartedly. As long as someone blocked her path, she would kill them without mercy, regardless of good or evil. At this stage, he was a selfish martial artist. But in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, she was not wrong. On the ninth wall, she had a faint aura of a leader. At this time, she was no longer blindly pursuing the peak of martial arts. Instead, she was seeking a balance between justice and evil. She wanted to work hard to change the world so that good and evil could coexist. At this stage, her thoughts had already transformed, and she had become a true leader. The 35th wall, the 96th wall, his gaze shifted to the 188th wall. At this time, the owner of the white jade statue's temperament had undergone another transformation. She seemed to stand at the highest peak, without any desires, as if all other mountains were small and insignificant beneath her. The 366th wall. She had comprehended an ultimate Tao and stepped into the half-step primal chaos supremacy level. However, for the sake of her race, she had fallen into dire straits. At this moment, although she was in despair, her heart was very clear. The good and evil that she had pursued in her life was to protect her race and defend against foreign enemies. Boom! Fang Chen was greatly impacted by the scenes on the wall. His primordial spirit was frantically revolving, and his aura was constantly rising. He could clearly sense the growth experience of the owner of the white jade statue from the many scenes on the wall, as well as the path of transformation to pursue good and evil. What is good and evil? Fang Chen muttered to himself. At the same time, in the Soul River above the palace, Leng Xian's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her red lips were gradually turning purple, and the white dress on her body was gradually corroding due to being soaked in the Soul River for a long time. However, there was a layer of gray halo on the surface of her skin, which completely covered her snow-white skin. Good and evil, what is it? A soft voice resounded in the Soul River. A teardrop rolled down Ling Xian's white cheeks. Rumble! On this day, the quiet Soul River suddenly surged. The water of the Soul River constantly swept up towering waves, and an extremely terrifying corrosive force swept across the world. Even the nearby mountain ranges were affected by it. The news spread quickly, and everyone in the Death Cliff was shocked. There were rumors that a fallen peerless expert was about to revive in the Death Cliff, and that had angered the Soul River. There were also rumors that there was a treasure under the Soul River, but no one dared to go close to the Soul River. Even the mysterious beast tamer, who had witnessed Fang Chen jumping into the Soul River, had a change of expression when he talked about it. The rebellion of the Soul River had attracted the attention of the Death Cliff. Everyone was guessing why the Soul River was rebelling, and whether the water of the Soul River would flow out and spread to every corner of the Death Cliff. This was related to everyone's life and death, and they had to pay attention to it. Finally, on the 7th day of the rumor, a powerful ancient tribe in the Death Cliff spoke. The Death Cliff is the place where the martyrs fell. You have barged into the death cliff and angered the martyrs, causing the soul river to rebel. The ancient tribe's expert shouted across the sky, quickly retreat from the death cliff, and return the death cliff to its peaceful state. Otherwise, the soul river will flood the death cliff and wash the death cliff with blood. When this news came out, the entire death cliff was in an uproar. Some timid martial artists were already looking for a way to leave, and some thought that it was a trick of the ancient tribes in the death cliff to scare them and make them withdraw from the battle for the Ghost Emperor's weapon. Of course, there were also some who wanted to get close to the Soul River to investigate, but before they could get close to the Soul River, they were corroded by the Soul River and died. For a moment, the death cliff was filled with confusion. On a mountain top. How is it? Sword Lunatic asked. The old ancestor of the beasts shook his head with a gloomy face. The forces in the death cliff are complicated. Now that the Soul River is rebelling, it has caused everyone to feel uneasy. Once the Ghost Emperor's weapon appears, it will definitely lead to a fierce battle. They thought that they could easily get the weapon and report back. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a huge commotion? Sword Lunatic clenched his fist, and sword light flickered on his body. If Princess Huang was here, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation, right? Don't think about it. He jumped into the Soul River and will definitely die. The old ancestor of the beasts shook his head. He didn't believe that anyone could survive in the Soul River. What should we do next? Sword Lunatic asked. Be careful. I have a feeling that the Soul River rebelling is related to the appearance of the Ghost Emperor's weapon. Chapter 3859. Good and evil were separated by a single thought. What one thought of as good might be evil in the eyes of others, and what one thought of as evil might just be a desire to survive in the eyes of others. Good and evil were not differentiated by right or wrong, nor by race. As long as there was good in one's heart, it was good. Buzz. When Fang Chen muttered those words, his entire temperament underwent a drastic change. Golden light flowed on the surface of his skin, and his primordial spirit trembled as he attempted to reach the Tao manifestation realm again and again. Of course, there were very few people who wanted to reach the Tao manifestation realm since ancient times. Even some outstanding supremes were unable to do so, let alone a small cultivator like Fang Chen. He had no intention of reaching the Tao manifestation realm, but only wanted to raise his cultivation level and transform his perfect bloodline completely. Only then would he have a chance to resist the attack of the demon-devouring clan leader and save the entire Chaos realm. Buzz. Rings of light appeared around his primordial spirit. Fang Chen's expression was calm as his primordial spirit continued to change. With each additional ring of light, the resistance against his primordial spirit would become stronger. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye 9 years had passed. During this period, the number of rings of light around his primordial spirit gradually increased. In 9 years, the number of rings of light had reached 100,000. At this moment, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached its limit and could no longer withstand the pressure of the rings of light. Condense. There was a hysterical roar in the depths of his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit trembled violently as it forcefully absorbed the 100,000 rings of light in an attempt to reach the Tao manifestation realm. However, in the end, it failed. After absorbing the 100,000 rings of light, Fang Chen's primordial spirit reached a completely new realm, but it was still a step away from the Tao manifestation realm. Although he had not reached the Tao manifestation realm, he still benefited greatly. Under the powerful effect of his primordial spirit, the perfect bloodline in his body gradually transformed, and it had completely absorbed the vermilion bird bloodline. After all, it was the bloodline of the ancient divine beast vermilion bird, which was rare in the world. Dong. The perfect bloodline continued to flow through Fang Chen's body. A faint golden color gradually appeared in his bright red blood. This was the greatest change to the perfect bloodline. Fang Chen even had a bold guess. If he absorbed all the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, would the perfect bloodline transform into the strongest bloodline in the world, surpassing the primordial bloodline? Of course, this was an almost impossible task. In the age of chaos, cultivation was even more difficult. The ancient divine beasts had long since gone extinct. Even the descendants of the ancient divine beasts were nearly extinct. He had only managed to obtain the vermilion bird bloodline from the people of the soaring phoenix manor by chance. The vermilion bird bloodline he had obtained back then was a little impure. However, after refining and purifying it with his perfect bloodline, the vermilion bird bloodline was able to unleash its greatest might, and its density had also increased greatly. That was how he had achieved what he had today. It was extremely difficult to obtain the azure dragon bloodline, the white tiger bloodline, and the black tortoise bloodline. Whoosh! After a long while, Fong Chen suddenly woke up. He instantly felt the changes in his body, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Has the perfect bloodline transformed? After absorbing the vermilion bird bloodline, the transformation of the perfect bloodline seemed to have opened up a new direction for Fong Chen. He had a premonition that it would not be long before his perfect bloodline would undergo the ultimate transformation. After comprehending the truth of good and evil, Fong Chen suddenly felt enlightened. His essence, qi, and spirit had all become stronger. He raised his head to look at the white jade statue and bowed deeply. Thinking about it carefully, the tests set by the owner of the white jade statue were all linked. First, he was trapped in the void battleground in the dreamland. Then, he used the uniqueness of the void battleground to form a puppet fighter, hone his fighting skills, and improve his actual combat strength. After successfully breaking out of the void battleground and escaping from the dreamland, he fell into a deeper level of enlightenment. What exactly was good and evil? This was probably the source of confusion for countless cultivators since ancient times. After reaching a certain level, what was good? What was evil? There was no clear distinction between good and evil. The test set by the owner of the white jade statue was also to test the purity of Fong Chen's heart. If one harbored evil intentions, they would not be able to fully comprehend the truth of good and evil. After comprehending the truth of good and evil, the white jade statue helped Fong Chen complete the transformation of his primordial spirit. It also improved his strength again. Most importantly, his perfect bloodline had evolved again, and this time it had transformed after absorbing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird. It was no exaggeration to say that. The transformation this time had given Fong Chen the qualifications to compete with the top powerhouses. At least, there were few people in the Saint Realm who could threaten his life. However, he was still stuck at the threshold of the Supreme Realm. Combining the cultivation experience of 2 lifetimes, Fong Chen was filled with emotions. No wonder so many experts from ancient times wanted to reincarnate and cultivate after standing at the peak. It was a pity that many people failed. After all, not everyone could reincarnate and cultivate again through the path of reincarnation. It was said that, back then, in order to prevent the experts of the Chaos Realm from reincarnating, the patriarch of the Devouring Demon clan led an army to attack the path of reincarnation. According to historical records, the path of reincarnation was severely damaged and disappeared from the world. If he had not met the great sage, Fong Chen would not have believed that the path of reincarnation really existed in the Chaos Realm. Whoosh! The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the great sage was unfathomable. Fong Chen even guessed that the great sage was the driving force behind all of this. Or was he the controller of the path of reincarnation? Of course, all of this was just speculation. There was no substantial evidence, and he did not need to prove anything. He reincarnated into the origin world with the help of the great sage. No matter what his identity was, he was thinking for the people of the Chaos Realm. This was enough. Fong Chen shook his head and looked at the white jade statue again. At this time, He was surprised to find that there were a few drops of tears flowing from one of the eyes of the white jade statue. This discovery made him turn pale with fright. How could there be tears on the statue? What was going on? He quickly walked in front of the statue. His powerful divine sense spread out and enveloped the white jade statue. He carefully examined it, trying to find clues. Crack! The arm of the white jade statue shattered and two words gradually formed. Good and evil. These two words again. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why did the owner of the white jade statue keep emphasizing good and evil? What was her intention? Everyone had a different understanding of good and evil. Take Fang Chen for example. The good in his heart was to save the Chaos Realm and prevent his family and friends from being implicated. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to see his hometown torn apart. This was his good. As for evil, in his understanding, the actions of the devouring demon clan were evil. They were natural enemies. Good and evil were naturally opposite. Chapter 3860. Gotcha! A crisp sound echoed in the square. Fang Chen raised his head and stared at the white jade statue. At this moment, the statue was gradually shattering, its fragments scattered all over the ground. Fang Chen exclaimed. Why would the white jade statue shatter without any warning? What was going on? Could it be because of him? The white jade statue had always emphasized the distinction between good and evil. Not long ago, he had passed many tests and comprehended his inner understanding of good and evil. The white jade statue began to fall off. In the blink of an eye, the white jade statue had changed beyond recognition. At this moment, a violent tremor came from the depths of the palace. A beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. The moment she appeared, the heavens and the earth dimmed. There was a faint coldness on her white cheek. Her eyes were clear as she looked forward. Her body was surrounded by a thick halo. In her mind, memories gradually emerged. Boom! When the white jade statue completely shattered and fell to the ground, her mind trembled. All her memories were restored. At the same time, there were some additional memories. Whoosh! She rushed to the square as fast as she could and ran to the front of the collapsed white jade statue. However, she was still one step too slow. Looking at the shattered white jade statue, she was instantly stunned. The memories in her mind flashed repeatedly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Soon, her face was covered in tears. She was crying silently. At this moment, she had forgotten about time and everything. She squatted on the ground, her body twitching. She reached out her small white hand and picked up a piece of white jade on the ground. She held it in her palm. Why did this happen? She let out a painful cry. Ever since she could remember, she had been an orphan. If not for her master taking her in, she would have died in the wilderness. However, after she was forced into the Soul River, she received the help and guidance of a mysterious expert. From there, she entered the palace and received a powerful inheritance. The moment she received the inheritance, the powerful bloodline hidden in the depths of her body was completely activated. Her memories were restored, and there were many additional memories of the inheritance. These memories came from her family. Why did this happen? Although her long hair covered her face, one could still vaguely see that her face was covered in tears and looked like she was in great pain. Fang Chen seemed to have guessed something. He stood quietly behind Princess Huang and waited. At this time, silent support was the best consolation. After Princess Huang's emotions stabilized, it wouldn't be too late for him to communicate with her. Just like this, they waited for 3 days and 3 nights before Princess Huang's emotions finally stabilized. Fang Chen walked behind her and lightly patted her shoulder. Only then did Princess Huang realize that there was someone behind her. She abruptly turned around and a familiar face entered her eyes. "You?" Princess Huang wanted to say something, but when the words were about to leave her mouth, sorrow instantly overwhelmed her. Although she was a strong woman, her heart was weak. When she saw Fang Chen, she rushed into his arms and burst into tears. Fang Chen patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's okay. Everything will be fine. After a long time, Princess Huang's emotions stabilized again. She struggled for a moment and broke away from Fang Chen's arms. She lowered her head and her face was flushed red. She didn't dare to look at Fang Chen directly. When did you come to the cliff of death? Fang Chen broke the silence and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Princess Huang said, After you fell into the spatial storm, Master told me that this is your calamity. If you can survive it, you will definitely grow. It was at that time that Master sent me to the cliff of death. Why are you here? Princess Huang asked. Back then, she saw Fang Chen falling into the spatial storm with her own eyes. Moreover, he was killed by the Ghost Manor's Manor Lord. Even if he was an extreme sage, he might not be able to survive it. She had always thought that Fang Chen was dead. She didn't expect to meet him here. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of how he had fallen into the cliff of death by chance. Furthermore, he also told Princess Huang about his experiences in the past few decades. After the latter heard this, she sighed. She didn't expect Fang Chen to have experienced so much. What about you? Why did you enter the Soul River? Princess Huang's expression changed slightly. She thought of the ancestor of the demonic beast race and sword lunatic. Her voice carried a trace of cold killing intent as she said, I was suppressed by the ancestor of the demonic beast race and sword lunatic. They wanted to force me to lead the way for them. I found an opportunity to escape and was forced into the Soul River in the end. Princess Huang's actions had already expressed her attitude. She would rather die than submit. It's all thanks to that senior. If it wasn't for her help and the method that Master left on me, I wouldn't have been able to survive in the Soul River, Princess Huang said. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Why would Ling Xian help Princess Huang? Could it be because of the white jade statue in the palace? He looked at Princess Huang. The latter continued, The white jade statue that shattered just now was my mother. When she said this, tears welled up in Princess Huang's eyes. However, she resisted the urge to cry out loud. After I received the inheritance left behind by my mother, the inheritance memories were also activated, and I learned many secrets. It turned out that her mother's lineage also belonged to the primitive race. However, it was the lineage with the thinnest bloodline. However, her mother was very monstrous. Relying on her thin bloodline, she created a world for herself. Unfortunately, she eventually fell at the cliff of death. For this reason, her master used the methods of the primitive race to build a palace and a statue for her mother in the Soul River. Before the last wisp of my mother's primordial spirit shattered, she engraved all the secret techniques that she had cultivated throughout her life in the deepest part of the palace. Moreover, she also set up layers of tests in the white jade statue. If I were to come here, my bloodline will definitely send me to the place of inheritance. Princess Huang said, If an outsider comes, they will be forced to accept the test of the white jade statue. If they pass the test, speaking of this, a faint blush appeared on Princess Huang's cheek. What will happen if I pass the test? Fang Chen asked. Princess Huang seemed to be a little shy. The inheritance memories in her mind clearly told her that if a male cultivator passed the test, the white jade statue would shatter. And the shattering of the white jade statue meant that Princess Huang's mother had chosen Fang Chen. It's nothing. Princess Huang's eyes evaded. She walked to the side and tried her best to calm her heart. Fang Chen was stunned and full of doubts. Of course, Princess Huang wouldn't tell him that the test set by her mother was to choose a husband for her. However, Fang Chen didn't dwell on this matter. He looked at Princess Huang seriously. The latter's identity was already clear. She was a member of the primitive race. Perhaps the primitive race wanted to borrow Princess Huang's hand to help the Chaos Realm? Chapter 3861. After Princess Huang received the inheritance, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She already had the combat strength of an invincible sage. However, after experiencing the dangers of the Cliff of Death, even an invincible sage still had some fear towards the Cliff of Death. Fortunately, she met Fang Chen. "Let's go out first." Princess Huang regained her composure after a brief moment of absent-mindedness and said with a faint smile. Fang Chen nodded. Although this was a palace built by a primitive race, it was still under the Soul River. If they were careless, they would be invaded by the Soul River. At that time, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die. Princess Huang pulled Fang Chen's hand. Suddenly, the latter felt the softness and warmth in his palm. He subconsciously held her hand tightly. Princess Huang's face was flushed red. She lowered her head and chanted a chant in her heart. Soon, the white jade fragments in the square spun wildly and turned into a whirlpool channel. Princess Huang took Fang Chen and stepped into the whirlpool channel. Boom! When the two of them left the whirlpool channel, the entire palace collapsed. The Soul River invaded and completely submerged the collapsed palace. A white light flashed. Princess Huang and Fang Chen came to the place where Senior Ling Xian was. At this moment, the latter was still like a living corpse, frozen in the Soul River. Senior Ling Xian. Fang Chen tried to wake Ling Xian up, but the latter didn't move. He tried to get closer but found that the closer he got to Senior Ling Xian, the greater the resistance. In the end, he couldn't take another step forward. He finally gave up. Huff! Fang Chen gasped for breath. His forehead was full of sweat. His eyes were filled with grief as he looked at Senior Ling Xian. If it wasn't for Senior Ling Xian, his cultivation wouldn't have recovered so quickly. He didn't expect that when he came out of the broken space, Senior Ling Xian would be frozen in the Soul River. What was going on? Could it be that Senior Ling Xian encountered danger and was forced into the Soul River like him? Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists. He was furious. He bowed deeply to Senior Ling Xian and promised, "Senior Ling Xian, don't worry. One day, I will save you. I won't let anyone who has hurt you go." After saying that, he and Princess Huang quietly left the Soul River. However, no one noticed that at this moment, a teardrop hung from the corner of Ling Xian's eyes. Voila! Above the raging Soul River, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. Fang Chen and Princess Huang walked out from it. They leaped up and arrived at the shore of the Soul River. Whoosh! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Ever since he entered the Soul River, he had been tense. Now that he was finally out, he could finally relax. According to Master's prediction, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact should be born soon. Princess Phoenix spoke in a gentle voice. This time, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact has attracted many peerless experts. Even those old monsters who had experienced the divine battle at the Death Horizon have come out of seclusion. Fang Chen nodded. Although there were many experts, it would be difficult to obtain the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. However, the more chaotic the situation was, the better it was for them. The distance between the Soul River and the core of the Death Cliff is at least 3 years. We need to hurry, Princess Huang said. Not long after, the two of them left the Soul River. The Soul River raged. Monstrous waves soared into the sky, as if wanting to corrode the entire Death Cliff. On this day, some people followed from afar and saw a man and a woman in the sky above the raging Soul River. They stepped on the monstrous waves and fled into the sky. For a time, rumors spread everywhere. Some people said that the peerless expert in the Soul River had awakened. He sent 2 of his disciples to take action, wanting to seize the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Some people said, during the divine battle back then, there was a sword and saber duo who fell into the Soul River. After countless years, they were resurrected. Now that they came out, they vowed to flatten the Death Cliff. In short, rumors about the Soul River swept through the entire Death Cliff like a tide. Of course, they would never dream that the man and woman they were talking about were Fang Chen and Princess Huang. With Fang Chen and Princess Huang's current strength, as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke some peerless experts, they basically had no problem protecting themselves. They didn't linger along the way and headed to the core of the Death Cliff with their fastest speed. 3 years later, they finally arrived at the edge of the core of the Death Cliff. One day, they met unexpected acquaintances, the old ancestor of the monster race and Sword Lunatic. These two had always been enemies in the Life Forbidden Zone. They didn't expect to meet again after a few decades. Moreover, the most important thing was that Princess Huang was forced into the Soul River by these two people. "It's you guys." When Sword Lunatic saw Fang Chen and Princess Huang, he was incomparably shocked and slashed out with his sword. "Gotcha!" Fang Chen raised his palm and gently grasped the sword that was as fast as lightning. He exerted force and crushed it. Then, side by side with Princess Huang, they came in front of Sword Lunatic and the old ancestor of the monster race. "You're actually alive?" The old ancestor of the monster race's eyelids twitched. His heart was filled with raging waves. He had never seen anyone come out of the Soul River alive. Could it be? He seemed to have thought of something as his eyes were filled with greed. It must be someone from the primitive race who gave you a treasure to save your life. Thinking of this, he and Sword Lunatic looked at each other and directly attacked. "You go and deal with that eyesore. I'll deal with her," the old ancestor of the monster race said. Swoosh! After all these years, Sword Lunatic had already cultivated the drunken sword skill to perfection. His sword was terrifying. At this moment, facing Fang Chen, he did not hesitate to use his full strength. The drunken sword skill was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Fang Chen. However, in the face of this dazzling drunken sword skill, Fang Chen shook his head and sneered. "How can an ant compete with the bright moon?" Boom! He activated the ultimate sword Dao and displayed the ultimate sword skill. The Sky Destroyer sword was gently swung out. With just one stroke, Sword Lunatic felt immense pressure. Gotcha! Sword Lunatic's long sword shattered on the spot. The Sky Destroyer sword carried an indestructible sword chi and went straight for Sword Lunatic. This is the ultimate sword Dao? Finally, at the last moment, Sword Lunatic saw through it. He was terrified. He burned his blood essence and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. With the Sky Destroyer sword combined with the ultimate sword Dao and Fang Chen's current cultivation realm, Sword Lunatic was completely suppressed. He had almost no strength to resist. Bang! The sword pierced through Sword Lunatic's head and he died instantly. At the side, the old ancestor of the monster race who was fighting with Princess Phoenix was stunned. How is this possible? Although he did not believe it, the truth was right in front of him. Fang Chen had used absolute strength to suppress Sword Lunatic and kill him. Then, Fang Chen looked coldly at the old ancestor of the monster race. The old ancestor was terrified and wanted to retreat. How can he be so strong? Even from so far away, he could feel the great threat from the cold sword light. Let's go. Chapter 3862. Without any hesitation, the ancestor of the monster race turned and left. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. His only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would lose his life here today. His heart was very complicated. He couldn't imagine that Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level after not seeing him for a few decades. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with anger, but he didn't have time to think about anything else. He just wanted to escape. Burning his blood essence caused his strength to decrease rapidly. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He gritted his teeth and fled frantically. He knew Sword Lunatic's strength better than anyone else. In these few decades, the two of them had been searching for the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon while exchanging pointers with each other. In the beginning, Sword Lunatic's strength was definitely inferior to his and was often suppressed by him. But as time passed, Sword Lunatic's understanding of the sword became deeper and deeper. Moreover, he seemed to be born for the drunken sword. In his hands, the drunken sword inheritance was perfectly unleashed. In just 30 years, he had completely comprehended the drunken sword inheritance. After that, he spent another 30 years to cultivate the drunken sword technique to perfection. Just a few days ago, he had exchanged pointers with Sword Lunatic. The latter was a true sword lunatic who was obsessed with the sword. As long as it could help him improve his sword Tao, he would do anything. This sparring session lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. From the start till the end, he had been suppressing Sword Lunatic. But at the very last moment, Sword Lunatic unleashed his strongest sword move. That sword move was simply too shocking. When he saw that sword move, he didn't even have the courage to block it and was directly defeated. If it wasn't for Sword Lunatic's control, he would have already died in Sword Lunatic's hands. From that moment on, he believed that Sword Lunatic had the strength of an invincible sage and was no weaker than him. He was very happy. If the two of them joined forces, even if they met an ultimate sage, they would be able to hold their own. The danger in the cliff of death would be greatly reduced and the chances of obtaining the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon would increase. But in just a few days they had fallen to such a state. One sword. Just a single strike had killed Jian Fengzi. Moreover, it had pierced through his head and destroyed his soul, leaving him no chance to escape. Just how powerful was Fang Chen to be able to crush Jian Fengzi in such a manner? The patriarch of the demonic beast race did not dare to imagine. At this moment, he was burning his essence blood crazily. The essence blood in his body was about to run out. However, he could vaguely sense a terrifying aura behind him. "You can't escape," Fang Chen coldly sneered. The old ancestor of the monster race and the sword lunatic were both working for the Ghost Emperor. Moreover, they had even forced Princess Phoenix to fall into the Soul River. If it wasn't for her identity and the methods of the primitive races, Princess Phoenix would have already perished. With all kinds of hatred added up, there was no way he would let the demonic beast clan's patriarch go. Kill! Fang Chen held the heaven-standing sword in his hand and swung it across the air. Tens of thousands of sword light descended from the sky with unparalleled power. It pierced through the heavens and the earth at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and directly shot towards the ancestor of the monsters. When the latter saw this, he turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. "Gotcha!" Although the ancestor of the demonic beast race tried his best to dodge, due to the excessive consumption of essence blood in the process of escaping, his combat strength was greatly reduced. He desperately twisted his body, wanting to dodge, but in the end, he was still mercilessly pierced by the sword light. Boom! The sword light instantly pierced through the chest of the ancestor of the demonic beast race. Blood spurted out from his body, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "No, I can't die." He was the only one left in the demonic beast race. If he died, the demonic beast race would be considered to be completely annihilated. He would never allow such a thing to happen to him. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was extremely deranged. He gritted his teeth and slammed his palm, forcefully shattering the sword light that pierced through his chest. Although there were still remnants of essence blood in his chest, he could no longer care so much. He forcefully burned the last of his essence blood and rushed into the mountain range in front of him. Dong! Like a meteor falling, a sudden clap of thunder rang out in the lush mountain range. Flames spread out, engulfing the entire mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the mountain range was set ablaze. At this moment, Fang Chen and Princess Huang chased after him. They floated in the air and stared at the mountain range that was set ablaze. "Is he dead?" Princess Huang asked. Fang Chen shook his head. "I'm not sure." The ancestor of the demonic beast race was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had lived for too long. His methods were unpredictable. Before seeing the corpse, Fang Chen wouldn't jump to a conclusion. "Let's go down and take a look." Princess Huang nodded. Her fair palm waved downwards. Instantly, it started to drizzle. The raindrops covered the entire mountain range, unceasingly dripping onto the fire. Not long later, the fire was under control. At this moment, Princess Huang increased the number of raindrops. Very soon, the fire in the mountain range was completely extinguished. What entered their eyes was a messy mountain range. Many towering trees were burned to ashes. The weeds on the ground had also lost their vitality. If someone passed by, they would definitely think that a world-shaking battle had occurred here. Fang Chen's powerful divine sense enveloped the entire mountain range as he began to search. The ancestor of the demonic beast race was a hidden danger. He had to be dealt with. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially when he was controlled by the Ghost Emperor. Perhaps the latter could control the ghost artifact through him. Once he obtained the ghost artifact, it would be troublesome. Therefore, no matter what, the ancestor of the demonic beast race had to die. Can't find him. Fang Chen frowned. After searching the entire mountain range, he actually couldn't find the corpse of the ancestor of the demonic beast race. He couldn't even find his aura. Logically speaking, even if he wasn't dead, he should have left a trace of his aura in the air. But now, he couldn't find anything. A cicada shedding its carapace? Princess Huang frowned. The strength of the ancestor of the demonic beast race was on par with Sword Lunatic. Naturally, it was impossible for him to hide from Fang Chen. What method did he use to escape from under their noses? After a long time, the corner of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. Interesting, really interesting. Even I was deceived. At this moment, Fang Chen's dark eyes were focused on a towering tree that had turned into ashes. There was a tree root there that wasn't burned. In that situation just now, the tree root was actually intact. What did this mean? Princess Huang also noticed it and instantly raised her vigilance. She exchanged a glance with Fang Chen and quietly came to the tree root. The surroundings of the tree roots were surrounded by ashes, and he was almost deceived. Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3863. The tribe that the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe belonged to was an extremely special tribe. Although it was slightly inferior to the top tribes, it was still an ancient tribe after all. It had many means and it was unimaginable. Sword Maniac was killed by Fang Chen with a single slash. This caused the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe to lose all courage to fight against Fang Chen. Therefore, he started to escape immediately. However, the mountain range that was burned by the flames had turned into ruins. Some burnt tree roots that were buried in the ruins were not discovered by Fang Chen and Princess Huang at first. However, after careful observation, they finally discovered that something was amiss. In a certain part of the mountain range, the towering tree that had turned into ruins had not completely collapsed. Instead, it stubbornly left behind some tree root. It was the tree roots in the ashes that attracted the attention of Fang Chen and Princess Huang. The powerful sea of fire just now had burned the heavens and earth. Even the void was distorted. Fang Chen did not believe that an ordinary towering tree could withstand the burning of the sea of fire. There's a problem. Princess Huang also felt that something was amiss. The two of them looked at each other and then quickly came to the sky above the tree roots that were covered in ashes. At this moment, Princess Huang was surrounded by a cold aura. She opened her fair hands and waved them gently. Suddenly, the temperature in the void dropped. Then, snowflakes drifted down and sealed the void around the tree root. Seeing this, Fang Chen raised his palm. The tip of the sky-destroying sword carried an indestructible sword chi and gently pushed away the ashes around the tree roots. After a while, the tree roots were clearly seen. In the blink of an eye, there was no problem with the tree root. There were also signs of burning around the tree root. However, after careful observation, one would discover that the tree roots were not dead. There was still vitality inside. What did this mean? It meant that the tree roots would regenerate soon. All the towering trees in the mountain range had turned into ashes. Only the tree roots of this towering tree had survived. There was only one explanation. The ancestor of the demonic beast tribe was hiding in the tree root. The space within the tree roots? Princess Phoenix had already sealed the surroundings of the tree roots in ice. She carefully inspected the area and didn't discover any aura of the old ancestor of the demonic beast race. She frowned and turned to look at Feng Chen. The power in Feng Chen's body burst forth, and the heaven-destroying sword let out a cry. Terrifying ultimate sword chi poured into the heaven-destroying sword. Under Feng Chen's control, the ultimate sword chi gathered at the tip of the sword. 1. Around the tip of the sword, there was a vast amount of energy. Feng Chen controlled the heaven-destroying sword, allowing the tip of the sword to gently touch the root. He realized that the roots of the tree were rather tough. The heaven-destroying sword did not manage to cut them. This made Feng Chen even more convinced that there was something wrong with the tree root. Immediately, he activated his strength and shook his wrist. The heaven-destroying sword drew a strange trajectory and cut the tree root with its sharpness. Voila! Feng Chen reacted quickly and grabbed the cut root. The area around the root was smooth, and there was a faint warm aura. Feng Chen exerted force in his palm and directly crushed the root. Beep beep beep. However, a shocking scene appeared. The vitality in the root dissipated in an instant, and drops of blood dripped from the broken root. "This is..." Feng Chen exclaimed. This was not the blood of the root, but the blood of the patriarch of the demonic beasts. "Where is he?" Princess Huang looked around. Her void seal did not have any abnormalities. Feng Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he exerted force in his palm and completely crushed the remaining tree root. The blood of the patriarch of the demonic beasts dripped into the ashes. Golden cicada shell shedding. Feng Chen laughed bitterly and mocked himself. I did not expect him to make such a choice. Princess Huang did not understand and looked at Feng Chen in confusion. The latter explained, I once read about a tribe in the Lawn Book. They had a very mysterious innate superpower. This innate superpower was to burn one's own blood in exchange for energy with wood-based plants. Then, one could use the roots of the wood-based plants to escape. Of course, under normal circumstances, this tribe would not use their innate superpower, because whenever they used their innate superpower, it meant that they had encountered a life-and-death crisis. Once they used their innate superpower, it meant that the blood in their body would be completely dried up. Even if they could use the roots of the plants to escape, their cultivation path would be interrupted. To put it simply, the consequence of doing so was to cut off all hope. In the future, they could only struggle at death's door and live in this cruel world. I did not expect to encounter it. Feng Chen curled his lips. This was something he had seen in the history books of the human race's sacred land in his previous life. He did not expect to encounter it in the origin world. Moreover, it was the patriarch of the demonic beasts. Then what should we do now? Princess Huang asked. It was a pity that they did not eliminate the root of the problem. He burned his blood essence and used his innate superpower. He has almost become a cripple. In this death cliff, he will not be able to survive. Feng Chen said. He was no longer qualified to fight for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. A cool breeze blew past, drying the blood in the ashes. Feng Chen and Princess Huang left the mountain range that had turned into ashes together. However, no one noticed that there was a sudden movement at the spot where the cool breeze had blown away the blood. The surrounding ashes quickly gathered together and formed a small sealed space. Then, a drop of blood that was hidden in the ashes suddenly appeared. After this drop of blood appeared, it fled in a panic with the help of the ashes. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. The place where the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact appeared was getting closer and closer. Feng Chen and Princess Huang also felt more and more suppressed. Along the way, they could often feel extremely powerful auras. They carefully circled around. Fortunately, these powerful existences seemed to have just awakened. Some of them were still in a half-awakened state and did not have the time to attack them. This allowed them to avoid danger. It's so depressing. On a towering mountain peak, Princess Huang stopped and looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes. It's normal. A divine war broke out in the Death Cliff back then, and there were heavy casualties. Some almighty figures didn't die but fell into a deep sleep. The appearance of the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact is a node that will ignite the entire Death Cliff, Fang Chen said. He had long realized this point. The harsh environment made him even more determined to seize the ghost artifact. How evil was the ghost artifact that could cause the Death Cliff to tremble? If it was obtained by someone with ulterior motives, how much bloodshed would it cause? Especially if it was obtained by the Ghost Emperor, it would definitely be a huge disaster for Fang Chen. It might even bring a devastating disaster to the Chaos Realm. This was definitely not what Fang Chen wanted to see. Fortunately, not only had his current cultivation recovered, but it had also risen to another level. It was difficult to find a match among the invincible saint. Even if he were to face an ultimate saint, he still had the strength to fight. Cooperating with Princess Huang, the chances of seizing the ghost artifact were still very high. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 3864. They were getting closer and closer to the core of the Death Cliff. However, Fang Chen and Princess Huang could feel an immense pressure. After all, that was the place where the legendary Battle of Gods broke out. Back then, it was unknown how many experts had died there. It was said that the Ghost Emperor had lost his halberd there and lost his weapon. Eventually, he was trapped in the dragon-slaying cave. Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his heart. At the same time, he turned his head and glanced at Princess Huang. The latter's identity was already known. She was a true member of the primitive race. However, because of her mother, her primitive race bloodline hadn't been fully activated. Moreover, since her master had accepted her as a disciple, she must have realized something. In such a dangerous place, the primitive race should have a way to deal with it, right? Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Princess Huang was a little shy after being stared at by Fang Chen. Her face instantly blushed. She turned her head and didn't dare to look him in the eye as she pouted. Fang Chen shrugged. You are a member of the primitive race. Could it be that your master didn't give you any information about the Death Cliff? Hearing this, the blush on Princess Huang's face gradually dissipated. She returned to normal and solemnly said, Master gave me a map. She took out the map and unfolded it. Her fair finger pointed at a red dot on the map. This map is very vague. Master has only marked out a few dangerous places. This red dot is the location of the Soul River. As for this red dot, it is the core area of the Death Cliff. Fang Chen seriously looked at the map and discovered that there were a total of 9 red dots. Each red dot had a special mark. Among them, the core of the Death Cliff was marked the most clearly. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that in the Death Cliff, other than the Soul River, there were other dangerous places that were comparable to the Soul River. Master once warned me that the core of the Death Cliff is very special. After entering, something bad will happen. For so many years, even if an extreme saint entered, it would be difficult for anyone to come out. Master even felt that there was a layer of seal that isolated the core of the Death Cliff from the outside world. It formed a world of its own. Princess Huang told her the exact words that her master had told her. Fang Chen was stunned and his pupils shrunk. A world of its own, isolated from the outside world? Could it be that even the primitive clans were unable to detect the situation inside? Back then, how big of a war of the gods had erupted in the Death Cliff? Could it be more intense than the God-Perish battle? The Battle of the Gods was known as the Battle of the Fallen God. Every time it broke out, almost all the top experts in the chaotic realm would fall. This was also the reason why the battlefield of the fallen gods was so broken. As a result, countless years passed, and the primal chaos realm became weaker and weaker. Later on, Fang Chun came to know that this was a scheme of the devouring demon clan leader. He wanted to steal the fate of the chaos realm. Therefore, every once in a while, he would launch the battle of gods to reduce the number of top experts in the chaos realm, thus weakening the fate of the chaos realm. This method was very cruel. However, in a war of the races, it was either you die or I die. If the Chaos World could resist the invasion of the Devouring Demon Clan, then the Chaos World would rise and the Devouring Demon Clan would disappear from history. Fang Chun had a deep understanding of the God's Fall battle. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if the God's Fall battle or the Battle of Gods at the Death Cliff was more intense. Could it be that the top experts of the Chaos World were unwilling to be destroyed by the Devouring Demon Clan and forced their way into the Origin World? In the end, they were destroyed by the Devouring Demon Clan's patriarch? Of course, this was just his guess. Let's go. Fang Chun shook his head. Even if it was a world of its own and was incomparably dangerous, he still had to go in. After all, he shouldered a heavy responsibility and couldn't shrink back. Princess Phoenix nodded. Just when she was about to leave, the mountain suddenly collapsed. A beam of light shot out from the mountain and a sinister voice echoed through the air. You are the one who is going to die. Kiki. After 19 chaos eras, I, Miayu, have finally awakened. The shocking voice spread out. Fang Chun and Princess Huang's bodies swayed and stabilized themselves with great difficulty. They suddenly discovered that there was a black-robed figure on the ruins of the mountain. His body was shrouded in an extremely cold and sinister aura. 19 chaos level yuans? Hearing this person's words, Fang Chun exclaimed in his heart. Since he was born, he didn't have a single chaos level yuan. But the person in front of him had been sleeping for 19 chaos level yuans and had now awakened. 2 ants? The black-robed expert who called himself Miayu discovered Fang Chun and Princess Huang. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he asked, "Which force are you from?" "Primitive tribe," Princess Huang said. Sure enough, when the black-robed Miayu heard the words primitive tribe, his pupils shrank. But soon, he sneered and said, "You do have the bloodline of the primitive tribe in your body, but it hasn't been activated. I guess you must be an outer member, right?" After that, he exerted a suction force with his palm and pulled Princess Phoenix to his side. He grabbed her neck and spoke in a sinister voice. I, the great Emperor Miayu, was once invincible in the primal chaos. Even if the old monsters from the primitive races came here, I wouldn't fear them. Crash. After saying that, he threw Princess Huang to the ground. But today, I, great Emperor Miayu, have awakened. I don't want to kill. You can leave. Princess Huang was stunned and quickly got up to leave. Did I allow you to leave? Seeing that Fang Chun was about to leave, great Emperor Miayu said coldly. Senior. Princess Huang wanted to plead, but great Emperor Miayu was unhappy. I, great Emperor Miayu, won't allow you to leave. You can't leave. You can leave first. Fang Chun cast a glance at Princess Huang, indicating for her to leave first. As for himself, he calmly looked at the great Emperor Miayu. After Princess Huang disappeared, Fang Chun spoke. I wonder what Senior wants me to stay behind for? You're from the primal chaos world? Great Emperor Miayu asked. Fang Chun nodded and looked at great Emperor Miayu in surprise. The latter was unfathomable, and he couldn't sense his aura at all. Which faction do you belong to? Great Emperor Miayu continued to ask. Fang Chun thought for a while and finally answered, Supreme Fujian. His hometown was created by Supreme Fujian. Therefore, he should be part of Supreme Fujian's faction. Supreme Fujian? Great Emperor Miayu's expression softened. He waved his sleeve and said, Humph, you're lucky. I owed Supreme Fujian a favor back then. Therefore, I won't kill you today. However, I don't wish to see anyone from the primal chaos world. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. From great Emperor Mieyu's words, Fang Chen deduced that he had a grudge with the others from the primal chaos world. His heart was filled with hope, and he left without looking back. Chapter 3865. Great Emperor Mieyu was very strong. At least, Fang Chen did not have the courage to fight him. Some people did not even need to fight to dominate an era. Great Emperor Mieyu was such a peak expert. Great Emperor Mieyu was once a powerful existence in the chaotic realm. However, because of the war of deities in the Death Cliff, he had fallen into a deep sleep for 19 chaos eras. Although he had woken up now, his cultivation had fallen back to the 5 elements sacred realm. Just now, Fang Chen even felt that he was about to die. Fortunately, Great Emperor Mieyu had let him go in the end. Supreme Fujian. The word Supreme Fujian appeared in Fang Chen's mind again. Ever since his hometown, Paragon Fujian had been guiding him, especially the copper bowl he had obtained in the North Sea, and the altar he had used to worship Paragon Fujian. Later, when he met the great sovereigns in the reincarnation road, they were not willing to say much when they talked about Supreme Fujian. Fang Chen felt that Supreme Fujian was getting more and more mysterious, especially the ancient experts he met after entering the Death Cliff. Each of them was related to Supreme Fujian. From Leng Xian to Great Emperor Mieyu, he wondered who he would meet later. Whoosh! Fang Chen adjusted his state of mind and calmed himself down. After that, he inclined his head and stared into the distance as he sped forward. Not long later, he saw a black dot in the distance. When he walked closer, he discovered that it was Princess Huang who was waiting for him. At this moment, Princess Huang was constantly looking behind her. She had an anxious expression on her face, as though she was worried about Fang Chen's safety. However, she knew that Great Emperor Mieyu was simply too strong. Even if she returned, she would only be courting death. She might as well stay alive. If Fang Chen died in the hands of Great Emperor Mieyu, she swore that she would definitely avenge Fang Chen and kill Great Emperor Mieyu. Even if she died, she would not be afraid. At this moment, she suddenly saw a black figure coming from afar. She was stunned when she took a closer look. A gentle smile appeared on her anxious face. "Are you okay?" Whoosh! Fang Chen came closer and came to Princess Huang's side. He looked at her and said, "I'm fine. Where's Great Emperor Mieyu?" Princess Huang was very curious as to why Great Emperor Mieyu did not attack Fang Chen. From the looks of it, Fang Chen did not suffer any injuries. Clearly, Great Emperor Mieyu had taken the initiative to let him go. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have escaped from Great Emperor Mieyu? Emperor Mieyu is related to a human expert from the Chaos Realm, so he let me go, Fang Chen explained briefly. He was unwilling to mention Sovereign Fujian in the Origin World. After all, the heavenly Tao of the Origin World represented the devouring demon race. If the patriarch of the devouring demon race learned about Supreme Fujian through the heavenly Tao, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Let's go. We need to hurry and enter the core area of the Death Cliff. Princess Huang was also a little afraid. If another ancient expert like Great Emperor Mieyu appeared, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not every ancient expert was afraid of the primitive tribes. Hoo. The two of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. Voila! The space where they were just a moment ago distorted, and Great Emperor Mieyu appeared out of thin air. A complicated expression appeared on his cold face. Supreme Fujian's successor? He muttered to himself, his voice filled with melancholy and sadness. After watching for a long time and making sure that Fang Chen and Princess Huang were far away, he came back to his senses. He shook his head hard and muttered to himself, "After sleeping for 19 chaos eras, I wonder if those old fellows are still alive?" The first person he thought of was Leng Xian. "Leng Xian, are you still alive?" Back then, he did not hesitate to pay any price for Leng Xian. He even started a great war that destroyed the world and killed countless living beings. He was called the Demon Emperor. Ling Xian was the only one who did not look at him strangely. He loved Ling Xian deeply, but her heart belonged to someone else. In the end, he let go of everything and blessed Ling Xian. Earlier, he had sensed the aura of the Chaos Realm on Fangchen, so he asked who Supreme Fujian was to him. After learning about their relationship, he let Fangchen go. This was also an explanation for Ling Xian. Great Emperor Miayu would never touch the person he liked, even if it was that person's descendant. Hoo. On this day, Great Emperor Miayu crossed the cliff of death and used a powerful tracking technique to find Ling Xian. Half a month later, he sensed a trace of Ling Xian's aura. Great Emperor Miayu stood on the ground and looked around. Ling Xian has been here before. He sensed a familiar aura, but it was very faint. This proved that Ling Xian had stayed here for a short while. He followed the aura and began to search for Ling Xian. Soon, he came to the edge of the Soul River and saw the living dead in the Soul River. Ling Xian! Great Emperor Miayu screamed at the top of his lungs. He jumped into the Soul River, wanting to save Ling Xian, but he was repelled the moment he touched the Soul River. Hiss. His robe was corroded by the Soul River. Damn it! Great Emperor Miayu was furious when he saw Ling Xian being helpless. Who is it? Great Emperor Miayu was burning with anger. He wanted to know who forced Ling Xian into the Soul River. He closed his eyes and carefully approached the Soul River with his powerful consciousness. Finally, he came into contact with Ling Xian's aura. Even though the Soul River's repelling force was strong, he was once a chaotic realm existence. Hiss. After a while, he retracted his consciousness. His face was ferocious as he sensed another aura from Ling Xian. I don't care who you are. How dare you hurt Ling Xian? I want you dead. Great Emperor Miayu's eyes were filled with determination as he turned and left. He tracked the culprit from Ling Xian's aura. On this day, someone saw a terrifying demon in the cliff of death. He brought along billions of demonic chi and invaded a canyon. His formation was so powerful that it caused the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. There were also people who saw two peak experts fighting fiercely. They could destroy the heavens and the earth with a raise of their hand. All in all, there were different opinions about this battle. Many people listed the place of the battle as an extremely dangerous place and did not dare to go near it. The news quickly spread. Some powers were also secretly assessing the identity of the person who had attacked the canyon. In the end, through various clues, powerful factions, and ancient experts, they found out that the person who attacked the canyon was Great Emperor Miayu. He was a chaotic realm expert known as the Demon Emperor. What? Great Emperor Miayu has awakened? Heavens, is he going to bathe the cliff of death in blood? Not necessarily. The ancient experts have been suppressed by the heavenly Tao, causing their realms to drop. Great Emperor Miayu was once a chaotic realm expert, but now, he's a 5 elements sacred realm expert like us. A sacred realm expert wants to bathe the cliff of death in blood? He's dreaming. Chapter 3866. The expert who had ambushed Ling Xian was powerful, but he couldn't fight back against Great Emperor Miayu, who used to be a true chaos realm existence. Great Emperor Miayu had invaded his territory with billions of demonic chi, and he had been killed in the end. Why did you attack me? That person knelt on the ground, blood spurting out. He was dying. He didn't understand why Great Emperor Miayu would attack a weakling like him. I have no grudge against you. Great Emperor Miayu sneered. No grudge? From the moment you attacked Ling Xian, we'll never rest until one of us is dead. When these words were spoken, that person's body trembled, and he was filled with despair. Ling Xian was the cause of everything. I hate you. He hated himself, hated the heavens, and hated fate for playing tricks on him. He attacked Ling Xian for 2 reasons. The first was revenge, and the second was to get some information about Supreme Fujian from her. Who would have thought that he'd end up provoking a demon like Great Emperor Mieu? He closed his eyes in pain. Today was a dead end. Die. Great Emperor Mieu didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, and a vast power rushed out like a flood, destroying that person's body. Crack! He clenched his hand and grabbed a ball of Yuan spirit light. Trying to escape? Great Emperor Mieu sneered. It'd be a joke if he let someone escape right under his nose. He squeezed his hand and crushed the ball of Yuan spirit light. At this point, this ancient expert was completely wiped out. Dong dong dong. The entire territory was destroyed by demonic qi, turning into ruins. In the distance, the experts of the various factions were watching. Some of the ancient experts who'd awakened sighed. Great Emperor Mieu is too strong. So what if he's fallen from the Saint Realm? He's still the arrogant demon emperor. Let's go. If Great Emperor Mieu finds us, we'll die. Some of the weaker cultivators started to leave the place. Great Emperor Mieu stood on the ruins and sensed many familiar auras. Mieu, you've awakened too? An old voice came from the void. I didn't expect you to wake up after being asleep for 19 Chaos Realms. You've just woken up and you've already caused such a huge commotion. Voices came from all directions. These were the ancient experts who knew Great Emperor Mieu. They had awakened before Great Emperor Mieu and had been hiding near the core of the Death Cliff all this while. Now that Great Emperor Mieu had made such a big commotion, it naturally alerted them. Mieu. Great Emperor Mieu looked around and asked, Ling Xian has fallen into the Soul River. Do you have any ideas? He wanted to save Ling Xian. However, as long as one got close to the Soul River, one would be corroded by the water of the Soul River. Not even billions of demonic qi could withstand it. Countless sighs came from the void. There's nothing we can do about it. The deterrence of the Soul River is too strong, especially towards old guys like us. That's right. As long as we enter the Soul River, we will definitely die. We've been asleep for countless years and finally woke up. The world has changed. Don't act rashly. Everyone tried to persuade Great Emperor Mieu. After all, the world was no longer their era. The Soul River had changed, and they couldn't get close. Sigh, it's a pity for Ling Xian. She was so stunning that even Supreme Fujian wanted to take a look at her, but she ended up like this. Yeah. She had so many suitors back then, but she was infatuated with Supreme Fujian. Mieu, there are some things you should let go of. Everyone sighed. Let go? Great Emperor Mieu shook his head. This wasn't his character. Plus, it was Ling Xian, the person he'd once loved deeply. He'd even reconciled with Supreme Fujian for the person he loved, and gave Ling Xian to him wholeheartedly. Now that he'd been asleep for 19 Chaos Realms, he saw Ling Xian falling into the Soul River as soon as he woke up. He was furious. Listening to the advice and pity of the ancient experts who'd just woken up, he clenched his fists. Billions of demonic qi stirred as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Mieu, don't be rash. Although Devouring Demon Clan's leader was injured in the battle back then, he absorbed 2/3 of the fate of the Primal Chaos Realm. He's only one step away from becoming a Primal Chaos Realm controller. If you go too far and anger him, we'll all die. Someone advised. That's right. Be careful. The Death Cliff hasn't been peaceful recently. Let's go. Soon, the auras in the void all retreated. Only Great Emperor Mieu stood on the ruins. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew what he was going to do. After going through so many hardships, they'd finally arrived at the core of the Death Cliff. One more step and they'd officially enter the core. Who? Princess Huang panted heavily. Ever since they'd met Great Emperor Mieu, they'd been running all the way here. They were afraid that they'd meet some ancient awakened expert. Those ancient awakened experts seemed to be afraid of the core of the Death Cliff. Princess Huang was a little puzzled. Could it be that there's an even stronger existence here? Fang Chen stared ahead. A layer of gray aura connected the entire heaven and earth. Outsiders couldn't see the scene inside. It formed a world of its own. Fang Chen thought of this term. The core of the death cliff formed a world of its own. It was extraordinary. Perhaps this was the reason why those ancient awakened experts were afraid of the core. What do you mean? Princess Huang asked. Ever since she'd experienced the situation in the palace under the Soul River, she'd developed a special feeling for Fang Chen. In her mind, the words from the inherited memories echoed. This was her mother's choice. It was also her own choice. Let's check it out first before entering, Fang Chen said cautiously. After all, no one knew what was in the core. They had to be cautious. He didn't want to meet another ancient expert like Great Emperor Miayu. All right, we'll rest here for a month. Princess Huang nodded. A faint smile appeared on her fair face. She didn't know when, but she felt that Fang Chen had become the perfect image in her heart. A month later, we'll officially step into the core of the Death Cliff. At that time, regardless of life or death, she'd accompany him. Of course, this was just her wishful thinking. Fang Chen hadn't forgotten his mission. His only purpose in coming to the origin world was to evolve his perfect bloodline and step into the chaotic supreme realm to fight against the devouring devil race. He still remembered. His wife and daughter were waiting for his triumphant return in the chaotic world. Chapter 3867. Great Emperor Miayu's anger could not be extinguished for a long time. Even though the enemy was annihilated, Leng Xian remained in the Soul River forever. The most painful thing in the world was not being able to get close to you even though you're right in front of me. Roar. An earth-shattering roar spread out continuously. The vegetation within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly annihilated and turned into ruins. Even the martial artists who were training in these areas were killed instantly. They did not even know what had happened before they died. Many ancient experts remained silent. They knew Great Emperor Miayu better than anyone else. Ling Xian had fallen into the Soul River and her life was uncertain. This was a huge blow to Great Emperor Miayu. Especially, Great Emperor Miayu was helpless in this regard. No one knew how long this went on for before the area became completely quiet. Great Emperor Miayu had disappeared. Some said that he was not afraid of death and had entered the Soul River. Some said that he wanted to return to the chaotic sovereign realm and had entered the core of the Death Cliff. Of course, these rumors had not been verified. Time flowed by. It has already been 100 years since they arrived at the Cliff of Death. During this period of time, Fang Chen has experienced many things. Princess Huang has also experienced many things. No matter how difficult the path before this was, at the very least, they have now arrived at the core of the Cliff of Death. Phew! After resting for a month, both of their bodies were adjusted to their best condition. When the sky turned bright, Princess Huang opened her eyes and stood up slowly. Her face was solemn as she said softly, "Let's go. Let's go in." Standing in the wilderness, they could feel the boundless aura coming from the core. It was as though they were in the ancient river of time. It was extremely shocking. Fang Chen stood up and stood beside Princess Huang. He took out the Sky Destroyer sword and entered a state of battle readiness. The two of them entered the core of the Death Cliff one after another. A white light flashed before Fang Chen's eyes, and he was shocked to find himself and Princess Huang in an unfamiliar space. This space was extremely strange and gave off an oppressive feeling. "Is this the core of the Death Cliff?" Fang Chen mumbled. Princess Phoenix, who was behind him, gradually regained her composure. She took out a resplendent pearl from her robes and channeled her gentle energy into it. A moment later, the pearl emitted a strand of multicolored light. Fang Chen was somewhat astonished. Princess Phoenix explained, "This is a gift from my master. He once warned me that this pearl can only be used after entering the core of the Death Cliff." The surroundings of this pearl radiated layers of light, completely enveloping Fang Qin and Princess Huang. The two of them raised their heads and glanced over. What entered their eyes was a desolate, killing intent. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Fang Qin heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Someone is fighting. He was startled and his figure flashed as he brought Princess Huang along. Not long later, they arrived in front of a hill and saw the battle scene. At this moment, on the other side of the hill, two people were fighting. Whoosh! One of them held a saber in his hand. He was a saber principal cultivator. According to Fang Chen's knowledge, his realm should belong to the invincible sage realm. As for the other person, he was rather peculiar. He did not have any weapons and was barehanded, yet he was able to resist the saber in the hands of a cultivator of the way of the blade. After watching the battle for a while, Fang Chen let out a soft cry of surprise. The bare-handed cultivator did not have a strong aura, but he gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. Strictly speaking, his realm was even suppressed by the saber principal cultivator. However, he was able to resist the saber principal cultivator with ease. What's going on? Fang Chen was very surprised. Princess Huang frowned as though she had thought of something. Suddenly, she held her head with both hands and let out a painful cry. What's wrong with you? Fang Chen asked anxiously. His palm was placed on Princess Huang's shoulder. Majestic power was injected into her body. Gradually, Princess Huang's body stabilized. A shocked expression appeared on her fair face. Jialua clan? She muttered to herself. Jialua clan? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. He had never heard of such a clan in the world. In my inherited memories, there is a description of the Jialua clan. Princess Huang suppressed the shock in her heart and said slowly. The so-called Jialua clan was one of the most powerful clans in the world. It was a top clan that was on par with the primitive clans. However, this clan was very strange and rarely appeared. Many people said that the Jialua clan did not exist in the world. They were just the result of some powerful cultivator's evolution. Some people also said that the Jialua clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and were the true gods of the world. Some people also said that the Jialua clan was a cursed clan. In short, there were different opinions about the Jialua clan. Even the primitive clans had a limited understanding of the Jialua clan. In Princess Huang's inherited memories, the Jialua clan cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation. When cultivated to the extreme, they could evolve the path of reincarnation on their own body. At this moment, seeing the secret technique that the bare-handed cultivator used, Princess Huang was greatly shocked. This was because she could vaguely see a gray circle on this person's body. This was the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation? Fang Chen exclaimed. If the Jialua clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, then what did the great sage at the end of the path of reincarnation have to do with them? After Princess Huang's explanation, he looked at the bare-handed cultivator seriously. Sure enough, every time the bare-handed cultivator used a secret technique, there would be a faint gray circle on his body. This meant that he only cultivated one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Princess Huang nodded. This would explain why he could easily block the opponent's attack even though he was bare-handed and his realm was lower than his opponent's. Because he was from the Jialua clan. Gotcha. While the two were discussing, the Jialua clan cultivator suddenly found an opportunity to attack. He controlled the gray circle and defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. The aura of reincarnation instantly spread. After sensing this familiar aura, Fang Chen almost cried out in surprise. Reincarnation, it is indeed the aura of reincarnation. Fang Chen was shocked. The saber cultivator was drowned by the aura of reincarnation and died instantly. The Jialua clan cultivator restrained his aura and turned his head to look at Fang Chen and Princess Huang. Since the two of you are here, why don't you show yourself? Hearing this, Princess Huang was shocked. Had they been discovered? Fang Chen patted her gently and then showed himself. Unexpectedly, the Jialua clan cultivator grinned when he saw Fang Chen and said, "So you are from the same clan. Which branch are you from?" Fang Chen was stunned. Chapter 3868. A member of the same clan? Fang Chen was stunned. What was going on? This person was obviously a member of the Jialua clan, so why did he say that he was also a member of the same clan? He kept thinking in his mind, but on the surface, he nodded and grinned. "I am from the lineage of the great sovereign." Although he had read about the Jialua clan in the ancient records before, this was the first time he had seen this clan. He knew almost nothing about the Jialua clan and didn't know how many branches there were. Being questioned by the Jialua clan cultivator, he could only brace himself and make up a story. Of course, he wasn't just making things up when he said that he was from the lineage of the great sovereign. After careful consideration, he guessed that since the Jialua clan thought that he was also a member of the same clan, then it was very likely that it was because he had once been tainted by the aura of reincarnation. He thought of the great sovereign at the end of the samsara road in the chaos realm. He had only come into contact with the sea of bitterness when he met the great sovereign, and he had only reincarnated with the great sovereign's help to come to the origin world. He suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that the great sovereign at the end of the samsara road was a member of the Jialua clan? Thinking of this, he straightened his back, smiled at the Jialua clan cultivator, and said the great sovereign's name. The Jialua clan cultivator's expression changed dramatically. His dark eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. The latter's heart tightened. Had the other party seen through his lie? Fang Chen secretly activated the power of his ultimate sword Dao, ready to fight at any time. Beside him, Princess Huang also looked like she was about to face a great enemy. However, just as the atmosphere gradually froze, the Jialua clan cultivator suddenly laughed loudly. He walked over and patted Fang Chen on the shoulder. "You are from the great sovereign's lineage." This time, it was Fang Chen's turn to be stunned. What was going on? Did the Jialua clan really have a great sovereign's lineage? This, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just said it casually, but he had accidentally hit the nail on the head. Seeing the attitude of the Jialua clansmen towards him, he could clearly feel that they truly treated him as one of their own. He heaved a sigh of relief. The great Venerate's bloodline used to be one of the top bloodlines in the Jialu race. What a pity! The Jialu race martialist frowned as he spoke. At this time, Fang Chen could only pretend to be silent. This was because he didn't know anything about the Jialu race. He only knew that this race controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. In fact, he didn't even know who the Grand Monarch was. It's all because of the Devouring Demon clan. If that old monster hadn't been so ambitious and wanted to become the controller of primal chaos and completely control primal chaos, our Jialua clan wouldn't have been forced to participate in the war. The Jialua clan members were somewhat depressed. In the chaos of the darkness, the old monsters of the devouring demons were forced to join the battle. Fang Chen caught on to a few key points. From this, he deduced that the Jia Luo clan controlled the 6 paths reincarnation. They should be above the mortal realm. However, the clan master of the demon-devouring clan was too ambitious. He wanted to drain the fate of the chaos world and step into the level of the chaos controller. This was something that the Jialua clan wouldn't allow to happen. Given the clan master's ambition, once he became the controller of primal chaos, he would definitely destroy the chaos world. Therefore, the Jialua clan had joined the war. The Grand Monarch's bloodline had probably been completely destroyed in the chaos of the darkness. Only the Grand Monarch had hidden at the end of the path of reincarnation. He seemed to be guarding the path of reincarnation, but he was actually plotting the bigger picture. When he thought of this, Fang Chen felt very conflicted. However, he didn't reveal his identity just because the Grand Monarch was a member of the Jialua clan. After all, things had changed with the passage of time. No one knew what the Jialua clan's attitude was now. Or rather, the Grand Monarch's bloodline had been destroyed. The Grand Monarch had no right to speak in the Jialua clan. If the Jialua clan knew that he was from the Chaos World, how would they react? In short, Fang Chen remembered the mission on his shoulders. He would do everything he could to evolve his perfect bloodline and step into the primal chaos realm at the same time. This was the most important thing. As for the Jialua clan member in front of him, since he thought of him as a member of the same clan, then he would beat him at his own game. Brother, my clan is guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Why are you here? Fang Chen returned to normal and asked in confusion. The Jialua clan member raised his head and glanced at Princess Huang. A trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Fang Chen hurriedly explained, Brother, don't misunderstand. Although she's not a member of my clan, she's still my Dao companion. Dao companion? A trace of displeasure appeared between the Jialua clan member's brows. The Jialua clan has a special bloodline. Marriage with other clans is forbidden. Fang Chen chuckled and explained, Previously, I didn't know that I was a member of the Jialua clan. I met her in the mortal world. Later, I learned of the clan's situation from the great sovereign. Fang Chen made up a random explanation. As expected, the Jialua clan member nodded and his expression eased a lot. That's true. The great sovereign's bloodline was completely destroyed. Back then, only the great sovereign managed to escape and hid at the end of the path of reincarnation in the primal chaos realm. He couldn't even enter the 6 paths of reincarnation of our clan. What a pity! It wasn't easy for the great sovereign's bloodline to produce a disciple. The great sovereign probably wants you to continue producing this generation. The Jialua clan member didn't linger on this topic and returned to the main topic. A war of gods once broke out at the Death Cliff. Countless experts died here. Our clan guards the 6 paths of reincarnation, so we need to filter the vengeful spirits that died. Some people aren't qualified to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard this. Filter vengeful spirits? Some people aren't qualified to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation? Did this mean that if one wanted to enter the reincarnation cycle, they would have to depend on the Jialua clan? As expected, the Jialua clan member continued, You should know that the core of the Death Cliff is a world of its own, right? Fang Chen nodded. The Jialua clan member continued, Because this is a base of our clan. You can call it a mini-reincarnation cycle. The weapon that the world wants to steal is suppressed in this mini-reincarnation cycle. I see. Fang Chen nodded. Let's go. Since you're a member of the great sovereign's bloodline, I'll take you back to see our clansmen. The Jialua clan member said, Although this is a base of our Jialua clan, it doesn't mean it's safe. Recently, in order to train our clansmen, our clan specially opened a gap to allow outsiders to enter. You saw the battle just now, didn't you? Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. It turned out that those people who fought over the Ghost Emperor's weapon were just blindly rushing over. The Jialua clan was guarding this place. Did they have the right to act so atrociously? As expected, nothing was as simple as it seemed on the surface. Especially the core of the Death Cliff, it actually involved the Jialua clan. Most importantly, the great sovereign guarding the reincarnation road was also from the Jialua clan. This simply stunned Fang Chen. Chapter 3869. After chatting for a while, they found out that this Jialua clansman was called Jiajiu. They were siblings and he was the 9th in the family, so he called him by his name. What about you? Jiajiu asked. Fang Chen. The two of them chatted happily. Jiajiu didn't doubt that Fang Chen was a fake, because he came from the lineage of the great sage in the Chaos Realm, and he had the unique reincarnation aura of the Jialua clan. Therefore, he believed that Fang Chen was from the same clan. Let's go back first. Jiajiu hugged Fang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and walked side by side with Jiajiu. He turned back and looked at Princess Huang apologetically. After all, this was the core area of the Death Cliff, and it was a world of its own. In order not to be exposed, he had to trouble Princess Huang. However, there was a smile on Princess Huang's fair face. When Fang Chen looked at her, she blushed and lowered her head. Her hair covered her face. When Fang Chen passed the test left by her mother, she had already made her decision. However, since Fang Chen didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything. To be honest, Princess Huang was very happy when Fang Chen said that she was his cultivation companion. Boom! 3 days later, Jiajiu led Fang Chen and Princess Huang into a dense forest. Jiajiu warned, "There is a beast king in this forest. Be careful and don't provoke it." Fang Chen nodded. However, when he was about to move forward, an angry beast roar came from the depths of the forest. Jiajiu's expression changed. He sensed carefully and soon found the situation in the depths of the forest. "It's an outsider." Jiajiu's face darkened. Then, he rushed into the depths of the forest. Fang Chen and Princess Huang looked at each other and followed. In the depths of the forest, in front of a mountain stream, an expert from the Devouring Demon clan was fighting fiercely with the Beast King. Roar! The Beast King was furious. Its body was too big, so its agility was greatly reduced, and it couldn't move freely. This damned enemy took advantage of this weakness and kept attacking. As a result, in just a short while, many wounds appeared on the Beast King's body. Idiot, the origin world was created by our ancestor. The fact that you're able to survive on this land is our favor. How dare you attack us? Clearly, the devouring demons were very proud and believed that the origin world belonged to them. However, his strength wasn't too strong. He was only a 9th-level saint. If it wasn't for his incredible speed, the Beast King would have torn him apart. "Damn you, I'm going to kill you!" The Beast King roared in anger. Hot flames spewed out of his nostrils. In an instant, the entire mountain was set ablaze. The sea of fire spread, intending to burn the Devouring Demons clan. Not good. The Devouring Demon clan member's expression changed drastically. He leaped up and split into countless illusions. His original body fled out of the forest. "This idiot is too strong." The men of the Devouring Demon tribe thought to themselves as they fled. He had entered the core area to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Before that, he could not afford to make any mistake. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would die. Bang! However, just as he was fleeing, there was a loud bang. He felt a powerful force coming from the front. It sent him flying and he crashed onto the ground. He was in so much pain that he stomped his feet. However, when he felt the scorching power behind him, he couldn't care less. He wanted to escape as fast as he could. Trying to escape? Jiajiu sent the Devouring Demons clan member flying with a palm strike. Then, Fang Chen blocked the Devouring Demons clan member's escape route from another direction. Seeing this, the Devouring Demons clan member gritted his teeth and burned his blood essence. He wanted to fight for his life. He charged towards Fang Chen as fast as lightning. Jiajiu shouted to warn Fang Chen. However, it was too late. The Devouring Demons clan member burned his blood essence. His aura and strength increased exponentially. Jiajiu was extremely worried about Fang Chen. Even Princess Huang was rushing towards Fang Chen. However, in the face of this sudden change, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. His lips curled into a terrifying smile as he waved the sky-crushing sword in his hand. Crack! When the Devouring Demons clan member reached him, he stopped in his tracks. In shock, he felt blood flowing out from his neck. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch it, but he couldn't. His head had rolled to the ground and his headless body fell to the ground. This? Jiajiu was stunned. He didn't expect his clan member to be so powerful. Not bad, brother. You're much stronger than I thought. After being stunned for a while, Jiajiu walked up to Fang Chen and punched him on the shoulder with a smile. He thought that after the great sage's bloodline suffered the most serious injury in history, even if there was a new successor, he wouldn't be that strong. He didn't expect Fang Chen to kill the devouring demon's clan member who burned his blood essence so easily. Jiajiu had a whole new level of respect for him. Roar. The deafening roar of a beast was heard. The three of them instantly felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. Soon after, they discovered that the raging fire in front of the mountain stream had been extinguished. The forest returned to normal, and a huge monster slowly walked over. "Beast King, long time no see," Jiajiu greeted him. "What are you doing here?" the Beast King asked coldly. Jiajiu shrugged. "Aren't you a little too cold? If it weren't for my brother, your enemy would have escaped. You should thank him." As he spoke, Jiajiu pulled Fang Chen over and smiled. The Beast King looked at Fang Chen and his expression softened. Indeed, although he was strong, that guy just now had a profound movement skill and was extremely fast. If Fang Chen and Jiajiu had not appeared, the enemy would have fled long ago. "If there's nothing else, you can leave." The Beast King turned and asked them to leave. Jiajiu knew the Beast King well. Although he didn't say anything, he was grateful to Fang Chen. He thought of something and stopped the Beast King. "Beast King, you're the descendant of a divine beast. Why are you so stingy?" The Beast King stopped and glared at Jiajiu. "You, come with me." The Beast King glanced at Fang Chen and walked back to the mountain stream. Fang Chen was confused. What was going on? Jiajiu nudged him and said, "Brother, hurry up and follow him. This guy is a descendant of a divine beast. He has many good things. If you can get one, it will be of great help to your cultivation." Fang Chen finally understood that Jiajiu was trying to help him get some opportunities. Descendant of a divine beast? Fang Chen thought of his vermilion bird bloodline. He wondered which divine beast the Beast King was a descendant of. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Fang Chen followed the Beast King to the mountain stream. The Beast King stopped and looked at him seriously. "You have the bloodline of a divine beast, vermilion bird." Chapter 3870. As expected, Fang Chen was startled. As a descendant of a divine beast, it should be very sensitive to the bloodline of a divine beast. As expected, it had sensed the aura of the vermilion bird bloodline in him. The Beast King sized up Fang Chen with his large eyes, making the latter feel a little uncomfortable. However, he knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to lie in front of a descendant of a divine beast. Therefore, he admitted it directly and honestly. "That's right. By chance, I cultivated a secret skill related to the vermilion bird. I refined a trace of the vermilion bird's blood essence and derived the true vermilion bird bloodline." Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Beast King. The vermilion bird secret technique had first appeared in the body of Huang Tian, the strongest of the younger generation of Flying Phoenix Manor. However, the latter had wanted to kill Fang Chen and had been killed in the end. Because of this, Fang Chen had been hunted down by the top experts of Flying Phoenix Manor. In the end, he had fled to the territory of Ghost Manor and had almost died at the hands of the Ghost Manor Lord. Whoosh! Thinking back to the past, Fang Chen sighed. Since coming to the origin world, that was the closest he had come to death. "You're very good." The Beast King's large head shook and was full of praise for Fang Chen. A human cultivator who cultivated the vermilion bird secret technique and refined the blood essence of the vermilion bird could derive the true vermilion bird bloodline. And, most importantly, it was the same. The vermilion bird bloodline in his body was very pure and was very rare in the age of decline. Of course, the most important point was that the Beast King had sensed a powerful bloodline in Fang Chen's body through the vermilion bird bloodline. He had tried to approach and understand this powerful bloodline but had been forced back. He was shocked. His divine sense had long reached the edge of the Tao manifestation realm. In addition, he was a descendant of a divine beast and was born with a powerful primordial spirit. However, Fang Chen's bloodline had forced him back. One could imagine how powerful this bloodline was. A primordial bloodline? The Beast King muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. He and Jiajiu called each other brothers and had learned from Jiajiu that Fang Chen was a member of the Jialua clan. He did have the aura of the Jialua clan on him. However, suddenly, the Beast King came to a realization and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Could this be a mutation of the Jialua bloodline? It had interacted with many members of the Jialo race before, so it was familiar with their bloodline. It had never heard of Fang Chen's bloodline before. Combined with his identity, the Beast King believed that the bloodline that forced its primordial spirit to retreat was definitely a mutated version of the Jialo race's bloodline. Senior Beast King. Fang Chen's voice interrupted the Beast King's thoughts. The Beast King returned to his senses and grinned at Fang Chen. He then said, "Since you possess the vermilion bird's bloodline, you can be considered as a descendant of the divine beasts. I'm staying here to protect my ancestors' oath." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The oath to protect the ancestors? The ancestor it spoke of was undoubtedly an ancient mythological beast like the vermilion bird, but what kind of contract was it guarding? Could this be the opportunity Jiajiu was talking about? Whoosh! The Beast King waved its huge claw and the mountain stream suddenly changed. Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was in a vast grassland. He couldn't see the end of it and it was lush everywhere. At this moment the Beast King spoke. "There are countless opportunities in this territory that I guard. Many members of the Jialo race, including Jiajiu, have tried to obtain opportunities from me, but I drove them all away. You are the first person who has a chance to obtain an opportunity." Fang Chen was stunned. The Beast King continued, "Release the vermilion bird bloodline and sense it yourself. Feel whatever you feel. If you can't feel anything, then it means that you are not destined to be a descendant of the divine beast. Then we will part ways here." With that, the Beast King disappeared. Only a dumbfounded Fang Chen was left standing on the lush grassland in a daze. After a while, he calmed down. According to the Beast King, there were many opportunities in this grassland and he needed to use the vermilion bird bloodline to sense them. Buzz. He released the vermilion bird bloodline and a trace of the vermilion bird's power surrounded his body. With his feet as the center, it quickly spread across the ground. The vermilion bird's power that was invisible to the naked eye spread across the entire grassland. Secretly, the Beast King nodded in satisfaction. The vermilion bird is known to have the strongest attack power among the divine beasts. With the density of his bloodline, he should be able to sense the black tortoise's power, right? Outside the mountain stream, Princess Huang looked worriedly in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared. Jiajiu, who was at the side, smiled and said, "Don't worry, my brother will be fine. There are many good things in that old fellow's territory. This time, he will definitely reap a bountiful harvest." Although Jiajiu looked happy, Princess Huang was still very worried. After all, that was a descendant of the divine beast. If he wanted to kill Fang Chen, the latter would not be able to resist. My brother is not simple. Being able to gain the Beast King's approval is enough to prove everything. Jiajiu said, "I didn't expect that the divine beasts that were almost destroyed back then, after being dormant for countless years, would produce such a genius." Jiajiu's eyes were blazing with a fiery look. If the divine beasts were to rise again, it would definitely be the best news for the Jialua clan. On the lush grassland, Fang Chen closed his eyes, touching the grass and trees on the grassland with both hands. The vermilion bird's power had spread across the entire grassland, and he could clearly sense any movement on the grassland. But, right now, he did not sense any abnormalities. The Beast King shouldn't lie to me. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He had the vermilion bird's bloodline, and could be considered a descendant of the divine beast. He had obtained the Beast King's approval, and brought him here and told him to release the vermilion bird's bloodline. More than a month had passed, and he still had not found anything. Even the Beast King, who was secretly observing, felt a little regretful. "Can't you feel it?" He couldn't even sense the most basic opportunity. He shook his head slightly to express his regret. After all, Fang Chun had the vermilion bird's bloodline, but he couldn't sense the opportunity. He could only blame his bad luck. There was no point in keeping such a person. The Beast King was ready to appear and send Fang Chun away. But, at this moment, the Beast King's foot suddenly stopped in its tracks. His gong-sized eyes stared at the lush grassland. At this moment, a fiery red light suddenly appeared on the grassland. Then, a fluorescent light appeared and enveloped the fiery red light. "That's," the Beast King grinned. "The power of the Black Tortoise." Fang Chun sensed the power of the Black Tortoise. The divine beast Vermilion Bird was known to have the strongest attack power, while the divine beast Black Tortoise was known to have the strongest defense. The two were enemies and friends, and they restrained each other. After a month without any results, Fang Chun condensed the fire of the Vermilion Bird, which led to the Black Tortoise shield. Chapter 3871. The Antiquity Age was the most glorious age. In that era there were countless monstrous geniuses, as well as hundreds of flowers blooming from other races. There was even more than one divine beast. However, although there were many divine beasts, the best of them were the legendary 4 supreme divine beasts. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Fang Chun had experienced a lot since he started cultivating in the ancient Sword Continent's Xingfeng nation. He had seen some clans called the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and other clans. However, they were not the true descendants of the divine beasts. The 4 supreme divine beasts were the strongest in the legends. At their peak, even the chaotic supremes had to be wary of them. However, they had all fallen for certain reasons. The Vermilion Bird was known as the ancestor of all flames. It could control all the flames in the world. At the same time, its attack power was also known as the strongest in the world. The Black Tortoise was known as the ancestor of defense. It was best at defense. Spear and shield were both friends and foes. Therefore, when Fang Chun used the Vermilion Bird bloodline to condense the Vermilion Bird fire, the force of the Black Tortoise finally became restless. Buzz. The Beast King, who was hiding in the dark, smiled delightedly when he saw the power of the Black Tortoise appear. Although Fang Chun had yet to find the true opportunity, the power of the Black Tortoise could also be considered an opportunity. If he can successfully absorb the force of the Black Tortoise, his defense power will greatly increase, the Beast King muttered to himself. On the lush grassland, Fang Chun closed his eyes and carefully sensed the force of the Black Tortoise in the air. A gray aura escaped from the force of the Black Tortoise and blocked the spread of the Vermilion Bird fire. As expected, Fang Chun could not help but laugh. The Vermilion Bird and the Black Tortoise repelled each other. Condense. Since he had sensed the Black Tortoise's power, Fang Chun naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. With a thought, he condensed even more Vermilion Bird's fire and instantly suppressed the Black Tortoise's power. Then, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he absorbed the Black Tortoise's power into his body. Buzz. After the force of the Black Tortoise entered his body, it started to struggle and destroy his internal organs. However, the perfect bloodline instantly covered his entire body. What happened next left Fang Chun in a daze. The power of the Black Tortoise, which was originally violently struggling, actually calmed down the moment it came into contact with the perfect bloodline. It was as if the power of the Black Tortoise was afraid of the perfect bloodline. What happened? Fang Chun was astonished. Although the perfect bloodline was very powerful and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the primeval bloodline, Fang Chun had never seen it before. But it shouldn't be enough to make the power of the Black Tortoise afraid, right? Could it be? Fang Chun realized that the perfect bloodline could easily penetrate the power of the Black Tortoise. He instantly understood. The force of the Black Tortoise was known to have the strongest defense, but the perfect bloodline was able to break through its defense. Naturally, the force of the black tortoise feared the perfect bloodline. Refine. Seizing the time, Fang Chen used his perfect bloodline to analyze the structure of the black tortoise's power. Then, he used the vermilion bird's flames to burn the black tortoise's power. Because Fang Chen had the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast, he had a lot of experience. In just half an hour, he had completely refined the force of the black tortoise. Buzz. With a thought, spots of gray light appeared on the surface of his skin. These gray lights vaguely connected together to form a powerful black tortoise armor. Not enough. Fang Chen pursed his lips. The force of the black tortoise was obviously not strong enough. He needed to continue absorbing it. Again. With this experience, the process of capturing and refining the black tortoise's force became a matter of course. Even the Beast King was stunned by this scene. The Beast King widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. When he saw the thick black tortoise armor on the surface of Fang Chen's skin, he immediately exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Even he would find it difficult to condense the black tortoise armor in such a short time. This guy actually did it? Fang Chen, who had condensed the black tortoise armor, was very happy. He felt that his defense had improved by a level. If I were to fight with someone now, an invincible sage would not be able to break through my defense, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Even if he were to face an ultimate sage, he was confident that he could fight with him. To put it simply, the moment Fang Chen condensed the black tortoise armor, he was already comparable to an ultimate sage. Phew! After recultivating for 2 lifetimes and going through many hardships, not only did he return to the peak, but he also went one step further and was comparable to an ultimate sage. At this time, Fang Chen's mood was inexplicably complicated. Boom, boom, boom. He tried to control the vermilion bird's fire to attack himself, but it was all blocked by the black tortoise armor. After a series of experiments, Fang Chen finally completely controlled the black tortoise armor. However, without the support of the black tortoise bloodline, the black tortoise armor was just a facade. This was a problem for Fang Chen. It was already very lucky to have the vermilion bird bloodline, but to have the bloodline of 2 ancient super-divine beasts at the same time? It was simply a dream. I wonder if there is the blood essence of the divine beast black tortoise here? Fang Chen muttered. If he could find the blood essence of the divine beast black tortoise, he might really be able to condense the black tortoise bloodline. The Beast King said that there are opportunities everywhere in this grassland. This is just an appetizer. I believe there are more opportunities waiting for me. Fang Chen collected his thoughts and looked ahead. The boundless grassland was lush, peaceful, and peaceful. Continue. Fang Chen continued to bury his head in the grassland, looking for opportunities. The Beast King, who was watching in the dark, exclaimed, "This guy." He finally knew why Jiajiu admired Fang Chen so much. Outside the Beast King's territory, Jiajiu crossed his legs and waited leisurely. Princess Huang's face was very solemn. Fang Chen had been in for a long time, but there was no news at all. She secretly sent a message to the latter, but there was no response. This made Princess Huang very anxious. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, my brother is probably looking for opportunities now." Jiajiu grinned. He still wanted to say something, but his face suddenly changed. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Something big has happened in the clan, I need to go back first. Wait for my brother here. When you are done, go to the Jialua clan's encampment to find me." After saying that, he disappeared without looking back. Looking at his disappearing figure, a hint of worry appeared between Princess Huang's brows. "What happened?" Princess Huang whispered. This was the core of the Death Cliff, and the Jialua clan's encampment. Who dared to be presumptuous here? Almost all outsiders who came in would die, and they would not be able to affect the Jialua clan at all. Her intuition told her that Jiajiu's hurried return might be related to the Ghost Emperor's weapon, but Fang Chen had not come out yet, so she needed to wait patiently. I hope you are fine. Princess Huang looked at the depths of the Beast King's territory. Chapter 3872. On the lush grassland, Fang Chen had been searching seriously. If he did not have any clues before, now that he had condensed the black tortoise armor, it would be easier for him to find the black tortoise blood essence. If the black tortoise blood essence really existed on the grassland, then as long as he used the black tortoise armor and continued searching, he would definitely be able to find it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After an unknown period of time, the black tortoise armor that had been motionless all this time suddenly shook. This action attracted Fang Chen's attention. His pitch-black eyes stared at the black tortoise armor. His body moved slowly, trying to find the place that caused the black tortoise armor to move and lock onto it. He moved 3 meters to the left. The black tortoise armor was unusually calm. He shook his head slightly and eliminated the left direction. Then, he returned to the place where the black tortoise armor had moved and moved 3 meters to the right. The black tortoise armor was still calm. In this way, after dozens of attempts, he finally found the source of the black tortoise armor's shaking. Buzz. The black tortoise armor on Fang Chen's body was constantly changing, as if it would shatter at any time. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the bottom of his feet. Beneath his feet was a lush patch of weeds. When he spread out the weeds, he was surprised to find that there was actually a crystal bead here. Crack! He stretched out his hand to touch the crystal bead, but he was shocked to discover that there was a strong seal around the crystal bead. Black tortoise blood essence? A look of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. This crystal bead was no ordinary bead. It contained a drop of precious black tortoise blood essence. Fang Chen did not act rashly. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to seriously think about how to break the seal around the crystal bead. He once again tried to touch the seal with his palm and seriously sensed it. A moment later, he had a preliminary understanding of the internal structure of the seal. This is a very typical illusory seal, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he was best at Sword Dao, his attainments in Illusion Dao and Sealing Dao were also extremely high. The illusory seal was a very common type of seal that combined illusions and formations together to form a powerful seal. The greatest characteristic of the illusory seal was that its strength was comparable to that of formations, and its formlessness was similar to that of illusions. Normally, even if one knew that there was a seal here, it would still be very difficult to find it. If you can't even find the seal, how are you going to break it? However, Fang Chen was different. He was familiar with the illusory seal, so he was able to find the location of the illusory seal at a glance. Then, he began to dissect it from the inside. First of all, he had to separate the illusions from the formations. Then, once the illusion was destroyed, the remaining formation would be revealed. In his 2 lifetimes of cultivation, he had seen countless formations. To him, as long as it wasn't a formation set up by a supreme being expert, it wouldn't be difficult for him. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and looked deeply at the drop of blood in the crystal bead. Then, the stripping began. Outside the grassland, the Beast King was dumbfounded. Not only did this guy find the crystal bead, but he was also trying to break the seal? Can he break it? The Beast King muttered. He knew better than anyone how strong the seal around the crystal bead was. That was a seal that even an ultimate sage couldn't do anything about. This guy in front of him was actually trying to break it? The Beast King was silent and kept staring at Fang Chen. He wanted to see what this guy would do. In fact, for Fang Chen, the most difficult thing was to separate the illusions and formations. He spread out his hands and gently touched the illusory seal. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force that seemed to want to bounce off his hands. However, he activated the power in his body and stabilized it. Next, he closed his eyes and began to peel it off. He tried to let his consciousness gradually penetrate into the interior of the illusory seal. Using his familiarity with the structure of the illusory seal, he quickly destroyed the internal structure of the seal and made it peel off automatically. This process seems simple, but it was actually very dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause the illusory seal to self-destruct. At that time, even the Beast King couldn't take out the crystal bead. Obviously, Fang Chen didn't want the crystal bead to be destroyed. It contained the essence and blood of the divine beast Black Tortoise, which was very important to him. Whoosh! He tried hard to calm down the waves in his heart. His consciousness penetrated layer by layer. An hour later, his consciousness had completely penetrated the interior of the illusory seal. At this time, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. He gritted his teeth and growled. Immediately, his powerful primordial spirit controlled his consciousness and instantly released a terrifying soul power. Crack! The internal structure of the illusory seal, almost without any room to react, was destroyed. The connection center is damaged. Fang Chen received a very important message. The connection center was damaged, which also meant that he was halfway to success. Continue. He took the opportunity to destroy the interior of the illusory seal. After a while, the internal structure of the illusory seal was completely destroyed. At this time, Fang Chen began to peel. An illusory aura was forcibly removed from the illusory seal, leaving an empty shell array. Whoosh! After the removal, he used his understanding of illusory techniques to easily penetrate the illusory aura and completely destroy it. The most important part of the illusory seal was the illusory technique. Now that the illusory aura was destroyed, the array left behind was of little significance to Fang Chen. Crack! Almost in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the formation shattered into pieces. Buzz! A gray aura was released from the crystal bead. Fang Chen quickly grabbed the crystal bead. Success! Glancing at the crystal bead in his palm, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Rumble! At this time, a deafening roar came from the sky above the grassland. Then, the Beast King appeared out of thin air. Congratulations on getting the Black Tortoise essence and blood. It could be seen that there was a smile on the Beast King's face. From today onwards, you can enter and exit my territory at will. If you need anything, you can come to me directly. Thank you. Fang Chen clasped his fist. Well, you can refine the Black Tortoise essence, and as for whether you can condense the Black Tortoise bloodline, it will depend on your luck. After you finish refining, you can leave here. The Beast King said. Something happened in the Jialua clan and Jiajiu is in a hurry to return. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyelids twitched and hurriedly asked about Princess Huang's situation. She's fine, waiting for you outside the territory. After chatting with the Beast King for a while, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the grassland to save time and began to race against time to refine the Black Tortoise essence and blood. As for the Beast King, he stood by the side to protect him. Chapter 3873. After obtaining the Black Tortoise blood essence, Fang Chen began to refine it. In fact, refining the Black Tortoise blood essence was not difficult for him because he had refined the Vermilion Bird blood essence before and possessed a perfect bloodline comparable to a primordial bloodline. Combining all of the above factors, he only spent half a month to completely refine the Black Tortoise blood essence. After refining it, he began to use his perfect bloodline as a guide to condense the Black Tortoise blood essence. Time passed by little by little. It took a long time to condense the Black Tortoise blood essence. 100 years passed in a flash. The Beast King glanced at Fang Chen. A thick layer of light had appeared on his body, a sign of the Black Tortoise blood essence. The Beast King smiled. After 100 years, he had finally stepped into the threshold. Next, he would need a long time to settle down. He believed that Fang Chen would definitely be able to condense the Black Tortoise blood essence. While waiting for a long time, great changes were happening in the outside world. In the origin world, legends of the demon devourer patriarch were circulating everywhere. Some said that the Demon Devourer Patriarch was only a step away from the Chaos Controller realm. Therefore, the 4 sacred lands issued an order to collect all the cultivation resources in the origin world. There was another saying that the Demon Devourer Patriarch suffered a chi deviation when trying to break through to the Chaos Controller realm. He was seriously injured and needed cultivation resources to heal. In short, there were different opinions. All the major manors were actively making preparations. Only the Ghost Manor did not make any move. On this day, a small vortex appeared in the territory of the Ghost Manor. Immediately, the Ghost Manor Lord ordered a complete lockdown and no one was allowed to approach. His figure flashed and he jumped into the small vortex. In a flash of white light, the Ghost Manor Lord appeared in a gloomy and terrifying region. This place was completely different from the origin world, filled with dense death chi. The underworld? The Ghost Manor Lord's eyes shone with golden light. He had been searching for the underworld for a long time. Did he finally find some clues today? After calming down from his excitement, the Ghost Manor Lord found that this was not the real underworld, but the path to it. In other words, he could only enter the underworld through this path. He saw a flash of white light in front of him. He quickly rushed over. Suddenly, countless towering trees appeared around him. He was shocked to find that he had fallen into an illusion. How could this be? He ran desperately, but no matter what he did, he could not escape the illusion. Finally, when he was completely exhausted, he fell limply to the ground. Could it be that I was wrong? The Ghost Manor Lord muttered. However, right at that moment, something strange happened. An ancient and deep voice sounded from the illusory realm. The gate opens, the underworld appears. These words seem to have existed since the beginning of time, drifting from the river of time and shaking the heart of the Ghost Manor Lord. The underworld? The Ghost Manor Lord shouted excitedly. Sure enough, he saw a door leading to the underworld. He entered without hesitation. Buzz. After he returned the domain, the ghost. As however, only the Ghost Palace Master knew that he would definitely overturn this origin world once he returned from the underworld. Battlefield. To the great Saturday. Chi Lord S. The time essence. To the time as. Voila. Suddenly, a wave appeared on the silent sea of misery. The great sovereign opened his eyes. His powerful divine sense covered the entire primal chaos realm, and he found that everything was normal. Then, he gently counted with his fingers and sighed, "Have we met?" When he sent Fang Chen into the origin world, he had already predicted that one day, Fang Chen would encounter the Jia Luo race. He just hadn't thought that they would meet much earlier than he had expected. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Even that old guy can't hold back anymore? Great Senior said softly. The deployment and plans of the Chaos Realm for countless years were all closely related to Fang Chen. As long as he did not die, the plan could continue. Great Sovereign. The Bloodline Monarch came to the end of the path of reincarnation. He knelt down on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "The crisis of the ancient chaos has been resolved. Our people are secretly protecting Fang Chen's family and friends. I will guard the border of the ancient chaos and forbid anyone from entering." The great sovereign nodded. Only when Fang Chen had nothing to worry about would he be able to complete his mission in the origin world with even greater efficiency. The reason he chose the Bloodline Monarch was because the top experts of the Chaos Realm had unanimously decided to let the Bloodline Monarch show the results of his research to Fang Chen. Moreover, the Bloodline Monarch was incomparably familiar with the ancient chaos. "Is there anything else?" Great Sovereign asked. The Bloodline Monarch thought for a moment, then asked, "Great Sovereign, how is Fang Chen right now?" "Ha! Great Sovereign smiled mysteriously. Fang Chen's actions in the origin world were top secret. Even the other members of the Chaos world couldn't know about it. You will know in the future, Great Sovereign said. The Bloodline Monarch nodded, then returned to the border between the God's Fall battlefield and the ancient Chaos to guard it. At the same time, the other ancient experts were constantly appearing in various parts of the God's Fall battlefield to maintain the balance of the battlefield and repair the gaps, preventing the demon devourers of the origin world from sneaking in through other gaps. In short, under the leadership of Great Sovereign, the entire Chaos realm was almost as one. Occasionally, the demon devourers would come in. This was also done on purpose to train the experts of the Chaos realm, allowing them to experience the baptism of death at the edge of life and death battles to break through. Needless to say, this method was very effective. Some experts who had been unable to enter the Saint Realm for a long time stepped into the Five Elements Saint Realm after fighting with the demon devourers. Fang Chun had been in the origin world for less than 1,000 years. In such a short time, the number of Five Elements Saint Realm experts in the Chaos Realm had increased by a lot. Of course, this was not enough. The ones who truly controlled the life and death of the two worlds were the legendary Chaos Supremes. Therefore, they could not let the demon devourers become a Chaos controller first. Otherwise, the Chaos realm would perish. At this time, they had to think of a way to buy Fang Chun as much time as possible. With his rare potential, as long as he could step into the Chaos Supremes, he would certainly be able to contend with the demon devourers and might even become a Chaos controller directly. The future of the Chaos realm was still in an abyss of suffering. They needed someone to be their savior, and Fang Chun, without a doubt, he was the savior of all life. Chapter 3874. On the grassland, Fang Chun sat cross-legged as a thick bloodline aura surrounded his body. If one were to carefully sense it, they would discover that the bloodline aura was extremely mixed. There was an extremely cold aura, and there was also an aura that was as hot as fire. Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, the Beast King suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Fang Chun and gasped softly. He realized that the black tortoise armor on the surface of Fang Chun's skin was becoming more and more real. He was surprised to find that a trace of the black tortoise bloodline was condensed in Fang Chun's body. Did I succeed? The Beast King was a little excited. At this moment, Fang Chun also noticed this scene. He used the perfect bloodline to guide the trace of the black tortoise bloodline into the perfect bloodline. Boom! The vermilion bird bloodline and black tortoise bloodline rejected each other, but with the perfect bloodline, it gradually stabilized. Crash! Fang Chun opened his eyes and felt the black tortoise armor on his skin. A bright smile appeared on his face. Congratulations! The Beast King congratulated and at the same time, threw a scroll to Fang Chun and said, "This scroll records the secret technique of the Black Tortoise Shield. You can study it." The Black Tortoise Shield was a famous defensive technique of the Black Tortoise bloodline. Only people with the Black Tortoise bloodline could cultivate it. Fang Chun condensed the Black Tortoise bloodline and was qualified to cultivate it. "Thank you, Beast King." Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. If it wasn't for the Beast King, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such a great opportunity. Possessing the bloodline of two ancient divine beasts at the same time made him even more confident in the evolution of the perfect bloodline. "All right, you have obtained the opportunity. It's time to leave," the Beast King said. Then, with a thought, he sent Fang Chun out of the territory. Outside the territory, Princess Huang was walking around anxiously. All of a sudden, "Princess Huang." Fang Chun's voice entered Princess Huang's ears. The latter's body trembled. She turned around and looked at Fang Chun with tears in her eyes. "Are you okay?" She tried her best to hold back the tears in her eyes. "I'm fine," Fang Chun said. "It's good that you're fine," Princess Huang murmured. After Fang Chun bid farewell to the Beast King, he brought Princess Huang and left this region. Before he left, the Beast King reminded him that the core area of the Death Cliff was very special. It was a world of its own. Maybe there would be a sleeping existence there. He told them not to wander around and to contact Jiaju first. After leaving the Beast King's territory, Fang Chen asked about Jiajiu, but Princess Huang didn't know. Where should we go now? Princess Huang asked. The core area of the Death Cliff was much more complicated than they had imagined. Especially since the Jialua clan was involved, they were extremely fearful. The Jialua clan was known as one of the most powerful clans in the world. Most importantly, they controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. They had established a base in the core area of the Death Cliff. This also meant that there was definitely a reincarnation road here. Let's find out where the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon is, Fang Chen muttered. This was their purpose in coming to the Death Cliff. All right. Princess Huang nodded and the two of them walked side by side. Along the way, they met a few members of the Jialua clan. But because Fang Chen had the reincarnation chi, he was recognized as a member of the Jialua clan. Almost no one attacked him. However, there were still some outsiders who snuck in. Kill. One day, when he and Princess Huang were resting, he suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent approaching. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the Sky Destroyer sword. With a slash of the sword, it suppressed the heavens and earth and instantly injured the attacker. A miserable shriek came from the attacker's mouth. Following that, a figure fell to the ground. This person's legs were cut off by the Sky Destroyer sword and his cultivation was exhausted. He looked ferocious and shouted angrily, "You dare to attack me? My master will not let you off." "Who are you?" Princess Huang asked coldly. "You are all dead. My master will be here soon. None of you will be able to escape." This person fell into madness. "Pucci." Princess Huang attacked and killed him. "Let's go." Fang Chen nodded and said. If they were elsewhere, they might not be afraid. But this was the residence of the Jialua clan. They did not know who the master was, and they did not want to get into trouble. Crash. Not long after Fang Chen and Princess Huang left, the group landed on the ground. The leader was wearing golden armor and had an imposing appearance. Behind him, there were some servants. One of the servants quickly walked to the person who had died here and checked. Then, he quickly ran back and reported, "Master, he has stopped breathing." Hearing this, the man in golden armor's face turned gloomy. "Who did it?" the man in golden armor asked. The servant shook his head. "The murderer is a sword cultivator. He did not give Achi any chance. He cut off Achi's legs with a sword and then killed Achi with a palm. From the sword chi, I can tell that this sword cultivator should be an expert of the invincible sage realm. Moreover, his attainments in the sword principle should be very high. He might have comprehended the ultimate sword principle." The servant emphasized the words ultimate sword principle. As expected, the man in golden armor's face changed slightly. Ultimate sword principle? He had been pursuing the ultimate sword principle for a long time. Now, one of his servants was killed by a sword cultivator who seemed to have comprehended the ultimate sword principle. This was interesting. According to the information we have, the major forces in the core area do not have such a sword cultivator. In other words, this sword cultivator is most likely a rogue cultivator. The servant continued. That palm contained a special aura. I suspect that this person is related to the primitive tribes. The man in golden armor's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. They had gathered countless information and researched countless methods. Finally, they decided to enter the core area of the Death Cliff. However, Achi was killed as soon as they entered. The person who killed him was a sword cultivator who had mastered the ultimate sword principle and was related to the primitive tribes. What was going on? Could it be that the primitive tribes can't sit still anymore? The servant shook his head. Not necessarily. That palm doesn't prove anything. Perhaps I sensed wrongly. The man in golden armor pondered for a moment before saying, "No matter what, Qi can't die in vain. We must find the murderer at all cost. The servant understood. Their master did not want to avenge Qi. Instead, he wanted the murderer's ultimate sword principle. This was the most precious experience. If he could comprehend it, he would definitely be able to comprehend an ultimate sword principle. Master, don't worry. I will do it right away, the servant said. The man in golden armor raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance as he said eerily, "Since I have come here, I will conquer this place. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me." Chapter 3875. Princess Feng Huang probably didn't know that the person they killed would bring a series of troubles to their future journey. Of course, this was a story for later. After Fang Chun killed that mysterious warrior, he was heading north. He naturally wouldn't foolishly head to the Jialua clan's encampment. Jia Ju's cultivation realm was low and had mistaken him for someone else. However, there were many experts in the Jialua clan. Once someone recognized his identity, it would bring danger to his life. "Where are we going now?" Princess Huang asked. They couldn't go to the Jialua clan's encampment and had to carefully avoid the Jialua clansmen. Then, how should they proceed? "Let's find out the approximate location of the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon," Fang Chen said. 1. In the air, there was an imperceptible fluctuation. Fang Chen frowned slightly and looked around. He didn't discover anything. He didn't believe in heresy and released his powerful divine sense, covering a radius of 100 miles. However, he still didn't discover anything. "What's wrong?" Seeing Fang Chen acting like this, Princess Huang asked in surprise. Fang Chen shook his head and retracted his divine sense. He said, "Nothing, let's go." The two of them walked side by side. After a few steps, Fang Chen suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes and seriously felt the pulse of the earth. In order to comprehend the origin of earth, he had once deeply felt the pulse of the earth and comprehended the origin of earth in one fell swoop. Every movement of the earth couldn't escape his senses. Now, his feet felt the pulse of the earth. It seemed to be a little irregular. If it was before, he wouldn't have thought that there was anything abnormal. However, it was different now. Just now, he vaguely felt a special aura. When he released his divine sense, he didn't sense anything. At that time, he started to feel suspicious. It was just that he didn't have any evidence. Now, combined with the irregular pulse of the earth, he was even more certain that someone was approaching him. Could it be the master of that person I killed not long ago? Seeing Fang Chen's actions, Princess Huang also realized it. She carefully took precautions and was ready to attack at any time. Dong! Suddenly, Fang Chen stomped his feet and the ground instantly collapsed. Immediately after, an earthy yellow aura appeared around him. The power of the origin of earth passed through his legs and instantly poured into the earth. Then, he used the pulse of the earth to force the mysterious person to show himself. Dong dong dong! The throbbing pulse of the earth stacked up layer by layer, growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had already stacked 512 layers. At this time, the pulse was already extremely chaotic. Crack! True enough. The person hiding in the shadows was unable to withstand the power of the 512th layer of the throbbing pulse of the world and was forced to reveal himself. Interesting. You can actually sense me approaching. The red-haired old man wore a black robe and held a wine gourd in his hand. His face was ferocious as he looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Well, so what if you found me? Aren't you still going to die in my hands?" Voila! As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Boom! Boom! He opened the wine cork and countless wine droplets shot out from the wine gourd. These wine droplets contained unparalleled power and instantly shot towards Fang Chen. Kill! Fang Chen felt tremendous pressure and performed his ultimate sword technique without hesitation. Swoosh! With the heaven-destroying sword in his hand, Fang Chen seemed to have turned into a demon as he slashed out again and again. The power of the ultimate sword technique was displayed perfectly. When the sword light collided with the drops of wine, there was a loud sound. Even the red-haired old man could not help but take a few steps back. It is indeed the ultimate sword technique. Master was right. He licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Kid, surrender obediently and I can spare your life. I can even give you a chance to be loyal to my master." Fang Chen frowned. This person actually recognized his ultimate sword technique and even mentioned his master. He must be in cahoots with the person he had killed earlier. "My master is the strongest existence in the world. It is your honor to be loyal to him." Seeing that Fang Chen was silent, the red-haired old man sneered, "If not for the fact that you have the ultimate sword technique, the fact that you killed Qi is enough to implicate 9 generations of your family. Seeing that you are a genius, my master will spare your life. I hope you don't make a mistake." The red-haired old man was filled with boundless power and he was suppressing others with his aura. The strongest existence in the world? How arrogant! Fang Chen looked at him in disdain. Is he as strong as the demon-devouring clan leader? Is he as strong as those ancient supremes? You, the red-haired old man glared at Fang Chen. The people he was referring to were all peak utmost exalted level existences. Although his master was a genius, he had yet to step into the utmost exalted level. How could he possibly be comparable to those big shots? My master will step into the supremes sooner or later. Once he does, he will definitely be comparable to the demon-devouring clan leader and stand at the peak of the world. The red-haired old man said confidently. His master was born to reach the peak of the martial way. Fang Chen shook his head. He was thinking about how to deal with the red-haired old man. At the same time, he was secretly communicating with Princess Huang. "We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, when his master arrives, it will be difficult for us to escape." Princess Huang was slightly anxious. After all, this was the core of the Death Cliff, and it was isolated from the outside world. "Old thing, you are really arrogant," Fang Chen sneered. The person he was talking about had not even comprehended the ultimate sword technique. How dare he boast that he was the strongest existence in the world? What a joke! However, the red-haired old man was a little difficult to deal with. "Do you know about the Jialua clan?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. "Jialua clan?" The red-haired old man was stunned. He then said, "Of course I know. It is a special clan that is as famous as the primitive clans." "Since you know, then do you know that I am also a member of the Jialua clan?" Fang Chen grinned. "How dare you provoke the Jialua clan? You are courting death." While the red-haired old man was still in shock, Fang Chen decisively attacked. He slashed out with the Heaven's Stance sword technique and pushed his ultimate sword technique to the extreme. The sword slashed across the sky and sent the red-haired old man flying. At the same time, he brought Princess Huang and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Boom! 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 The red-haired old man was furious. He smashed a mountain with a punch. "Damn you! How dare you sneak attack me? I will tear you into pieces." His figure flashed and he began to chase after Fang Chen. At the same time, he passed the news to the golden armored man. "Jialua clan?" The golden armored man was silent for a long time after receiving the news. The Jialua clan does have a base in the core of the Death Cliff. Not many people know about this. Since that person knows about it, even if he is not from the Jialua clan, he must be related to them. Then, the servant was a little worried. The Jialua clan was a huge clan. They could not afford to offend them. The dead will not reveal secret. The golden armored man played with the small knife in his hand and said eerily. Chapter 3876. At the end of the desert, an old man was fishing. Seeing this strange scene, Fang Chen and Princess Huang were both surprised. This was a desert. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, Not a single drop of water could be seen. They were very curious. Why was this old man fishing here? They saw. The old man was wearing a gray robe and was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock. He was holding a 1-meter-long bamboo pole in his hand. At the other end of the bamboo pole there was a silk thread. At the end of the silk thread there was a fishing hook. This was a fishing rod. When the clouds rise, sit and look at the east. The old man muttered such words. After that, a smile appeared on his withered face. It was as though he already knew that Fang Chen and Princess Huang had arrived. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. As he spoke, the old man flicked his wrist and the fishing rod was lifted. A golden fish suddenly appeared in the desert. It bit the hook and was pulled back by the old man. That is, Fang Chen's heart trembled. If he didn't see wrongly, that golden fish was condensed from ultimate force. This kind of fish was definitely not an ordinary fish. It actually took the initiative to bite the hook. What was the identity of this old man? The old man held the golden fish and turned his head to look at Fang Chen and Princess Huang. He said, "Since the two of you are here, why don't you have a taste of this old man's fish?" Swoosh! The old man flicked his sleeve. Instantly, the golden fish floated in midair. He formed seals with both hands. A terrifying force penetrated the golden fish. As time passed, the energy in the golden fish became purer. In the end, the energy of the golden fish was directly compressed into the purest form of energy. This kind of energy was a great supplement for a martial artist's cultivation. This, Fang Chen was shocked. To be able to compress the ultimate force into such a pure state with just a raise of his hand and let ordinary people absorb and refine it. One could imagine how strong this old man was. He felt a headache coming. He had just escaped the pursuit of the mysterious expert's servant. Why did he encounter another monster not long after? Just what kind of strange place was the core of the death cliff? Try it. The old man threw the golden fish out. Fang Chen subconsciously reached out to catch it, but he was shocked to find that the golden fish flew past him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch the golden fish. 1. The golden fish accurately landed in Princess Huang's fair palm. A look of astonishment appeared on the latter's beautiful face. However, before she could say anything, the old man said, "Quickly eat it." Fang Chen also sent a sound transmission to Princess Huang, saying that this golden fish would be of great help to her cultivation. Princess Huang no longer hesitated and swallowed the golden fish in one gulp. "This way, please." The old man waved his sleeve, and 3 stone benches and a stone table appeared in the desert. He took the lead and sat down on the stone bench, making an inviting gesture. Fang Chen and Princess Huang looked at each other and sat down. "Thank you, Senior." Princess Huang expressed her thanks. In just a few seconds she could feel the strength in her body rising. Moreover, her comprehension of the 5 elemental origins had also greatly increased. The most important thing was, she could clearly sense the trajectory of the ultimate power. For a powerhouse at the peak of the saint realm like them, this was more important than any treasure of heaven and earth. "May I ask Senior's name?" Fang Chen asked. The old man shook his head and smiled. "This old man's name is not worth mentioning. Just call me Fisherman." Fang Chen seriously thought about it in his mind, but he couldn't think of such a person as Fisherman. Princess Huang also shook her head gently. She had never heard of such a person. "Senior Fisherman, are you also an ultimate cultivator?" The so-called ultimate cultivator, in Fang Chen's understanding, was a cultivator who had comprehended the ultimate path. The fisherman shook his head. "I have indeed comprehended the ultimate path, but I am not an ultimate cultivator." Fang Chen was puzzled. The fisherman explained, "Do you know why I didn't give you the golden fish I just caught, but gave it to this lady? Is it because I have comprehended the ultimate path?" Fang Chen asked. The fisherman explained, "You should have seen the essence of the golden fish, and the reason I didn't give it to you is that you are not suitable. You are at the beginning of the ultimate path. If I give you the golden fish and let you refine and absorb it, the ultimate power of the golden fish will subtly affect your cultivation and comprehension. In this way, it is equivalent to harming you. Fang Chen understood. It turned out that the fisherman was afraid that the ultimate power of the golden fish would destroy the ecological balance of the ultimate power in his body. Senior fisherman, why are you fishing here? Fang Chen continued to ask. This was clearly a desert. He had carefully examined it. Under the soil, there was no aura of the ultimate power at all. The fisherman put away the fishing rod and said with a smile, "How much do you know about the Saint Realm?" The two looked at each other. After the Yin-Yang origin realm was the five elements Saint Realm. The symbol of stepping into the Saint Realm was to comprehend the five elements origin. The five elements were the foundation of heaven and earth. Fang Chen had comprehended all five elements' origin. The Saint Realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were the Saint King Realm, the middle 3 levels were the Saint Emperor Realm, and the last 3 levels were the Saint Realm. After the 9th level Saint was the Invincible Saint, and then the Ultimate Saint. This was the conventional cultivation system. Then, what level do you think I am at? The fisherman continued to ask. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before he said, "Although I can't sense senior fisherman's aura, the technique you used to compress ultimate energy earlier is enough to prove that you've already surpassed the Saint stage. You're at least a half-step chaotic supreme stage expert." The half-step chaotic supreme was a small realm between the Saint Realm and the chaotic realm. People in this realm had touched the threshold of the supreme, and there was a huge gap between them and the Saint Realm. The fisherman shook his head. "I am an 11th level saint." "What?" Fang Chen and Princess Huang exclaimed at the same time. There were 9 levels in the Saint Realm. How could there be an 11th level saint? "Please enlighten me, senior fisherman," Fang Chen said. "In fact, the Invincible Saint and the Ultimate Saint you mentioned are the cultivation system of the Age of Chaos. In the most ancient era there was the most complete cultivation system, and it was called the 13th level Saint Realm. Step by step, only by stepping through the 13th level Saint Realm could one become a supreme. 13th level? The core of the Death Cliff is a world of its own. The Jialua clan is stationed here to guard the reincarnation cycle. This world retains the power of the heavenly path from the ancient era. In the outside world, no matter how talented you are, you can't step into the 10th level. But here, the 13th level is not a fantasy," the fisherman said. Speaking of the invincible saints and the ultimate saints of the outside world, a look of disdain appeared on his face. In the most ancient era, the so-called invincible saints and the ultimate saints of the outside world were not even worth mentioning. Sigh, the world has changed, and all of this is because of the Devouring Demon Clan. The clan leader of the Devouring Demon Clan had forcibly defied the heavens and extracted the fate of the chaotic realm to establish the origin realm, destroying the balance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 3877. The fisherman was very mysterious. At least in Fang Chen's opinion, he should be an extremely ancient existence. It was even possible that he had existed since the birth of the chaotic world. However, Fang Chen was very curious about one thing. Why would an expert like the fisherman appear in the core of the Cliff of Death, and why would he appear here? And he had never heard of the fisherman's name, nor had Princess Phoenix. In the entire course of history, there seemed to be no such expert. Fang Chen's heart was full of doubts, and at the same time, he was very shocked. The current cultivation system was actually incomplete, and the complete cultivation system of the most ancient era was actually the 13th level Saint Realm. This was something he had never heard of. It was an unprecedented shock. The so-called invincible saints and ultimate saints in the outside world were all 9th level Saint Realm. Although their combat strength was far beyond the ordinary 9th level Saint Realm, they were not qualified to step into the 10th level. Fang Chen was a little absent-minded. In his previous life, he had cultivated to the invincible saint realm. In this life, not only did he return to the peak, but he even touched the threshold of the ultimate saint realm. He did not expect that he would still be unable to cross the 10th level saint realm. 13th level saint realm. When the fisherman spoke of this, his expression became confused. His eyes were a little empty, and his expression was a little painful. There was also some struggle, as if he had fallen into a deep memory. From his withered cheeks, one could see the traces left by time and the vicissitudes of history. This further confirmed Fang Chen's guess about the fisherman. He was definitely an old monster who had survived from the most ancient era until now. Senior. Fang Chen called out softly, and the fisherman recovered from the painful memory. He looked deeply at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, "That era was too crazy and too dark. It's better not to mention it." He shook his head hard as if trying to forget the unpleasant things. "You are a warrior from the Age of Chaos. It's normal that you don't know about the 13th level Saint Realm. Even in the Devouring Demon Clan, Jialua Clan, and Primitive Clans, not many people know about the 13th level Saint Realm," the fisherman said. These three clans were the top super clans in the chaotic world. Only the leaders who stood at the top would know about the existence of the 13th level Saint Realm. "Do you know why I'm fishing here?" the fisherman asked. Fang Chen and Princess Huang shook their heads. The fisherman spoke, "I've survived from the most ancient era, but I'm not like what you guys have imagined. The current me, more accurately speaking, should be a strand of remnant will left behind here." Furthermore, he had learned from the fisherman that the reason he was able to retain a wisp of his consciousness was because of the Jialua clan. The Jialua race controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. They are the most special and mysterious race in the Chaos realm. Back in the day, many Chaos sovereigns in the Chaos realm were closely related to the Jialua race. The fisherman continued, "This tribe rarely comes out into the world, but every time they do, it's a time of great upheaval in the world. I'm fishing here because I'm waiting for the fated one." A fated person? What was a fated person? Fang Chen was stunned. Could it be that he was the fated person mentioned by the fisherman? In order to avoid being hunted down by that mysterious force, he had fled in a panic. By chance, he had encountered a fisherman who was fishing. "For so many years, I've fished here and met many cultivators. However, their potential was too mediocre and they couldn't reach the 13th level of the Saint Realm. But you're different. When I first saw you, I knew that you were the person I've been looking for countless years." How powerful was the fisherman? With just a strand of remnant will, he could fish up the golden fish from underground and compress the ultimate force. Few people in the world could match up to him. "Me?" Fang Chen pointed to himself. Princess Huang also had a look of curiosity on her face. The fisherman nodded. "You have the bloodlines of 2 ancient divine beasts and a bunch of extremely special bloodlines. If I'm not wrong, this bloodline should be something those little guys in the Chaos realm came up with to deal with the Devouring Demon Clan, right?" Fang Chen was stunned. A Chaos sovereign was actually called a little guy by the fisherman. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion. "I chose you for 3 reasons. The fisherman stretched out 3 fingers. The first reason was that Fang Chen had the perfect bloodline and 2 ancient divine beasts' bloodlines. Especially the perfect bloodline, it could devour other bloodlines and evolve continuously. When it evolved to the extreme, it could suppress all other bloodlines in the world. The second reason was that Fang Chen had comprehended the ultimate sword Dao and possessed the ultimate force. The third reason was that Fang Chen was a kind and righteous person. Of course, the second reason was the most important one. If a cultivator wanted to reach the 13th level of the Saint Realm, they had to possess the ultimate force. This was also the reason why no one had ever stepped into the 13th level of the Saint Realm during the Age of Chaos. They couldn't even comprehend the ultimate sword Dao. The heavenly Tao was flawed and didn't allow such a cultivator to appear. Your current realm should be the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Stepping into the 10th level of the Saint Realm is a hurdle. You need to continue to condense the ultimate force. The fisherman pointed at Fang Chen's abdomen. When the amount of ultimate force in your body reaches 10 strands, you will be qualified to break through to the 10th level of the Saint Realm. Fang Chen checked his body and found that there was only 1 strand of ultimate force in his body. Moreover, it was faintly discernible, as if it could dissipate at any time. 10 strands. Fang Chen curled his lips. Condensing 1 strand of ultimate force was already difficult. How long would it take to condense 10 strands? I have a scroll here, it's a secret technique for condensing ultimate force. Take a look. The fisherman flicked his finger and a ray of light fell in front of Fang Chen, turning into a scroll. Fang Chen slowly unfolded the scroll. 4 bold and powerful words appeared in front of his eyes. Pulse condensation technique. Treat the ultimate force as your meridians, then completely integrate it into your body, becoming a part of your body. Then, condense it. You will discover that the mysteries of your body are far more than you can imagine. The fisherman explained. So, this was the origin of the name pulse condensation technique. At the same time, the fisherman also told Fang Chen that the human body hid countless mysteries. If one wanted to step into the forbidden realm, they must constantly tap into their body's potential. Only by fully comprehending the mysteries of the body could they reach a higher realm. In the most ancient times, the mysteries of the body were highly valued by cultivators, but as time passed, the martial path gradually declined. These once core cultivation systems have long been forgotten by the world. The fisherman muttered to himself, looking a little lonely. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Chen put away the scroll and cupped his fists at the fisherman, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. The fisherman's words gave him a new understanding of the martial path, and also a new plan. According to the fisherman, there was only one path to enter the primal chaos realm, and that was the 13th level of the Saint Realm.